Chapter 10. The minute hand trembled, wobbled. It was past 3 o'clock in the morning. Stalin walked softly from corner to corner, from end to end of his spacious office, looking straight ahead. The long-extinguished pipe lay on a green cloth. There was that hour, those minutes when Stalin was left alone. A new day began in the second year of the war. In a few hours, people's commissars and generals, scientists and diplomats will report to him. They will wait for his word, his order. Stalin knew how to listen, now it was necessary to learn how to select the only correct one. In the heavy defeat near Kharkov, Stalin blamed only himself, because he could not take away. And now, at 3 o'clock in the morning, left alone with himself, he thought that only a soldier could correct this mistake, like many others. Marshals, generals, people's commissars will only help him, if they don't make a mistake. Of course, there may be mistakes. But it is impossible to make mistakes like they did near Kharkov. He stopped, knocked out his pipe, filled it with tobacco. When did he first smoke? When did you start smoking a pipe? I thought about it, and a warm, living thing stirred in my firm, merciless soul, because I remembered my native Caucasus, the low ceiling in my father's house, the blue mountains that were always visible from the window, the whole family at the dinner table. He remembered the Russian girl Masha, who kept in a thin hand a barley cake, looked at him, Joseph, with sad, unchildish eyes. She lived nearby, this Russian girl, abandoned in the Caucasian wilderness by an unkind fate. It is not known why, but all his life he from time to time remembered thin hands and offended eyes. And now I remember. Stalin approached the strategic map. He was only human. But the responsibility that fate placed on him, which he himself shouldered, forced him to look at the war, at the whole world, not only with his own eyes, but also with the eyes of his own and enemy generals, sometimes through the eyes of battalion commanders, soldiers, widows and orphans. Because he was responsible for everything. He saw mistakes, knew all the possibilities of the state, saw the enemy's plan. The Germans were advancing with their southern flank, the front curved to the east, to the Don and Volga. There was no doubt that the Germans were advancing in three main directions, from the region of Oral and Kursk to Voronezh, from the region of Volchansk to Ostrogozhsk. In the Crimea, the Germans had liberated significant forces and now, occupying the richest regions of southern Ukraine, they were striving for the lower Don, for Rostov. There was almost no doubt that the northern group of German troops, having reached the Don, would turn south, and the southern group north. Of course, the Nazi command aims not to push back the Soviet troops, but to destroy them. Next in line are the Caucasus and Stalingrad. The destruction of the army will make it easier for the Germans to capture Stalingrad and the oil-bearing regions of the Caucasus. Further retreat is tantamount to death. We must stand and not lose the army. Stalin looked up from the map and sat down at the table. I thought for a minute. Then I wrote in a sweeping manner, order. We must tell the truth. With a firm hand that did not know how to be affectionate, he wrote, not a step back. He wrote, hurried, threw harsh words on paper to all the people. This has never been written or said before. I didn't even think about what to say. But now the danger was so great that people should gasp. Not from blood and torment, from these words. General Zerdin stood before him and remembered his words. About risk. Is it possible to do without risk in a war, especially in this one? I went back to the map. From Voronezh to the Sea of Azov 800 kilometers. Red, bloody lights flashed in the eyes, Voronezh, Stalingrad, Astrakhan, Rostov. There will be nothing to make up for the loss. Stalin puffed on his pipe, poked the end of the mouthpiece into the bend of the Volga. But he did not think about the city that bore his name. He knew how few railways there are, almost no highways. He saw roadless miles, semi-desert, lack of water. It was scary to give up a huge territory, to allow the Germans to reach the Caucasus. But the front was lengthened 5 times, the nearest communications of the enemy would be left far behind. Stalin's eyes lit up with determination. Thoughtfully, quietly, as if not trusting himself, not daring to accept his own will for execution, he said. Let's see what the General Staff say. The tip of the German strike was aimed at Stalingrad. By mid-July, Soviet troops were forced to withdraw beyond the Don from Voronezh to Kletskaya and from Surovikino to Rostov. For Soviet armies were concentrated in the bend of the Don. The 57th was formed in Stalingrad. The city was stuffy and dusty. Acacias and maples stood gray, drooping, factory smoke drifted over the very roofs. The Volga near the banks flowed black oil, Mamiev Kurgan rose large, overgrown with weeds, reddish, scorched by the unbearably hot sun. Trams thundered, on the railway tracks, at the station, locomotives hoarsely shouted, buffers clanged, rifle battalions thumped in unison along the streets, along the cobbled pavements, and fighter jets howled in the faded calico sky. The factories breathed hoarsely and laboriously. At times it seemed that the unbearable heat was coming from the smoky workshops, over which a red glow staggered at night. The whole city was dressed in protective clothing, the color of Mamiev Kurgan. It was moving powerfully and menacingly, and what a stranger did not notice and accustomed to everything Stalingraders could notice. He would have noticed how much familiar strength there is in this city, how much firmness in the silent, gloomy people. And from a plywood shield, as at the beginning of the war, a stern worker ordered, everything for the front. The poster seemed 100 years old and even unnecessary, because here, in Stalingrad, there was no need to call. Kostya Dobrynin in recent weeks has lost count of days and nights. The whole world fits on a milling machine. In the light of a 500 light bulb, victory and defeat was about whether the machine worked or not. When the master said, "Go, Konstantin, the day is coming soon," Kostya left the workshop, through the gates, and only then did he notice that summer was in the yard. I saw a hot pavement, a concrete factory wall, quiet, wary poplars. Sometimes I noticed people. The faces were the same, hard, stony, with blind, fixed eyes, as if everyone was looking and saw nothing, as if they were bound by one pain and one concern, to die, but not to give up. The war was approaching Stalingrad. The Dobrynins had not sat together at the dinner table for a long time, now they even rarely saw each other. The key lay under the rug by the door, everyone came, chewed something, fell on the bed and fell asleep like a dead man. Varvara Kuzminikna left and came back with a dark one. She was cooking on the city defensive bypass. On dry Machetka, great thousands of people were digging, chiseling the ground, hastily preparing defensive lines. Stepan Mikhailovich lit and extinguished the beacons, but that was no longer work. He didn't see it as work. I found a board, drove military and civilians across the Volga. Everyone was angry, impatient, everyone was in a hurry. They shouted at the old man, they urged him on, and he did not contradict anyone, did not say that he should not, was not obliged. Gray hair was added to his black beard, and his eyes looked gloomy, condemned and demanded. The military gave him smoke and bread, from them learned mean and terrible news. To those whom he transported from the left bank to the right, he said, "Stay alive." He transported one lieutenant colonel 3 times during the night. He asked, "Do you have anyone at the front?" Stepan Mikhailovich replied, "Son. The division is in command." "And the surname?" Stepan Mikhailovich hesitated, as if afraid to name his son. Then he shook his head proudly. "Colonel Dobrynin. Bah! In our army. I know personally. God." Stepan Mikhailovich raised his head, he believed and did not believe. But the lieutenant colonel was not young and taciturn. Stepan Mikhailovich did not like talkative people, he believed this. The heart is not a stone, but even more so an old man's. Yes, and not a joke, to hear firsthand, if there are no letters since May. He asked. "Where is he now?" "Behind the Don. 100 kilometers in a straight line." "Bad," said Stepan Mikhailovich. "And we go straight, and crooked, and all back." "It's hard," the lieutenant colonel agreed. "It's so hard that there's nowhere else to go." The boat was heading towards the right bank cliff, the city lights were not visible, only fiery flashes staggered over the factories. And behind, across the river, the July dawn was engaged. When they landed, Stepan Mikhailovich said, Maybe you'll see it somehow. Tell it like that, they say, and that way. But he didn't say how or what. What can you say if the whole country is in one team? And the lieutenant colonel said nothing more, silently hugged. In the July days of the 42nd year at the top, they estimated all the chances. For and against. We took into account the timing of the formation of new armies, the reserves of tungsten and molybdenum, the timing of the launch of new factories, the throughput of railways, the political weather in Europe, Asia and the Middle East, the capabilities and forces of the enemy. We took into account everything that can be accounted for. Soberly assumed the worst. Hope for a second front, although glimmering, lived, was still shaky, and Japan, although drawn into the war with America, posed a quite tangible threat. Turkey, encouraged by the Germans' access to the Don, could well inspire itself with a great temptation. Everything was taken into account. The enemy also took into account. And on both sides, the tension reached its limit. It was immeasurably easier for Germany, because she had the initiative on her side. She seized the richest regions of Russia, went to the Don, created a direct threat to go to the Volga and the Caucasus. But she paid dearly for this success. Russia had the last word. Now, when literally everything is known, it is easy to talk and reason. And in the 42nd only assumed, then it was scary. The order, in which there were harsh confessions, was probably needed in the summer of 42 as a remedy in the hours of the gravest crisis. The merciless words, not a step back, they had a beneficial effect on the army in rear, because people believed Stalin recklessly. Who was stunned by the order was the Germans. It is following such orders that the enemy usually capitulates. But the Russian army fought with unprecedented ferocity. In the intelligence department of the 6th German Army, a folder appeared in which papers were folded, most often written in pencil. These pieces of paper could amaze anyone. Half an hour before their death, the soldiers expressed a desire to become communists. General Paulus said, "I don't understand anything." He did not understand much, this high-ranking general, thoughtful strategist and general staff officer. Paulus participated in the development of the plan for the Eastern Campaign, and now he increasingly thought that an irreparable mistake had been made somewhere. But Paulus searched in vain for an error in the details of the Barbarossa plan. The mistake lay in the very fact of the outbreak of war. But some Hitlerite strategists will think about this later, after the war, after their defeat. There will also be those who will assert, write books, prove that everything would have gone differently if Hitler had done it differently. Of course, Hitler, as commander-in-chief of the ground forces of the German army, made many mistakes. But these mistakes were imposed on him by the enemy. Hitler simply could not help but be mistaken. He was powerless. After the war, the German generals regarded the actions of their Führer as disastrous, that it was Hitler, with his amateurishness, who led Germany to defeat. If Hitler were not mistaken as the commander-in-chief here and there, everything would have gone differently. Obey Hitler to his clever generals, there would not have been a terrible catastrophe. But if the German generals had been as smart as they presented each other after the war, they probably would not have rushed to the east. And when this greatest stupidity in the history of Germany was committed, it became difficult, almost impossible to determine who is to blame for this or that failure. But each of these failures was only that particular, the warning of which, although it could change the course of the war, could not affect the outcome. You need to have a very sober mind in order to abandon it before the start of the war. There was no such mind in Germany. There were people who were afraid of this aggression. However, the possibility of it was not ruled out. Instead of preventing it, they diligently engaged in military arithmetic, looking for, and, of course, finding, solutions that were seen as great achievements. Unhealthy illusions, which from time immemorial fed the great power German minds, got the better of reason even in the 40s. Hitler was neither a genius nor even a visionary. He was a good executor of the will of the German monopolists. So good that many are ready to put him next to Otto von Bismarck. The German generals, henchmen of their chancellor, turned out to be at the height, at the level that was assigned to them. The war has shown that they are not capable of more. General Paulus, who led the army to Stalingrad, which was at the very edge of the war in the most difficult and crucial period, was no better and no worse than other German generals. The arguments that Paulus was a strategist, but was not, they say, a commander, although fundamentally correct, cannot at all explain the defeat of the Germans at Stalingrad. If there had been another person in Paulus's place, the same Field Marshal von Reichenau, the situation near Stalingrad could have turned out differently, but the end of the war would have been the same. If a person has left the torn road, and the paths lead to a cliff, then this cliff cannot be avoided, with the only difference being that one will lead to death earlier, the other a little later. On the southern flank of their front, from Voronezh to the Black Sea, the German troops, consisting of 4 combined arms and 2 tank armies, reinforced by an army tank corps, moved forward. On July 4, the 40th Tank Corps of the 6th Field Army reached the Don and moved swiftly along the river to the southeast, trying to cut off the retreat for the Soviet units. The operational reports of the main command of the ground forces choked with delight. In Berlin they believed that a crushing blow had been dealt to the Russians. In the 6th Army, only its commander was dissatisfied with the course of the offensive. A man of an analytical mind and a strict, almost mathematical, calculation, he did not trust either his own or other people's emotions. He saw that after Oskol there were almost no prisoners, few killed, and almost no captured heavy weapons either. The main task, to destroy the Russian armies, remains unfulfilled. There is not the slightest reason for enthusiasm. Territory takeover. This should not be particularly encouraging if the Russian army retains its combat capability. The pursuit of political and economic goals in war cannot lead to a victorious end. I have the impression, Paulus said to his adjutant, that our army is opposed by a well-armed rearguard. The main forces of the Russians are not yet in action. This worries me. No, it was not the rearguard that opposed the 6th Army. But our main forces did not really enter the battle. At the end of July, the German divisions broke through the large bend of the Don, reached the villages of Syrotynskaya and Trekostrovskaya. Now everyone had one word on their lips: Stalingrad. Chapter 11. I don't understand what the High Command is thinking, said Paulus. I can only assume that the political leadership tends to regard military objectives as very secondary. There is the very situation when ignorant people dictate to the generals. The Chief of Staff bowed his head slightly. It was not clear whether he agrees, or intends to object. The commander of the German 6th Army had every reason to be indignant. On July 11, the 40th Panzer Corps, the main striking force of the army, was transferred to the 4th Panzer Army, which in turn received an order to turn south from Chur in order to block the path of Soviet troops retreating in front of the 17th and 1st Tank Armies. From the position of the strategy of the entire war, this could be easily justified and justified. Paulus was well aware of the need for such a measure. But it followed from this that the original plan, according to which Stalingrad was to be taken by the 6th Field and 4th Tank Armies, was breaking down. If Stalingrad is not captured, the army rushing to the Caucasus will not be provided from the left flank, a red axe will hang over it. A trip to the Caucasus will become extremely risky. And in order to ensure success at Stalingrad, it is necessary to redouble forces. But how then to go to Rostov and the Caucasus? Paulus is confused. Maybe because for the first time he faced a very serious task. It had to be solved not on paper but on the battlefield. Doubt touched Paulus a long time ago, but you can feed on illusions before the deadline. It suddenly seemed to him that the time had come. The Stalingrad front stretched from Pavlovsk to Verkhnikomoyarskaya for more than 500 kilometers. On the right bank of the Don there was a bridgehead from Kletskaya to Surovikino. He was held by the weakened divisions of General Zerdin. He was waiting for the Germans to strike under the base, along the Don, to cut off and destroy. It turns out that they returned the 4th Tank Army from the Rostov direction, moved to Stalingrad from the south, and Paulus, undoubtedly, will hurry to liquidate the bridgehead in order to open the way for a direct exit to the Volga. Today or tomorrow. Of course, the army must be withdrawn to the left bank. Strategically, it is necessary. But the front headquarters did not agree. Without motivating anything, the Chief of Staff said that the bridgehead must be held. On the morning of August 6, General Zerdin flew to Stalingrad, briefly described the situation, expressed his opinion. The front commander bowed his head. So. But I order you to stand. The left bank is weakly fortified, the reserve units are approaching without heavy weapons. We need to win a few more days. If you start to withdraw the army, the enemy can force the Don on the move, so to speak, on the shoulders. Therefore, stand. 3 days, certainly, and already when they were saying goodbye, when he extended his hand, he added, I can't think of defending Stalingrad without your army. Keep in mind. And I know it will be hard. Zerdin refused the car, and decided to take the tram to the regional party committee, an hour and a half of free time. A training and sports plane will take him back to the bridgehead. Driving past Mamiv Kurgan, for the first time, at least I have been to Stalingrad many times and seen this hillock more than once, only now I thought, why is it called Mamiv? And I also thought about how important it is to keep this mound. As if predicted. Forgetting about everything for a moment, I felt a delicate smell of women's perfume. I became restless. And joyful at the same time. He was immediately afraid that now, at the bus stop, everything would be lost and he would never feel, here again. The uninvited, dreary flooded in, the spirits were the very ones that his wife loves, and the voice behind made him shudder. The voice was amazingly similar to the voice of Paulina, and it reminded the family, the inhabited apartment on the outskirts of Moscow, where he was quite rare and every time he saw everything in a new way, better, more necessary, more obligatory than last time. Kolya and Venushka, who will be 15 in 2 weeks, grew up cheerful, playful and, it seemed to him, capable. Every time Zerdin stopped himself at this thought, because the severity of his nature prevented him from being satisfied. He wanted his sons to become military men, and invariably, returning home from camp training, from maneuvers, from the warrior, he would ask. Well, how are our soldiers? Paulina looked with brown eyes and was silent. It's like I forgot to answer. As if she only wanted to look. Then she reminisced. The soldiers are nothing. Our soldiers are getting tough. It always happened, Zerdin did not appear for 3 days, a month or a year. His wife almost never laughed, and he loved that trait in her. Maybe because he loved her smile, quiet, thoughtful. At that moment, Paulina could not say anything, he knew in advance everything he would say, ask or offer. And she, knowing how her husband does not love laughing and not in moderation loud-voiced, trying to be exactly the way he loved her. Zerdin loved every wife, but was immensely grateful to her for understanding him. He came home, to his Moscow apartment, for a short time, and he only wanted peace and a little comfort. He wanted to hug, caress his wife and children, and that at this time it was quiet. Don't laugh out loud, don't speak out loud. Zerdin was a military general, but most of all he loved silence. Probably because he loved that he fought a lot. The last time I was at home was a week before the start of the war. How are our soldiers? He asked. Paulina smiled. They're getting older, she shrugged with her brown eyes, adding quietly, 2 years later, for a postscript. And for a minute she looked at him with silent reproach. Like I never looked. Zerdin understood, she was restless in her soul, she wanted to ask questions, find out. However, she did not ask. Because she never asked about her husband's affairs. What is possible, he said. And at that time he could not say more because he himself did not really know anything. He had weighty, in his opinion unmistakable, assumptions, but assumptions, as you know, are not a fact, and therefore, there is no need to talk about it. A week before the war, they broke up, as always. Only my heart felt bad. Then there were letters and just notes. For the last time, another note. Today he took a tram to be among the civilians, warming the secret hope of feeling at home. And in general I wanted to see how people talk, how they wear ties, I wanted to hear a capricious child, a woman's laughter, a street joke. Are you leaving on the next one? Zerdin turned his head. There was a pain in his chest as unsmiling brown eyes stared at him. The woman was so strikingly similar to Paulina that Zerdin was frightened. Isn't it a miracle for you? suppressed the surging excitement, asked. What is the next one? 9th January Square, Comrade General. He had to get to the center, there were 2 flights left, but, succumbing to an unconscious desire to look into the woman's eyes again, he also left. Are you from here? He asked. Indigenous, the woman smiled exactly like Paulina Saracynskaya. Zerdin wanted to say something, but he did not tolerate empty words, and silently saluted him. The woman said. So the war approached Stalingrad. By confirming the earth came up. The woman sighed. Let's hope. Zerdin corrected. We will fight. She nodded. Yes, yes, and she extended her hand. I wish you strength and good luck. It hurt his chest. Paulina always said these words to him. The woman smiled again, silently and sadly. She understood that wishes often do not come true, and especially in this war. But she wished sincerely, and Zerdin understood this, feeling her hand shake. A minute later, when he was walking on asphalt soft from the heat, it suddenly began to seem to him that there was something unusual, even terrible, in the handshake of this woman, about whom he knew nothing and, probably, would never know. The feeling was that the war was rolling up to the Volga, to Stalingrad. Zerdin knew that the war would be right here, on these streets. It was here that one had to gain the upper hand or perish. And this woman, with Paulina's eyes and smile, also knew and understood. Everyone understood. And everyone was ready. This was seen on the faces of the Stalingraders, sounded in the locomotive and steamship whistles, in the heavy breathing of the factories. Horse carts stretched along the streets, in the shade, in the chill, people with bundles lay and sat, dusty, exhausted by heat and fatigue. Herds of cattle were driven to the crossings across the Volga, combines and tractors were going. It buzzed, mooed, boomed. Passing the refugees, the Stalingraders looked silently and sternly. They themselves were not going anywhere. Zerdin stopped at the loudspeaker to listen to the report. They said from behind. Other cities, back and forth. And Stalingrad is like a camp vein. Zerdin firmly decided, we will not give up. Now he was sitting at the open window, looking at the noisy, sultry street, at the tram ring, at the stone bears in the dusty little garden. Girls in chintz dresses were passing by, men in t-shirts, falcons, old men were sticking out badichkas. For minutes it seemed that all this was in a dream, wild pigeons over the roof, and the dazzling Volga, and a wide beam with a magnificent name, the Queen. He glanced at his watch. The car would be here in 10 minutes. And in half an hour he will be at the bridgehead. The entrenching tool has already been taken, 2,000 anti-tank mines were firmly promised. God bless. The secretary of the regional committee, young, in a paramilitary uniform, did not refer to the mandatory applications, to the order of the front, assured. By 3 o'clock in the morning the mines will be. We dined right in the office, served a salad of tomatoes and fragrant fatty cabbage soup. Say what you like, Zerdin was waiting. Chuyanov would offer vodka. I wanted to drink vodka before dinner. Chuyanov said. We don't drink vodka now. Sorry, I won't offer you. This has never happened anywhere. In 15 minutes, while they were having lunch, Chuyanov was twice called on HF by Moscow. They called from Astrakhan, Saratov and Sverdlovsk. Saying goodbye, Chuyanov said that the representative of the headquarters, Colonel General Voronov, and the head of the armor department, Fedorenko, had arrived. From the east, north and south, trains, convoys, hundreds of thousands of soldiers stretched towards Stalingrad. Special planes brought in people with enormous power. They demanded and ordered. The words, we can't, we won't have time, have fallen out of use. In Moscow, at the General Staff, at the headquarters of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and at the headquarters of the Stalingrad Front, at Hitler's headquarters and the headquarters of the German Ground Forces, at the headquarters of Army Group B, in Army headquarters and divisional headquarters day and night, skillful, knowledgeable conjured over maps and diagrams people, calculated, decided. And it never occurred to anyone that everything worked out and will continue to turn out the way people wanted, whose names no one will know. Almost 200,000 Stalingraders dug the earth on the city defensive line. The soldiers of General Zerdin dug in on the Zaydansk bridgehead. Stepan Mikhailovich Dobrynin habitually dozed at the stern to the sound of the engine and the splash of water. He drove everything from coast to coast of angry, preoccupied people, for 3 days not climbed from the shore to the slope. There was no time to walk 200 meters to his entrance. Kostya bored the head of the block, and Maria Sevastianovna in Moscow was in a hurry to finish her business in order to leave for Stalingrad. To my son. I thought about Ivan incessantly, saw him in disturbing dreams, heard his voice on the street, in the store, in the subway. I recalled quarrels, disagreements, many awkwardnesses, repeated mentally in aloud, why? Maria Sevastianovna hurried, got ready, she could not stay in Moscow. The main war was now going on in the south, approaching the Volga. There is a son, a husband is fighting there. And she will come. Junior Lieutenant Klebnikov was alerted at midnight, the train was taking him somewhere to the south. Marines from the Caspian were marching across the Trans-Volga steppe in a forced march. Echelons with personnel divisions of Siberian riflemen were rushing west along the Trans-Siberian Railway. Where and why, guessed. Factories and locomotives hummed, wheels hurried, horse commanders gave neither rest nor indulgence. But time passed, time fled, and the fate of Stalingrad, the fate of the country was decided in a matter of days and even hours. To win them, the divisions of General Zerdin stood behind the Don to the death. The Germans attacked day and night. Zerdin understood that the main thing was ahead, a general attack on the bridgehead should be expected just about. Urgently gathered the division commanders, without looking at the map with the operational situation, he spoke. Goth's 4th Panzer Army is advancing on Stalingrad from the south. According to our intelligence, the southern flank of the 6th Field Army is reinforced by 2 infantry divisions formerly part of the 17th Army. The 24th Panzer Division concentrated against us there. On the northern flank of the 6th Army, the Italians replaced the 14th Panzer Division. It should strike under the base of our bridgehead from the north. Zerdin swallowed a hard lump. The divisional commanders listened without saying a word. I cannot vouch for the accuracy of the data, but up to 400 German tanks are concentrated against us. The offensive will undoubtedly be supported by airstrikes. Someone sighed. Mother. Zerdin tossed his head and searched with leaden eyes. But he did not reprimand, because he himself was annoyed, he himself was waiting for it to end. German superiority in tanks, aviation. Excellence, superiority. We have. General Zerdin could not say what they have. The commanders knew that the rifle divisions were weakened to the extreme. 2 tank corps had no tanks. Zerdin pointed at the map. Concentrate all anti-tank artillery here. Here. Immediately. Someone chuckled softly. Comrade Commander. Here, Zerdin repeated. It's clear. Along the entire front of the trenches, to complete the profile. Finish before midnight. I order you to check it out for yourself. With the onset of darkness, feed the fighters hot, give out all the dry supply. General Zerdin coughed, fell silent. He looked at the commanders, as if he was evaluating, will they stand? There was a stern readiness in the eyes of each. Zerdin decided, they will stand. We can't withstand a counterattack by tank divisions, said Colonel Dobrynin. Nothing to stop. Zerdin turned abruptly. Fights in the environment are coming. Our task is to delay the enemy longer. 3 days, certainly, under all circumstances. After that, move behind the Don, sit on the defensive. And again he was silent. The divisional commanders were also silent. Up above, behind the Oak Coast, everything turned upside down. When German shells fell close, the ground seemed to rise, and the oak logs creaked, as if to remind them that no matter how strong they were not made of iron. Yes, and iron, what? There will be no one, someone said. What is no one? Zerdin asked hurriedly, as if waiting for these words. There will be no one to defend, Comrade Commander, Dobrynin clarified. Zerdin glanced at his watch. I must make it clear, they don't leave us in order to sacrifice. We must hold out, by time and, if possible, retreat in an organized manner. This is the difficulty of the task. Someone said. Clear. Zerdin shook his head, as if he had just heard cannon rolls, as if he had decided to take a closer look at whether the oak rolls were strong. Then, looking into the dark corner of the dugout, he said quietly. "It will be difficult," he thought, adding, "more difficult than in May." He tried to unbutton the collar of his tunic. He pulled it and tore off the button. And Colonel Dobrynin, who knew Zerdin so well, understood how hard it was for a commander to say terrible words in an ordinary voice, to maintain outward calm. "Just this button." Zerdin got up. Divisional commanders also rose. "Any questions?" Everyone was silent. "Dobrynin?" "I have no questions, comrade commander." Zerdin stood with his fists on the edge of the table. He looked down either at the map, or at his hands. Then he grabbed his chin with his palm and stood there without moving, as if hoping, waiting for someone or collecting his thoughts. He said dully. "Your thoughts." The guns hit hard and hard, the shells fell close. The dugout seemed to be drifting, everything was drifting in one direction, as if to hit. They decided to break it from the very end where General Zerdin was standing. "We need to think," someone said. It seems that the situation could not have been more difficult. No one dared to express any considerations. Only the chief of artillery looked directly at the commander. He looked resolutely, with a challenge. "He has a plan." Now to express il alone. At dawn on the 7th of August, embracing the bridgehead from three sides, the German batteries began to speak. The commander of the 14th Tank Corps, General von Wittersheim, directed the tank attack from the Army Command Post. It was more convenient to coordinate the actions of tanks and infantry divisions. The sounds of the battle came in distant rumbles, they surprisingly resembled thunderstorms, then thickened, merged together, as if there, at the end of the earth, the end of the world had begun. Von Wittersheim said. "To be honest, I'm interested in something else." Paulus looked at him questioningly. They had known each other for many years, and the opinion of Wittersheim as a militarily gifted and decisive person had long been formed. But today there was something incomprehensible, strange in him. The main goal of the summer campaign, as you know, is the mastery of the Caucasus, its oil regions. Von Wittersheim spoke dryly and impassively. "It is quite obvious that it is strategically wrong to remove the 4th Panzer Army and 2 infantry divisions from the main line. But they were removed. They were turned to the Stalingrad direction. Because without this we will not take Stalingrad. Conclusion, we do not have free reserves. If the hopes that the Russians were incapable of resistance, which is so eloquently set forth in the last directive, are not justified, we will find ourselves in a dire situation." Wittersheim said aloud what Paulus was thinking about and what he was afraid of. There was nothing to object. Of course, one can always get away with demagogic assurances or assertions. But God, how much demagogy in directives and orders, in newspapers and on the radio. Yes, but it's not the Russians on the Oder, but the German divisions on the Don and on the way to the Caucasus. Von Wittersheim said. "Most of all I would like to know what reserves the Russians have. I begin to doubt. I'm afraid of the highest assurances." Paulus slowly, thoughtfully smoothed his hair. It would be good if Field Marshal von Reichenau commanded the army. He could even object to Hitler. He could resist, insist on his own. But will the Russians become weaker from this? At noon it was reported that the Tank Corps had united, that the Russians had been encircled. General von Wittersheim said. Everyone was sure of it. Even Russians. Now the main thing begins. General Zerdin, the division commanders, knew that the main thing was about to begin right now. And for the soldiers who were sitting in the trenches, in buried tanks, this main thing had been happening every day for 13 months now. They did not even know that they were completely surrounded. They only remembered that behind the Don, and behind it, the Volga and Stalingrad. Dying is always scary. But the war has come to the ends of the earth, something that was more terrible than death has come close. The Junkers howled and fell, everyone fell, as at the beginning of the war, as near Kharkov, they tore the front line of defense, the soldiers dug into the hard stone loam, deafened, rabid, habitually waiting for the bombing to be finished in order to get up, crawl, to shoot. This went on for a day, and 2, and 3. The soldiers lost track of time, they did not know what date, what time, at the umpteenth time the enemy infantry went on the attack. Today they were bombing diligently and efficiently, and from the fact that the bombing took longer than usual, and, it seems, more precisely, the platoon commander Grekhoff realized that the Germans would go ahead. And the battalion commander, Captain Verigin, understood, and Semyon Koblov. There was nowhere to retreat, Don was behind. And not ordered to retreat. Behind them, they say, there is no more army. They won't keep the German here on the Don. What will happen? It is understandable if the command post of the division is half a verst from the front line and the commander himself, Lieutenant General Zerdin, on this coast, did not go beyond the Don. All clear. The Junkers, imposingly turned over on the wing, fell with a howl in a dive, and the Red Army soldiers, who were worse than death tired of lying with their heads buried in the ground, raised their heads, saw bespectacled German pilots. They calmly looked down, looking for a target. It seems that the Germans threw all the aircraft on the bridgehead. The commander's dugout, cut down from oak logs in one night, could have stood for 100 years. The sappers made it with all diligence so that it stood for 3 days. The 4th day has gone. The fire went out every now and then, there was no communication. The commandant's company occupied all-round defense, in case the enemy went to the command post. Colonel Surovtsev bent over the map with the operational situation. When the dugout was lifted up, he held the shell case, did not let it fall. The sharpened pencil in his right hand suddenly moves, as if the colonel is going to prick in the only right place and thereby solve everything, and freeze again. Because it is difficult to find this place. It is even more difficult to decide and decide. However, it's time. You can miss the moment. 2 weeks ago, Surovtsev was promoted to the rank of colonel and awarded the Order of the Red Banner. On the same day, General Zerdin took him to him. At the same time, he said to Dobrynin, "Don't be angry, Ivan. You understand, he should be in this position. Everything is correct." Dobrynin was happy for his chief of staff. And then he got scared, as if he had been told that now he would have to live and work without a hand. Surovtsev admitted then. "Being the chief of staff of the army is my old dream. Believe me, I am not vain, although many are susceptible to this disease. I just always felt that I could do better than anyone else." Now Colonel Surovtsev was pondering over the operational map. One question never left his mind: does the High Command really admit the possibility of the army withdrawing to the left bank? He himself saw a direct need to stand on the bridgehead to the last soldier. But the final decision was too serious to take on. At the top they understand. In the next hour and a half, we have to wait for a radiogram. If they allow a retreat, then they will allow them to do the impossible. They must break out of the encirclement and go beyond the Don. Is it really impossible? Zerdin measured the dugout with a wide, impatient stride. He was surprised, envious of the calmness of the chief of staff and annoyed at him for this calmness. He suddenly thought that the only concern of Colonel Surovtsev was not to overturn, not to drop the cartridge case in which the wick burned. He stopped, rested his fists on the table. "Grigory Ilyich, now is not the time for academic calculations." The chief of staff slowly raised his head. "Now is not the time for mistakes, Mikhail Grigorievich. Like you, I'm waiting for the radiogram. I think, however, that at the front, at the top, they completely rely on our heads. What do you suggest?" Zerdin asked sharply. He took a step and stopped behind the colonel. He took away the oil lamp and bent over the table. "Head to head. I heard the colonel's chest creaking, I smelled the smell of shag, I remembered that the chief of staff smokes shag, and only in a goat's leg, does not drink wine, only vodka, a tea glass in one go, no more, no less. I wonder what he was like before the war. The only thing I want is not to please the Germans," said Surovtsev grumpily. "I am of the opinion of the chief of artillery, we must concentrate all the firepower." He threw up his head, looked at Zerdin with unhealthy eyes, "That is, if we decide to retreat. And you have to decide. It's time." It hit Zerdin's head, it hit that it was like this. "And now, we have completed our task at the bridgehead," said Surovtsev angrily. I propose to withdraw immediately. Such a decision suggests itself. Moreover, fate is not decided here, and Surovtsev slowly walked with a red pencil over the bend of the Don. Fate is decided here, and confidently jabbed, broke the pencil. Here. General Zertin saw long bald patches on the colonel's head, a thin sinewy neck and a cartilaginous nose, a sunken chest and inflamed eyelids. Mentally remarked, he's right. Absolutely. Quietly, without hiding his regret, he said. As it should be, we never got to know each other. As if he emphasized that now there is no time, Colonel Surovtsev raised his gray head. If you accept my offer, we will have a real chance. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Zertin waited a minute, as if he wanted to hear something, catch something in the roar behind the oak reel, sat down at the table. I'm listening to you, Grigory Ilyich. Chapter 12. Over the black August steppe, over the whitewashed huts of the farm, hung a flawed moon. The wind pulled hot, stuffy, brought the smell of burning, gasoline and unknown herbs. War smells the same everywhere. But here, in Russia, the usual smells were mixed with something incomprehensible and therefore terrible. Few Germans understood where this terrible thing lay, but the longer the war went on, the more success Germany achieved, the more tangible this fear became. However, successes that were not known before were stronger than fright. General Paulus went out for a walk. Breathe. 3 people accompanied him. The general looked at the whitewashed houses, saw a dark bush in the front garden. The antennas of an army radio station were guessed in the deep blue sky. Nearby worked, monotonously pounded the engine, supplied electricity. But there is no light in any window. There is not a single person on the street. The commander knew that people from his personal guard vigilantly guarded his every step, and on the roads and paths that lead to the headquarters of the army, the field gendarmerie was in a sleepless service. The night was quiet, the commander was calm. The Russians held out again that day. But so much the worse for them, an extra day of self-destruction. Their stamina can be envied, it can be set as an example, but, multiplied by senseless stubbornness, it leads to death. What the Russians don't have is flexibility. On the bridgehead, their soldiers fully proved their ability to die bravely, but General Zertin was unable to find the right move. Tomorrow it will all be over. Paulus was calm. But in the depths of my soul, no, and fear is stirring. And not because it was necessary to force the Don and take the city that bears the name of Stalin. Von Wittersheim is simply to blame. But why is it guilty? After all, doubts gnaw at him. He unbuttoned the collar of his tunic. Now he could afford such liberties, such pleasure. The 3 looked at the commander in silence. Chief of Staff Arthur Schmidt longed for Paulus' unsuccessful phrase. General von Wittersheim became more and more worried, did not believe in anything and no longer expected anything. Colonel Wilhelm Adam was ready to correct, and support, and reconcile. The moon shone. It was quiet. The unexpected thought came that he, Friedrich Paulus, was made for silence. Not for peace, for war in silence. Someone else should lead the army. Paulus still believed that he would be able to, but the feeling of close and inevitable made him doubt. With access to the Volga and the Caucasus, the front from Voronezh to the Caspian Sea lengthened 5 times. The main source of supply is 3,000 kilometers away. The Russians will have to solve the school problem. If they have more reserves, I didn't want to think any further. Then it was scary. To drive away painful thoughts, Paulus said. I hope that no later than tomorrow the divisions of General Zertin will be finished. I'm concerned about something else, von Wittersheim said hastily. What are the potential opportunities for Germany and Russia? Are you afraid of our successes? Arthur Schmidt asked. I'm afraid. I don't understand and I'm afraid. General von Wittersheim did not understand much about Hitler's military strategy, because much was contrary to common sense. But the brilliant and almost bloodless victories, which history has not yet known, for a long time made me not believe in myself. The war against Soviet Russia was a logical consequence of the conquest of Western Europe, but it could not but stir up involuntary fears. Germany had crossed the line beyond which the ultimate goal could no longer be seen. Or rather, the ultimate goal became so distant, almost illusory, that it was impossible to see, to grasp it with a sober, even the most optimistic, mind. Of course, some people fed and supported themselves with beautiful self-deception, but every beginning has an end. It is good to strive for the finish line when it is visible, when optimism rests on a firm calculation, when the goal is mathematically tangible. During the 13 months of the war with Russia, tremendous success was achieved. This filled Germany with great pride. But there was no end in sight, and anxiety entered the consciousness of every thinking person. Because successes in Russia did not give victory. On the contrary, the more successes the German army achieved, the further the victorious denouement receded. She was lost in the far distance, and it was not a matter of a vast territory, which is difficult to pass even on a march, but in something else, complex and incomprehensible, which was not included in the calculations of Hitler's military strategy. But what is it, what is it? General von Wittersheim was thinking about this. It would be the greatest mistake to assume that none of the high-ranking Germans saw the overlooked defeat. It's just that some were afraid to admit it, others blindly believed in Hitler's talent. Generals, diplomats, and in general people who held high positions in Hitler's government could not but understand that the war with Poland, Belgium, France and the war with Russia were not the same thing. They understood, but did not want to give up. They suppressed fears in themselves, saw and cherished only that which nourished an unhealthy, feverish imagination. In addition, the war had gone so far that none of the Hitlerite elite could change anything, even if they had clearly realized, understood the true state of affairs and foresaw the size of the near catastrophe. Hitler himself could not have changed anything, because the wheel of war, thrown by him downhill, rolled faster and faster, it was impossible to stop him. It also happens like this: they know that there is a deaf, unyielding wall on the way, against which the wheel will break, but they don't want to retreat. They look and admire the flashing spokes, the sparkling iron bus bar. The wheel rolled. Tank tracks flashed by. Filled with propaganda lies, Germany triumphed. The generals led the troops confidently, and the doubts and apprehension, which, in spite of everything, touched many, were overshadowed by unheard-of successes. These successes were skillfully set into a permanent propaganda spectacle staged so broadly and, it must be admitted, so talentedly that the directors themselves believed in it sincerely, and the frightened world was afraid to breathe. The wheel rolled. Everything was going the way it was supposed to go. In large historical processes they do not see small details, individual episodes, individual people who are just people who are called small and who, in the opinion of big people, do not decide anything. They are not seen, because it is impossible to see them in the tragic shift of events. The meaning of each person individually becomes clear later. And it rarely, very rarely happens that a person, placed above others by the will of fate or circumstances, will understand the strength and significance of an individual person. But just understanding is not enough. You have to trust him. And this little man will make the impossible possible, he will perform a miracle. But for this, a small person must comprehend with his mind and heart his meaning and his strength. Your size. Your greatness. He must know and understand the one who entrusted him. General von Wittersheim probably understood more than others. He was afraid. But he was afraid only of a strategic mistake. The thought that it is impossible to defeat the people did not come to him. It was beyond his understanding. Strange, Schmidt said. You have some strange thoughts. In war, no one is afraid of their success. I'm afraid, von Wittersheim repeated. The closer to the dawn, to the Volga, the worse. Sometimes I see the shadow of the grave cross. In the moonlight, his face looked sad, as if even the voice of the chief of staff threatened defeat. If there were any other doubts. But General von Wittersheim was one of those who knew how to think and not succumb to the absurdity of political authorities. Now the distant artillery cannonade disappeared, then again swept up. The Germans squeezed the Russians in the bridgehead with the iron tongs of the tank and infantry divisions. Planes were flying in the night sky. They were German planes. And everything was so good. Everyone was waiting for a light dinner and a good bed, and in the morning it would certainly be possible to report that the divisions of General Zerdin were destroyed. This will be a real victory. It comes at a high price, but the results will justify the losses. The Soviet command won several days, but lost the army. General Paulus told himself that the Russians were losing. To drown out his anxiety, success did not promise victory. General von Wittersheim is of the same opinion. As for Schmidt, Paulus cannot understand where the Chief of Staff's false pathos ends and real optimism begins. A talented General Staff officer, he does not want to see or think more than his position requires. It seems that he will not stop leading the army even to certain death, if it is necessary for his own career, for honors and glory. And he, Paulus, able to sacrifice his prestige in the interests of the cause. But, God! Why such thoughts? The cannonade grew, as if approaching. Paulus, trying to drive away the alarm, noted that this should not be the case tonight. He asked, "Is there any new information about Zerdin?" "No, Sir General," replied the adjutant. And suddenly he felt guilty, both for the fact that there is no new information about the Russian general, whose divisions have been offering fierce resistance to the Sixth Army for almost a year now, and for the fact that the conversation that evening did not work out and the commander's mood is bad. We turned back and stopped at the house where Paulus lived. They were silent, listening to the rolls of artillery. What would that mean? After all, it shouldn't be. A capable military leader, in my opinion, said Paulus. Who is this about, a Russian general? Arthur Schmidt snorted with restraint. I think that in the morning we will see this Zerdin with our own eyes. A door slammed in the next house. An officer ran down the creaking thresholds, a sheet of white paper in his hand. Artillery cannonade suddenly seemed ominous, and General Zerdin, inaccessible. The officer came up and stretched out. A radiogram from General Hube, Mr. Commander. The Russians are conducting massive artillery fire in the area 3, 5, 7 towards the Don. The division is losing. General Hube believes that the Russians are aiming to break through the encirclement and go to the left bank of the Don. A minute later, looking at the map with the operational situation, Paulus barely perceptibly smiled. General Zerdin is nervous. I understand him. And he turned to Wittersheim, ordered to condense the battle formations of your corps in the area of a possible breakthrough. He paused, added, I think there will be few prisoners. General Paulus is sure that there will be many dead. In such battles, there are always many killed. Now the time has come to finally establish the time and place of crossing the Don, the issue of interaction with the 4th Panzer Army, material support and air cover, timely replenishment of infantry units. Electricity was on in Paulus' working room. They spoke in an undertone. Only Arthur Schmidt said loudly, I urge you to take into account. He did not like the fact that this time the meeting was not held at his place. He did not like von Wittersheim with his casual and confident manner. He did not like that the commander was talking more today than usual, and he, Schmidt, was content with inserting remarks. They are not weighty enough, these remarks, to be taken seriously. And the first adjutant, as always, takes shorthand of the conversation. With a graceful movement, General Paulus dropped the pencil and leaned back in his chair. The coming weeks will be decisive, gentlemen. The phone rang, alarmed, loud. To call at such a late hour directly to the commander. Paulus held out his hand with deliberate slowness, but it was precisely this that betrayed his excitement. Asked. What happened? The thin professor's face was cold. But the eyebrows went up. This cannot be. He said louder and more sternly than he always spoke. He was still listening, but it was already clear that it was very bad on the front line. With great difficulty he waited for a pause, then coughed impatiently. Can you hear me? I order, by all means to prevent the crossing of the enemy. Report every hour. The corps commander will arrive in 20 minutes. Can you hear me? In 20 minutes. General von Wittersheim got up. The Russians began crossing to the left bank of the Don in the Klebny-Zimovaisky area. I guess they decided to sacrifice artillery in order to save manpower. In this situation, General Zerdin made the only correct decision. Paulus closed his eyes with heavy eyelids and, not wanting to hide his annoyance and excitement, drummed his sleek fingers on the box of French cigarettes. I would like to see this Zerdin. He glanced at his chief of staff. A barely perceptible, ironic smile touched his dry lips. Paulus could not see Zerdin. He stood on the banks of the Don, under the steep yard. To the south, 20 kilometers away, it was still roaring, but every minute the artillery battle became more muffled. It was possible to distinguish individual shots, and it's good if the artillerymen hold out for another half an hour. It was hard on my heart. Like never before. He understood that there was no other way out. He gave the order to the gunners in order to save the army. And yet, it's scary when you, alone, with your power, order people to die. In the pale light of the early morning moon across the entire width of the Don, boats, rafts, people. Shouts, commands, neighing horses. And the cannonade settles in the distance, and individual cannon shots become less and less frequent. Very close, Zerdin knew, 1.5 kilometers away, grenades began to burst, machine guns burst non-stop, excitedly. The rearguard of Colonel Dobrynin held back the onslaught of the enemy. "Mikhail Grigorievich, it's time," said Surovtsev. And he went first to the boat, near which 3 fighters were waiting. Zerdin listened to the approaching rearguard action. I tried to catch cannon shots below Trekostrovskaya. But it calmed down there. Neither the commander, nor his chief of staff, nor a single person from those who left for the Don, knew that 20 kilometers away one cannon was still intact. And Junior Lieutenant Agarkov, sent to the gunners for communication and stuck on the battery, remained alive, miraculously survived. He came to his senses and was surprised that the German shells were no longer exploding, that everything around him became quiet. In the sweltering August dawn I saw collapsed, broken dugouts, broken cannons, shell casings, dead artillerymen. Mikhail Agarkov fought very little. The terrible reality did not have time to knock out the school concepts of courage and honor from him. He considered the highest courage to grab hostility, and he certainly had no idea that it was possible to stay alive and be no worse than the dead. How will he report to Captain Verigin? But Junior Lieutenant Agarkov would not have been able to report, to tell, just as no one could, because it is impossible to tell about the battle of artillery with tanks, when the tanks broke into firing positions, crush and break, and the guns hit at close range, when the armor is torn and the drums burst membranes. Junior Lieutenant Agarkov fired to the last shell. He was neither hard nor afraid. It was just night, fire and roar. My ears ached, and there was nothing to breathe. Then it got quiet. In the grey dawn, Mikhail saw the broken tanks, one, the other, the third. Again he was surprised. When were they broken? And there's another one. This one moves and crawls. Mikhail saw, sideways. He stopped and started off again, as if looking for Russians. Or their own. That's pretty close. Mikhail Agarkov watched him without fear. He simply saw how the car was moving. The tank stopped. The lid of the tower hatch was thrown back, a man got out of it. Then more. Mikhail reached for the gun. I remembered, there are no shells. He fumbled around him, not knowing what and why he was looking for. But then his hands stumbled. And the Germans converged closely. Agarkov raised his machine gun. I didn't feel the trigger, I didn't hear the cue. Only the Germans were gone. Nobody and nothing happened. But there was Captain Verigin, and he, Junior Lieutenant Agarkov, is obliged to report to him. But where is he, Verigin? Captain Verigin's battalion was the last to withdraw. At some point, the thought came that in the offensive he was the first to rise, and when they retreated, he covered the retreat almost all the time. Before him were always only the Germans. Somehow still alive. The Germans fired rapid mortar fire, machine guns barked in hoarse throats, a sparse smoke crawled over the sagebrush patches, over the torn earth. It was as if he wanted to cover the dead on the gentle slope, the wounded, deafened soldiers in the rifle cells. Captain Verigin stood behind the adobe, tore off his tunic, and croaked. "Sins, hurry up." There was a blood stain on the undershirt. The bear breathed hysterically and often. "Does it hurt in the middle?" "Oh, you," he bandaged, fanned his battalion commander across his chest, every now and then looked over his shoulder. "Will they be in time or not in time?" "Hurry," Berejin croaked, "hurry." Mine explosions caught up with each other, merged together, and again, apart, as if the Germans were looking for every living thing. But it was too late, the divisions of General Zerdin went beyond the Don. Chapter 13. Gentlemen, we fought 500 kilometers from Kharkov, we achieved great success. But they did not fulfill their task, the Russians were not destroyed. We liquidated the bridgehead on the western bank of the Don, but paid an incredibly high price for it, suffered huge losses. The meeting at the headquarters of the 6th Army was drawing to a close. General Paulus spoke measuredly and calmly, holding nothing back, holding back nothing. He spoke the absolute truth, as if inviting him to share the full measure of responsibility with him. On the wall, behind him, hung a huge aerial photograph of Stalingrad, and everyone's eyes were drawn to him. The battle for this city will decide the outcome of the war, and perhaps the fate of each of them. We have suffered heavy losses, but we are still strong enough. The main goal of the summer campaign, to take the Caucasus, to take the Caucasian oil, is unthinkable without Stalingrad. That is why the 4th Panzer Army was returned from the Caucasus direction to attack Stalingrad from the south. However, it comes up unsuccessfully. The 6th Army thus becomes the main striking force in the main direction. The army is in dire need of replenishment, but from the rear corps directorates of Kassel, Wiesbaden, Hanover, Vienna and Berlin, answers were received that they did not have prepared replacements. The commander told everything as it was, thus placing great responsibility on the commanders of corps and divisions, on the high command. We have certain advantages in tanks and aviation, but the enemy has a different advantage. If we get involved in street fighting, the excellent qualities of the Russian soldier will become especially noticeable. You know this well, gentlemen. That is why we need to take Stalingrad on the move. Paulus spoke in an academic tone, his words were balanced, precise, and, perhaps, it never occurred to anyone what grave doubts the commander was experiencing. Day X is appointed, gentlemen, the battle for Stalingrad begins. I'm sure it will end with our victory. General Paulus fell silent. He searched for someone with cold eyes, but didn't find it. In Berlin, a hurried hand put the day, month, year on the bend of the Volga. The man in the tobacco uniform did not yet know how fatal his signature would be for Germany. He was convinced that the desire and will, which he now put into the golden pen, would reach every soldier tomorrow, complete the defeat of Russia. Stalingrad. August. Hitler underlined the date twice. He did everything possible for his own death. Stalingrad stood smoky, gray, frowning. He clung to the Volga with black factory buildings, clawed into rocky cliffs with cobblestones, rested against the pale sky with open hearth pipes and anti-aircraft guns. The city sighed heavily with iron wombs, tore and broke the thick summer heat with the blows of steam forging hammers, the mighty horns of factories and plants. And the Volga flowed dazzling and hot. The Volga flowed confidently. On the piers, on boardwalks, sailors under heavy bags shouted their age-old "Beware." Boats pushed back, pulled, cart drivers habitually walked sideways, adamant policemen stood at the crossroads, and in the cold, on the sidewalks, near the tram stops, refugees lay, sat, black from the sun and dust, looked in front of them with blind eyes. At sunset, the left bank, the distant sagebrush hills, warmed up, turned pink, but it was at this time that they seemed especially deserted and deserted. Where to go? Beyond the Volga, they say, you won't find water to drink. As far as the Urals, as far as Siberia, to walk. No, it's obvious, we can't go further than the Volga, there's nowhere to go back, the Russian land has ended. She didn't finish. But here, on the sun-reddened, waterless mounds, the whole white world converged like a wedge. Here, towards the dusty, smoky city, grey and uncomfortable, echelons, convoys, columns of motor vehicles stretched, liaison planes flew, huddled to the ground. Wheels rattled, locomotives hoarse from heat and tension yelled in their throats, "To Stalingrad hell!" Along the deserted Transvolga region, from Kaisatskaya and Zanibek, from Kara and Uligan, through waterless salt marshes, past dry steppe estuaries, where only shepherds' camps occasionally came across and buzzard eagles hung in the dry sky, half dead from tired infantry walked, stretched. There were horse and camel carts. They drank water from diggings and wells to the point of mud. At night, on short halts, the soldiers chewed dry concentrates, grumbled. "If you don't reach the war, you will die." The commanders, wallowing from fatigue, raised the fighters. "Stay away." Maria Sevastianovna was going to Stalingrad on the night of the 18th. I threw the necessary and unnecessary things into the suitcase. I didn't see what I was taking. She was sitting on the floor, looking at her last canvas, a river, a sunset. In the foreground, crushed grass and a scarf left by someone. Vileness and vulgarity. Got up. The paint on the palette has dried up. I took a tube of ultramarine, squeezed out the whole one. With a large brush, with which canvases were usually primed, she crossed out in a sweeping way. The room was stuffy and smelled of mothballs. Maria knew, felt that from that day, from that evening, life turned around like a soldier around. She was going to a frontline city, almost to the war. She wanted to atone for, maybe non-existent, guilt. Now it will be in Stalingrad. All of Russia rushed there. She looked at the canvas again. If she remains alive, she will paint a new picture. All the people that remain alive will live differently. Maria suddenly thought that cleansing is incredibly expensive, they buy it at the cost of their lives. But they are buying. Because you can truly live only honestly. I looked at the canvas, but saw myself on Smolensky Boulevard, near a huge shop window, tightly packed with sandbags. In the thickening twilight, stone houses with blind eye sockets of black windows rose gloomily, the October wind drove scraps of theater posters, newspapers and office forms. Barrage balloons rose into the gray sky. Heavy and muffled ramming the cobblestone pavement, a marching soldier column stretched out. Iron helmets, black bayonet stings. You can't see faces in the twilight. And Maria wanted to see, guess. She wanted to find one and only. She knew that he wasn't here, that it couldn't be, because soldiers were marching along all the roads, all over Russia, and yet she looked, intently, tensely, as if the rest of her life depended on whether she saw or didn't see. The infantry walked and walked, through Moscow, into the sunset. Mary stood and watched. All the soldiers seemed equally tall and strong, each one looked like Colonel Dobrynin. Because Mary wanted to see her husband. And, I saw. Because all these people, dressed in gray overcoats, armed and silent, went to where Ivan was. The next day Maria left to dig trenches. She left in what she was, in what she walked along the Moscow streets, with a fashionable hairstyle and manicure. Unaccustomed to earthwork, people fell dead in the evening. And in the morning they got up, chewed stale bread and again dug the earth. Maria also dug. On the first day, the palms were covered with blood calluses. The bubbles burst, the palms stuck to the ratfish, they hurt unbearably. My back ached, my back hurt, for minutes I wanted to cry. But no one, not a single person, cried or complained. Everyone was just digging, and all around was fragrant near Moscow October. The dull greenery was tinted with sluggish colors, dead leaves and white clouds lay on the stagnant cool water. Troops marched along the road to Mozhaisk. They also went from there. At night, the sky staggered in the beams of searchlights, anti-aircraft guns jammed each other. Somehow, an elderly military man stopped near Maria, apparently an engineer. I watched for a minute how awkwardly and unaccustomedly she digs the heavy loamy earth. Unexpectedly asked. Are you the wife of Colonel Dobrynin? She thought that this military man, apparently, knew Ivan well, that he would take her away, give her an easier job, hard work, suddenly found peace of mind. And it was also good for her because, when she was mortally tired, when her whole body was breaking into pieces, she saw and heard her husband among angry and determined people. Only now did I understand his restraint and his severity, on other days, sarcasm. I realized that he had all this not from rudeness, not because he rejects or does not appreciate. He just knew better than others how and what to live. If everyone had been imbued with his anxiety, maybe he would not have had to dig trenches 100 kilometers from Moscow. And if Mary had been told, quit, she would not have quit. But the military engineer did not say those words. He left without saying goodbye. And again I saw myself already on Smolensky Boulevard. In October last year. I saw soldiers marching columns. Heard. Citizen, present your documents. Maria did not immediately understand that they were addressing her. Citizen. Maria saw a man in a demi-season coat, with a rifle on his belt, and a girl with a gas mask. Show me your papers, repeated the man in the overcoat. The girl explained. You've been standing for half an hour. Maria had no papers. Only a certificate that she worked on the construction of defensive lines. An old man with a lapdog on a leash came up and held out a book. You understand, Academician Fursman. Some idiot threw Academician Fursman out. My neighbors are sitting on their suitcases, they are going to Central Asia. Do you understand? From Moscow to Central Asia. Citizen, said the man with the rifle, leave Academician Fursman. Maria asked in her pocket. I don't have any papers with me. Then you will come with us. The lapdog squealed and pulled to the side. The old man gasped. Maria Sevastianovna. Sweatshirt, boots. Why is this? What actually happened? The Germans are approaching Moscow. So what? They always fit somewhere. Go ahead. The patrol said sternly. And the girl looked at the old man with the lapdog questioningly. He turned to the man with the rifle. Where do you take her? Oh, you're taking away. Do you know who she is? Forgetting that he was holding the leash, the old man threw up his hand, the dog squealed, then angrily, as soon as she could be angry, barked. No, you don't know who she is. This is the wife of Colonel Dobrynin, a famous artist. Didn't you hear? The man with the rifle leaned closer to Maria, peered. He was quietly amazed. My God, and put his hand to the hat, I beg your pardon. You know, this is the time. The old man was noisy. What is the time? War. We won't die before death. So it was. And the rough, reserved voice of the patrol. This have not happened before. Remembering everything that happened in Moscow last autumn, winter, Maria unconsciously searched for the support of her hope. She walked along the dark streets, familiar from childhood, and trucks rushed past heavily, aggressively. Around the corner the street was blocked by a barricade, people silently dragged sandbags. Help, what are you waiting for? Maria stepped up to the stack and took hold of the corners of the bag. People approached, bent down, turned their shoulders. The bags were unbearable, Maria's hands ached. She dug into the burlap with her nails, helped herself with one knee. The skirt interfered. And then Mary tore it. And the man who worked in tandem with her said, Stand in my place, it will be easier for you by the crest. People all approached, the bags began to seem not so unbearable. The man asked. Evacuated? Maria didn't answer. Nearby converged, crowded a lot of people. The partner called. Let's go. Bread and liverwurst were handed out from a plywood box. Mary was also given. A cold wind blew along the street, nearby engines hummed and caterpillars clanged, and above, in the black sky, a night fighter flew with a thin shrill whistle. Sirens howled, the sky swayed in one direction, then in the other. Dazzling, living arrows of searchlights grappled, crossed, and somewhere where a few hours ago Maria was digging the ground, anti-aircraft guns thumped, hurried. In 1 minute, cannon fire fell, deafened. Anti-aircraft guns fired all around, it seemed to Maria, around every corner. The beams of searchlights parted, searched the sky in a feverish haste, then converged in threes, fours at one point, slowly tilted to the side, then shied away from each other. The guns hit more and more furiously, thicker. A large caliber machine gun pounded from the roof of a neighboring house. To the shelter. Get to the shelter now. But no one went to the shelter. People crouched, hiding from the wind. They ate bread and liverwurst. The sausage smelled of laundry soap, and the rye bread was warm and sticky. Maria did not feel the taste, she just swallowed. Because I have not eaten for a long time, almost a day. The two sat down and spoke. I would not allow you to leave Moscow. Who can, why not leave? And who can do it? Cowards, right? I ask, to whom? The first responded calmly. Many need it. Scientists, designers, he thought, adding, artists. Well, what will happen if a scientist begins to carry sandbags? I'll artist. Maria shook her head. Artists have to carry. The barrage of anti-aircraft artillery crumpled the Moscow night, the broken sky fell and rose, a shaky fleeting light illuminated the cold houses, people on the roofs and black lifeless windows with white stripes crosswise. Comrades, called an angry voice. But no one went to the shelter. People sat on sandbags and right on the pavement, watched how fiery hands were rummaging around, looking for and not finding anything in the black sky. Maria finished her rations and sat with her cold hands thrust into her sleeves. This had not happened before. She was touched on the elbow. Start. And again they began to carry bags, stack them across the street. Somewhere far away, a bomb exploded dully and heavily. Everyone paused, then set to work again, silently and slowly, as very tired people work. The searchlights began to go out, the guns fell silent. Silence descended on the grey houses, on the barricade that blocked the street, on the exhausted people, sternly alert, ready to explode at the first signal. Maria noticed a black-blue dawn, balloons became visible in the cloudy pre-dawn sky, windows and shop windows. And there was a theater pedestal and a torn sign. The barricade was high, in 12 rows, and very wide, one could see the sockets of wooden loopholes. Someone stifledly said. The Germans near Mozhaisk. A taut cold wind blew down the street, hit Marin in the face with a prickly and dry pre-winter. Germans. For her, as for millions of people, this word now did not define nationality. Behind this word was war. And suddenly terrible, unbelievable. The government is leaving Moscow. They hit me on the head with a ringing and heavy, government. It seemed, pushed, stupidly hit in the back. Went. I don't see where. Not knowing why. Government. There was no ground under her feet, there was no broken body. She forgot that she had a son, husband, friends. Everything was forgotten. Columns of militias, marching companies of Siberian riflemen passed through the streets, people stood guard, walked in formation, with rifles and without rifles, chewed their day's rations on the move, flowed into the factory districts, through the gates, and then stopped at the newspaper windows, under black loudspeakers, listened, read in silence. In each lived a severe and reckless readiness. But the government is leaving. A grey wind pierced the streets, drove fallen leaves along the pavements and sidewalks, the smell of gasoline and burnt engine oil, made guards, patrols, anti-aircraft gunners turn their backs. Only sentries at the mausoleum stood solemnly and motionless. As always. A marble tomb, tall guards of honor, a brick Kremlin wall, as always. And the usual, sweet, dear, Don. But again, the Germans near Mozhaisk. How so? After all, there is Colonel Dobrynin and she, Maria. 200 million. Don. Everything is as it was. And everything will be. Now, when in my memoirs, in my mental search, I reached the Kremlin wall, I even gasped. Because I found it, people. It was like taking a sip of spring water. I saw the walls of my apartment, an open suitcase. I saw a neighbor, Granny Porka. She stood over her, arms crossed over her chest. The old woman spent her whole life only seeing off. And their own, and strangers. But I never met. Somehow it worked out. Now seeing off the last loved one. It's not a joke to live all your life in one apartment, when there is a common kitchen, 2 stoves nearby and plates and spoons have been mixed up for a long time. Granny Porca said. Go. There was an hour and a half left. She escorted Maria to the landing, stopped. She didn't see anyone off, not even her son, when he left for the Finnish war. She hugged Mary and said again. Go. God save you. Maria rode in a stuffy, cramped carriage, among bundles, baskets and angry people. The children were crying, tearing themselves up, an old man in glasses on a ribbon kept reading some letter in the warehouses, and a young soldier without a hand clumsily, with great difficulty, twirled large cigarettes, went into the vestibule to smoke. He came back and rolled his cigarette again. Maria listened to the monotonous enumeration of wagon wheels, and November Moscow stood before her eyes. Gloomy houses looked at the marching soldiers' columns with black stern eyes, the frosty wind hummed, ordered, Diane. Prickly snow flew in the wind, the soldiers walked gloomy and resolute. The Germans were 100 kilometers away. And now? 100 kilometers away. From Stalingrad. It seemed to Maria that everything was repeated in the smallest detail, the Germans would not step over here, they would not master it. Probably, they say correctly that the first half of the way a person thinks about what he left. Maria was asked about something, she answered. She was given water and bread, told about something, and Maria saw herself on Gorky Street, already in November of last year. She had a scary piece of paper in her pocket. Ivan is missing. Back in September. They must have been looking for it all this time, clarifying it. Found out and sent. Disappeared. Of course, he died. Maria did not feel either severe cold or fatigue. Inside it was empty, her head was burning, it was pounding painfully, killed, killed. Heard a song. She stopped. I realized that the soldiers were coming. A column appeared from around the corner, the voices shot down powerfully, shot up to the high sky. Get up, the country is huge. Get up for a fight to the death. Siberian cadre regiments marched through Moscow, white sheepskin coats and hardened black faces. The soldiers are like a selection, broad in the shoulders, tall in stature. In every movement, young strength and power. May noble rage. Rip like a wave. There is a people's war. Holy war. Song waves rose up to the sky, parted the street, Maria's throat caught, and her chest constricted and froze. The only thing she wanted then was to rush to the soldiers, go to war with them. The soldiers have passed. But Maria stood still. She did not know whose words these were, who wrote the music. She only knew that someone had managed, done. And people, millions of people carry this song into battle and maybe die with this song. And Maria hasn't done anything yet. But she will. He'll just send a telegram to his son. That his father was missing. He's just going down the Arbat, into Klebny Lane. At the main post office there are a lot of people. But quiet and quiet. As if everyone who came here was occupied with one thought and one concern. People silently handed over telegrams, received money transfers, hastily wrote letters on notebook sheets. Maria thought that women and men, old and young, civil and military, are all related by blood, inseparable. Like a big, multifaceted family. And the mother is one, and the father. And they pray to the same God. The military ran. Near one table they crowded together, 3 girls wrote to the soldiers from dictation. Maria sat on the windowsill. Nearby stood a middle-aged foreman, leaning on a rifle. From the windowsill, from bottom to top, a teenager in a black craft overcoat looked at him expectantly. Farther. And our division goes straight through Moscow, and tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, they say, we will accept the battle. With me comes Vaska Shobolak and Fedka Zvorogin, both from Bolshaya Ivanovka. The men are evil, good. The craftsman raised his head. That doesn't happen. No right, the foreman ordered. Grub is not very fat, but you can live, nothing. There is enough smoke and vodka is given. As it should be. Near Moscow, I think, we will all lie down, because we will not retreat. Today I saw the Kremlin and the mausoleum, where, then, Lenin lies. As they passed by, the commissar took off his hat. And so are we. Whole division. You, Daria, do not hesitate, we are all our own here. And if they kill you, there's nothing you can do about it. Sell the summer heifer to your godfather Danila, he asked for a lot. And punish Vasyanka so that he works properly and observes the tractor, as I do. And when they kill me, let them go too. The guy is healthy, but that young is nothing. In our company there are, read, the same. Don't read, but count, objected the craftsman. Right, the sergeant urged. My letter today, here it is, and he slapped his hand on the rifle. There is no need to block the hut for the time being, take care of the bread. And give the money that you and I have saved up to Grishka Pronin. A man came without a leg, no stake, no yard. He needs it. Maria wrote 2 telegraph lines to Kostya, stood and listened. It seemed to her, all of Russia. At the entrance I noticed the doctor of art criticism Mezarova. For as long as I could remember, he had always been graceful, handsome, and dashing. It was said that if Mezarov ever dared to write his memoirs, there would be no place for art in them. Mezarov stood at the lintel and hurriedly ate black bread from the newspaper. He saw Dobranina and, without saying hello, spoke. You see, I was convinced that the most important thing is not what to eat, but to eat on time. Where are you now? Maria suddenly saw her tarpaulin boots, a sweatshirt with a torn piece on the sleeve, unwashed hands. She said in a hoarse voice. Build barricades. Mezarov nodded. Me too. That is, I lecture. By art? Maria asked very quietly. And suddenly she decided that she had never loved Professor Mezarov for his suspicious cleanliness, for his laughter, successes with women. She didn't like it for the brilliant lectures, which they went to listen to as if on a holiday. She thought that it was he, Professor Mezarov, who taught her the wrong way. It's his fault. It turns out that he continues to lecture. And listen to these lectures come as if on a holiday. Yes, Mezarov confirmed, I give lectures on the history of Russian art. And I know why you asked about it. But now I read differently. Of course, it's to blame, it should have been read differently a long time ago. Professor Mezarov fell silent. Maria saw that he was wearing a shabby demi-season coat and broken grey felt boots. She wanted to say something kind, affectionate, feminine. But she said something else. My husband is missing. Back in September. I still didn't know anything. Professor Mezarov looked at Maria for a long time, trying to comprehend something, to understand. He crumpled the newspaper, threw it into the trash. And fidgeting frantically in his pockets. But found nothing. He lowered his head lower, as if he saw something under his feet, and shouted hysterically, loudly. My son, Eugene, was killed. 40 kilometers from Mozhaysk. Bayonet, in the chest. Even now, on the train, Maria flinched at that scream. He returned, sat down in his place a young soldier with one arm. Maria asked. Are you far to go? Soldier said. It's a shame. You know, without a hand. You can live without a hand. The soldier jumped up. Now we have to fight. And he went to the vestibule. We drove all night, day and night. We stopped several times, there was a clamor, people fled from the cars. Planes were buzzing, bombs were exploding very close, a machine gun was firing from the tender. Maria did not leave the car. It is not known where death will overtake. The soldier didn't leave either. He even cheered. Here are the jackals. And looked at the ceiling of the car. At dawn we stopped at the broken Alavlia station. There was no further move. They began to talk anxiously in the carriages that the Germans were somewhere very close, they were getting them out of the guns. And Stalingrad is within easy reach. The railroad worker with a bandaged head said to Mary. The step is necessary, bypassing. It's dangerous along the railroad. The stanitsa of Ilovlinskaya stood quiet, deserted, the dogs lied infrequently and warily. It was like a fire. An old man came up in a faded cap, in trousers with stripes. He drew on the ground with a cherry stick and, looking to the side, as if he was ashamed in front of strangers, he said. Survived. For a long time the German did not visit the Cossack land. The soldier with one arm asked. Bombed? The old man shook his head. 2 days ago. They put the people down, passion, and waved his hand. You need to get tired of the steppe. To Medvedi, and there, to Sadki. To the Volga in a straight line 100 miles. People dispersed, some to the village, some off-road to the steppe, others moved along the railway, come what may. The soldier said to Mary. Let's go steppe. The road went through bare sandy hills, it was sunny and stuffy. The soldier carried Maria's suitcase, she was ashamed to go light, she asked. Let me do it myself. Do not worry. I am strong. On the Medvedev farm, the women gasped. Asnik from Moscow itself, they were fed with scrambled eggs, homemade warm bread, and fresh milk. We went to Sadkov by cart. The wagoner sullenly urged the bulls, sucking on an endless rolled-up cigarette. Asked. So, in Moscow, bread is also on the cards? Maria replied. It's the same everywhere. The driver spat out his cigarette butt. Just think, in Moscow, soldering, half got up, pulled the bull with a long twig, sob, go, bald. The next day in the evening we saw the Volga, a bright strip in the distance. Shut up, rushed. The road went downhill, a dark settlement and church domes appeared. There was a breath of Russian, centuries old, stable, the blackened chopped walls, and the boarded roofs covered with yellowish-green lichen, and the stone-old merchant houses, the storehouses, and the steamship whistle in the distance. Everything was so unbearably necessary that it made my throat hurt. It became difficult to breathe. On the edge of the weedy ditch they sat down to rest. There is a greater road, and in the direction of the monastery's white walls. A gopher squeaked, ran as if it had fallen through the ground. And a kite hung in the sky, swam. It suddenly seemed to Maria that everything around was offensively peaceful, as if the darkened Moscow, dressed in disguise, and the burnt station of Ilovlia, and the fresh graves along the road were unknown to the people who live in these strong blackened houses, as if the local residents did not know either resentment or pain or suffering. Whether objecting to Mary, or guessing and confirming her thoughts, the soldier said. The people here are strong. They ran along the grader. Carts were moving, a long column of soldiers appeared from the hollow, stretched out, caps, bayonets, faded tunics. Down the Volga, anti-aircraft guns swelled, the rumble of aircraft was heard, and the soldiers walked on, no faster and no quieter, as if their greatest desire was not to lose pace and not to upset the ranks. Maria could not distinguish a single face. The soldiers walked slowly and heavily, as they walk in war. She had seen this many times, but for some reason, right now, she thought and became firmly convinced that right here, on the hillocks of the Volga scorched by the sun, in the bleak bare steppe, people would do the impossible. She couldn't explain where that feeling came from. She must have thought the war had reached the ends of the earth. The companion got up, threw a skinny bag over his shoulders. Farewell, we walked, we never met. You look intelligent. Mary got up too. I'm an artist. But now it's useless. The soldier agreed. It later. They didn't say another word to each other. He just nodded. And went. He looked up and waved his hand. And Maria waved. I went in the other direction, towards Stalingrad. Before the war, before death or before victory, 40 kilometers remained. She knew it, she accelerated and accelerated her steps. Walked and walked and walked again. In the morning, when a big hot sun came out from behind the Volga, from behind yellow mounds, the anti-aircraft guns started hastily and angrily. The guns fired both to the right and to the left, especially thickly in front, behind a stunted forest strip, where there was a bluish cloud of smoke. There was a muffled rumbling, alarming factory beeps escaped from there. An hour's walk to Stalingrad. Not for the first time, Maria saw and heard an air raid alarm, and barrage fire from anti-aircraft batteries, and a warning cry, air. But now no one was running away from the road, everyone was walking on the smoky cloud wearily and fearlessly, as if dooming themselves and others, as if there was no other way. On both sides stretched melons, on a hillock one could see a hut and a canopy. From there they waved. Under the canopy, on a bench, sat a melon grower, a heavy, mustachioed old man in a tattered straw hat, and a young girl. The anti-aircraft guns were planted nearby, my ears ached, the cannon fire seemed even hotter. Maria was thirsty, her wooden, heavy legs moved with difficulty. Turned off the road, went to the hut. We see that we are tired, said the old man. Now, cold watermelon. Klava, come on. The girl shook her head, straightened her heavy braid behind her back, bent down, darted into the hut. She has tan strong legs, a flexible waist. Maria said, good. And I also thought, Kostya. What is he like now? The midday sky was covered with white flakes of tears. They melted, disappeared, and new ones blossomed in their place. A fragment fell into the trampled earth near the canopy, and Maria involuntarily moved on the bench. The old man took out a knife, put it on the table. Do not be afraid, I put a steel sheet on the roof. Doesn't break through. The girl gave a large striped astrakhan, looked at Maria with frightened eyes. Are you Maria Sevastianovna? Dobrinin? Lord, where from? The girl smiled shyly. I saw your photo. The old man habitually cut off the hats, broke the watermelon into large chunks. Eat. War is war, but this year the watermelons came out excellent. Without looking at Maria, he said, you, then, who is there? Stepan Mikhailovich and I are old friends. Together they broke the civil. Ivan, one might say, I know from the cradle. And Kostya, in the father. Well done, don't say anything. I say to my granddaughter, look, Klavka, don't be a fool. The girl lowered her eyes. You, grandfather, are always not about that. All about it. Because I know the whole, one might say, pedigree. Before, they started with a pedigree, they were not fools. Without looking at Maria, he added, you, then, who is there? The old man obviously did not rank her as a good pedigree, and Kostya, who they liked, turned out to be not her son. It got embarrassing. And the anti-aircraft batteries kept thumping, beating, as if the artillerymen were ordered to release all the shells. Behind Machetka, behind a wide beam, one could see factory buildings and large stone houses. Maria glanced there, hurried to get drunk with a cool watermelon. Kostya and I are working together, said Klava, blushing and lowering her eyes. Maria Sevastianovna smiled. And she left. She crossed the Machetka, saw embrasures in the stone walls, a barricade across the street and an anti-aircraft gun on the roof of the plant administration. Two gloomy workers passed with gas masks over their shoulders. At the corner a military patrol was checking the documents of a large collapsible soldier, and near the circus huge posters promised an unusual program in September. The radio was heard, the report of the Sovinformbureau was transmitted. There are heavy defensive battles on the Don. Just think about it. A boy with a large teapot stopped in front of her and asked. Aunt, would you like ice water? Maria drank a mug of ice water, said. Thanks. Good water. Pour some more, please. The boy hurried happily, then remembered, said. And in the 12th store they give out herring. The midday sun hung overhead, from the concrete factory wall, from the asphalt it pulled with tar and heat, on the smoky poplars, on the red weeds by the ditch, on the crumpled sheet of roofing iron lay grey dust. Maria saw Machetka, now from the city side. It seems that over that hillock she ate a watermelon. Mochetka wet, Mochetka dry. It was only a 10-minute walk to his son, to Kostya. Now they will be together. Maria Sevastianovna suddenly realized that here, in Stalingrad, everything came together, and hatred, and love, and hope. And death is here. If only Mikhail Nikolaevich Klebnikov and Professor Mezarov. It seems that all of Russia would come together here. Maria Sevastianovna could not know that Junior Lieutenant Klebnikov was not far away, marching towards Stalingrad, and Professor Mezarov was standing at that hour in Glavbur in front of a strict general, saying, worried. I understand that I have no right to demand. And yet I demand. I have to work in the troops. Oddly enough, she thought about Mezarov even when she crossed the threshold of the apartment. But then everything was gone, her son was standing in front of her. Her son, Kostya. But Lord, how big! And the eyebrows grew together at the bridge of the nose. The spitting image of a father. She swayed, her legs gave way. Whoa! And she fell into her arms, not remembering anything, only knowing that this was her son. Pain and hope. Kostya held her tightly. He was silent. He knew how to be fair and honest, but he did not know how to be affectionate, just like the father. Maria understood, determined. And she rejoiced. Probably because now, more than ever, masculine firmness was needed. Stepan Mikhailovich said. To be honest, I've been waiting. Well, there was a time, there were disagreements, it was either to draw or something else, a woman's or not a woman's business, to shoot from a rifle. Culturally, uncivilized. And now Hitler is investing culture in us. So we will argue later. Maria, whatever you say, was preparing an explanation, excuses. But it turned out so simply. The day came when everyone was at home, they got together unexpectedly. Stepan Mikhailovich remained the same, stern, laconic, heavy. The mother-in-law showed a colorful scarf that they gave her at the defensive lines for good work, said. I'll put it on after the war. She pursed her lips for a long time, then asked, Are you staying with us for a long time? Maria replied. I'm for good, and looked at Stepan Mikhailovich with eyes full of tears, if I'm not embarrassed. Praskovia Kuzminichna gasped. She grabbed, hugged her daughter-in-law, choked with tears. Yes, you are my dear. Yes, dear, Kostya gloomily remarked. Now everything is fine. Lord, as he said. Father. Stepan Mikhailovich shook his beard in the direction of his grandson. Our breed, Kostya repeated. Now everything is fine. Now I will introduce you to Klava, but we know each other. Ate watermelon. 2 hours ago. Kostya looked at his mother for a long time, not uttering a word, not daring to ask. If you knew how good she is. Maria smiled. She's beautiful. Kostya looked with wide-open paternal eyes. As if trying to convince them how serious they were, he spoke and hurried. We've been friends for a long time. Since November. We met on the day I received your telegram. And stopped. Maria said. It was terrible. Kostya was silent. He remembered the fierce November days, the old postman with guilty eyes. He held out a telegraph form, his hand was trembling. In 1 minute I remembered everything. The telegraph line staggered, crawled to the side, the words either shrunk or swelled, each letter became large and for some reason rounded, like a gun muzzle. Grandfather Stepan Mikhailovich smoked and coughed chokingly, walked heavily around the apartment until dawn, drank cold water in the kitchen. Grandma cried and prayed. She knelt down, bowed, banged her head against the floorboards. That night, Kostya saw his mother as distant and alien, the teachers seemed timid and embarrassed, they did not fight. Schoolmates were unreliable, weak, they sit at their desks and listen, memorize unnecessary things. I began to think that no one would be able to, would not help, would not master. Because my father was no more. Only he, Kostya. He sat at his desk and looked out the window. From the 3rd floor one could see the black factory buildings and the large pipes of the heating plant. Heavy hammers outside the window, behind the stone factory wall, thumped mightily, with an iron pull, be her. Be her. And Kostya suddenly decided, they can. Even if they killed their father, they can. I sat at my desk and did not remember, did not notice that there was a lesson. He had not yet made any decision, but he already knew that it was necessary in a different way. Father would have acted differently. Colonel Dobrynin. Dobrynin. The teacher repeated loudly. Kostya came to his senses. He saw a teacher, gray-haired, decrepit. Glasses in antique metal frames. There was a German lesson. And he, Konstantin Dobrynin, was called to answer. Got up. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Dobrynin, I'm calling you for the third time. German lesson. Why? What is this old man thinking? I didn't prepare the lesson, Kostya said defiantly. I will not answer. The teacher was silent. The class was quiet. Only the factory turned dully outside the window. I will not study German. The teacher sadly looked at his best student. The whole class was silent. Kostya sighed with inescapable anguish. My father was killed. Behind the wall it hummed and thumped. Tanks were made there. These tanks will go into battle. At the machine tools, at the steam hammers, at the conveyor, there were people who could do anything. Here is a German lesson. What for? Waiting for the teacher to say. But he covered his eyes with flabby eyelids, did not utter a word. No one knew that in the first week of the war he lost 2 sons, received 2 funerals on the same day. The old man did not cry. He cursed the Nazis. The teacher knew the difference between the people, the language and the regime well, but he fully understood the boy. Allow me to leave, Kostya said. The teacher bowed his head in agreement. Another one got up. Me too. The teacher bowed his head again. It was as if he had given up everything he had done all his life. He understood that he was doing wrong. But he didn't want to do the right thing. And he couldn't. Kostya grabbed the doorknob and stopped. He turned to the teacher, to his comrades, decisively and abruptly, as if calling everyone. Am Sonabend Mahe Ich Ein Koif Und Health Mainem Fader Im Haus. He stepped back into the classroom. Andrei Andreevich, why is this? I don't make any purchases and I don't help my father. Maybe, that's why they killed my father, because he didn't help. Kostya was breathing hard, looked hatefully, as if the teacher was to blame. He did not know that the old man was ready to rise and kiss him, but he didn't get up. He turned away and spoke in a low voice. Go. Dobrynin. Kostya was followed by the second one. Then, one by one, all the boys. And girls. They left in silence. No one looked at the old teacher. Only Mitya Savushkin remained, a timid, hunchbacked boy, very smart and very frail. He was smarter and knew more than he dared to show. He collected a herbarium of rare herbs, a collection of marvelous insects, read and even knew by heart what teachers of literature had no idea about. Mitya was alone in the class. He understood everything. He just did not know about the grief of his teacher. He understood what his comrades were right and what were wrong. But even if they were wrong, Mitya wanted to be with them. Mitya's desk was crowded. He timidly turned his head and said pleadingly. I should probably go too. The teacher raised his head. And only now I understood, realized everything. It got sad. And joyful at the same time. Kostya went outside the school gates, leaned against a concrete pillar. The pavement stretched past, the stones were outlined with icy snow, in the ditch on the side of the road there was also snow, spongy, black from factory soot. What to do? He stood and looked down at his feet. The trampled gray earth cracked from the frost. The gap was wide, in the palm of your hand. The wind pulled a white snowball along the ground, blowing it into a wide crack. 2 pairs of boots stopped in front of him, black and gray. Both those and others were hemmed with untarred wood, broken in front. All 4 felt boots were smeared with lime. Kostya raised his head. 2 girls were standing in front of him. One asked. Got kicked out. She had a pink fat face. Cold anger surged. None of your business. The girls stood and did not leave. They understood for sure that the rude words were random. In fact, he is a good guy and now he will say completely different words. Kostya said. My father is missing. At the front. Went missing. The fat girl stopped smiling. She pointed her head at her friend. They killed Klavka, as if she suddenly felt ashamed, ran her dirty fingers over the buttons of her sweatshirt. Only I don't have anyone. I am an orphanage. Klava looked at Kostya for a long time. You have nothing. Maybe he was captured. Kostya shook his head negatively. My father is a colonel, division commander. He will not be captured. The fat one nodded. Eh. Klava put her hand into a canvas mitten and asked. What are you? Kostya confessed. I do not know. The fat woman shrugged her shoulders. Come to us. And earnings are good, and bread, a kilogram. Where is it? To the factory, to the construction team. We are building the second workshops. Tanks will be made in these workshops in the spring. Of course, we have a job, be it. On the other hand, a card and an honor. The girl fell silent, as if she decided that she had said the most convincing and there was no need to say anything more. Then she added in the quiet voice of her friend, there, as you wish. And Kostya immediately decided that he would go to build the second, tank workshops. In the evening he was already chiseling the frozen ground. Fires were burning in the pit, warming the stone-hard ground, sledgehammers were thumping, shovels were rustling hard, and someone's angry voice kept shouting and shouting to no one knows. 1-2, they took it. One more time. Kostya saw the shaky fire of the fire, clods of frozen earth and someone's splayed legs. Sometimes these legs stepped over, someone else's scrap with a shiny brightened sting stuck into the ground, rolled off more and more clods. With shovels miners, the earth was poured into wheelbarrows and taken away along boardwalk paths. The tractor buzzed, burped, heavy chains rattled, people shouted and made noise. And above, an ice blizzard was chalking, it was powdering into the pit, it was waving hard snow, and, drowning out everything, crushing people. Steam hammers thumped heavily in the blacksmith shop. The factory steam locomotives hooted, demanded, the trucks wheezed, horned, chiseled the ground, the workers struggled with their last strength. Turning away from the icy wind, they tarred their cigarettes, swallowed the shag smoke, and chimed again. The plant tossed mightily, scorched the November chill with the heat of red-hot iron, warmed the emaciated, tired people. Stalingrad, huge, black with factory soot, smelling of fuel oil and iron scale, breathed along the Volga with factory pipes, rumbled with cranes and motors. The city was buried in fumes, echelons rushed towards it, from it. From front to front, Kostya Dobrynin beat the cast-iron earth with an iron crowbar, drove heavy wheelbarrows along a wooden floor, hammered piles. Kostya was already like everyone else. And he did what everyone did. Somehow a foreman approached him, small, frail, unshaven. He put his hand on his shoulder, shook his head from the bottom up. I respect your grandfather. I used to talk to my father, Kostya said. They killed my father. The brigadier nodded. I know, and turned away. He did not begin to sympathize or advise, it was necessary to dig. Then Kostya sat in a wooden cart and chewed frozen bread. For some reason, the chunks smelled of iron. They brought a bowl of hot soup, Kostya was given a bowl and a spoon. Someone shouted loudly in my ear. What, boy, are you tired? It seems that no, he's not tired, only his arms and legs have become strange and the rail that hangs from afar, with blows about which they will announce the end of the break, seems terrible for some reason. And again, angry at the frost, at the wind, Kostya sat down with a heavy crowbar, rolled wheelbarrows, carried oxygen cylinders. And I didn't see a black sky, or flying snow. I didn't feel the cold. Only blue splashes of electric welding, the roar of winches and the overhead command, 1-2, they took it. One more time. Only the hot fuss of cars, the fiery breath of the black shops and the hysterical wheezing of people. Girls stopped near Kostya, the same ones that I met at the school gates. They called out to him, waved their hands. He did not guess and did not answer. In a dream I saw a monstrous machine, it stirred, moved, rumbled, smoked with suffocating smoke, and Kostya beat and beat with a weightless light crowbar. Maria said. November was a nightmare. Thank God, he passed, she put her hands on her son's shoulders, looked closely into her eyes. "That's what you are?" Kostya asked. "Which?" "Quite an adult. And Klava, you can't say anything, is a good girl, and, as if blessing, encouraging, she smiled, if only to live." Amazing coincidences happen in life. Maria arrived on the day when a young soldier brought a note. Ivan. Alive. Maria's heart sank with joy, her legs gave way. Alive. The old mother started crying, fell to her knees. God. There has been no news since March. Stopped by for an hour after being wounded. Stepan Mikhailovich stood erect, unbuttoning and again buttoning the collar of his satin blouse, while Kostya whispered indistinct words. When they came to their senses, when Praskovia Kuzminichna stopped crying, they read aloud. Days and nights are mixed up. Sometimes you do not believe yourself that Stalingrad is behind you. And you, my family. They took the note from each other, reread it, then they all started talking at once and no one listened to anyone. Maria suddenly got scared. What if it's not true? Only, why not? Here they are, the lines. Alive, somewhere close. Stepan Mikhailovich raised his hand and shook his fist. Well, look, now there was no doubt about anything. Maria could not find a place for herself, she kept repeating and repeating. Vanya, Vanyusha. Alive. And suddenly she became afraid. Now it is because the war has approached Stalingrad. But just like that, the war approached Moscow. Maria remembered the evening of the 6th of November, when she saw and heard Stalin, began to talk about the terrible autumn, about the winter. And suddenly she felt herself moving away from her heart. The main thing is that Ivan is alive. Praskovia Kuzminichna furtively wiped her eyes. Stepan Mikhailovich said. God will not give out, the pig will not eat. Maria took a breath. God won't give. And she looked confidently, as if she had made a great discovery. At dinner, she said that she would go to the factory, to any job. Kostya nodded approvingly, getting ready for the second shift. Nearby they hit, anti-aircraft guns hurried. But no one paid attention to it, already used to it. Maria lay down to rest. I didn't bring my head to the pillow, the thing is ready, as if it had failed. I woke up at night, did not immediately understand where she was, what was happening. Cannons roared all around, the reflections of fire bursting in through the window. Through this window, Maria saw with a short blue flash the factory chimneys. I remembered everything, understood, Stalingrad. Probably an air raid. There was no one in the apartment. A door slammed on the stairs, someone angrily threatened. Decision of the district committee. Maria left. People were crowding at the entrance, someone asked. What is the current summary? They answered him. There is nowhere worse. Summary. Chapter 14. General Paulus, surrounded by staff officers, was standing on the crowns, on a high ridge that stretches along the bend of the Don, rummaging through the quiet left bank with binoculars. He saw a strip of water, floodplain forest, water meadows, and behind them gray mounds. He positively liked the starting point for crossing the river, for breaking through the Russian defenses. The left bank lay at a glance, the guns could hit with direct fire, the Air Corps would complete what heavy artillery could not do. If the crossing is successful. One tank crossing. Only one. Paulus suddenly thought how close the goal, and perhaps the brilliant end of the war. Stalingrad. The thought came that God himself entrusted him, Friedrich Paulus, with a great mission, to strike a decisive blow. The rear was seen as deserted, there was no noticeable movement. Without looking up from the binoculars, he asked. Are there Russians there at all? It is not known why, from his own question, the naivete of which, of course, he understood, or from the consciousness of the power that was in his hands, which he had at his disposal, but he felt light, as if there were no doubts, no fears. They answered him. Of course, Sir General. The Russians do not give themselves away, they do not return fire. It seems that they quite accurately suggest the place of forcing. Great, said Paulus. But then he seemed to wake up, the Russians were waiting. They will fight to the last bullet. However, good mood, cheerfulness and confidence did not leave the commander. Perhaps this is what happens when there is no other way. When the choice is made. Before Stalingrad was a little over 60 kilometers in a straight line. The city was surrounded by defensive lines, bristled with anti-aircraft batteries. The walls of the houses gaped with loopholes, barricades were hastily erected in the streets. No one left the city, no one left. As if cut off all the roads, all the ways. This happens when the only thing left to do is win or die. When the choice is made. In the village of Osenovka, at the army headquarters, the Germans summed up the last results. The 51st Army Corps with 2 attached infantry divisions of the full strength will create a bridgehead on the left bank of the Don in the area of /U200B /U200B Verdiakin Peskovatka. The tanks of General von Wittersheim will cross over 2 bridges. The 8th, 51st and 11th Army Corps will enter the breakthrough. General Paulus put his pencil on the fresh map. I thought about it, corrected it. The blunt end rested on the Verdichi farm, the tip touched the northern outskirts of Stalingrad. Tossed his head. God be with us, gentlemen. Exactly at 4:30, in the dark pre-dawn, the artillery struck. Paulus smoked incessantly, striding from corner to corner across the cramped room. There was not the slightest trace of yesterday's elation, the cigarette trembled in his hand, a nervous tic wrinkled his yellow pale face. What will be the first message? General Zerdin was awakened by the adjutant. Began. The chief of staff asks, and, as if justifying himself that he allowed himself to be woken up, he added, the chief of staff and the entire operational department are waiting for you. Zerdin glanced at his watch and began to pull on his boots. He said exactly to himself. Intelligence was not mistaken, he snorted, stamped his boots, corrected. We got back to Stalingrad, we learned something. Colonel Surovtsev stooped, as if an exorbitant weight had been placed on his thin, narrow shoulders. He reported softly. 15 minutes ago, the enemy began artillery preparation. On the section Verdichi, Peskovatka. Perhaps he did not report, but reported. He uttered these words in a way that was not military. Yesterday he received a letter from his wife, the first in 9 months. Yesterday was perhaps the brightest day in his life. Only yesterday I realized that all 9 months I lived in hope. This hope helped and rescued. If he lost his wife, children, he, perhaps, would not become weaker, he fought no worse, but the meaning of life would be lost. The letter was written back in July, a month and a half ago. But did it matter? There were unusual words in the letter. Colonel Surovtsev had already forgotten that such words exist, because a whole eternity had passed since the beginning of the war, and everything kind and affectionate remained very far away, beyond this eternity. Now everything fit into the dry lines of reports and reports, into stingy, precise formulations. In every word, the tension of the mind and will, determination and readiness. Everything else has gone. For days it seemed, there were never any gentle evenings, no music, no women's laughter. He always saw his wife's face, stern eyes, an unexpected smile. But for some reason, I couldn't hear the voice. Woke up at night. His name was, Dad, there were 4 of them, and, waking up, he could not remember whose voice he heard. Colonel Surovtsev was a firm man, and no one could even suspect what pain he carried in his soul. Only the adjutant could guess. But he was very young, recently from the school. The adjutant sincerely believed that only he, Lieutenant Andriashenko, could love, and only medical instructor Lenachka Belova, and the chief of staff of the army had only worries and deeds. The colonel received a letter yesterday. And locked up. Then he went out and said. A bottle of cognac. So that on one leg. The adjutant's voice seemed unusually loud. The commanding officer ordered in such a voice. He threw his hand under the visor, clicked his heels. Turned around like I was watching. And when he ran out of the hut, he guessed. He did not know where to get this bottle, he did not even imagine that there was cognac in the army. I was scared, I wouldn't find it. But it turned out that there was cognac, very close. The quartermaster captain, having learned what Colonel Surovtsev was asking for, was also frightened, wrapped a box of chocolates and 2 bars of chocolate. The lieutenant laid all this on the table and clicked his heels again. And the colonel said, "Wait," he poured into 2 glasses, smiled with all his wrinkles, "let's have a drink." This seemed to the lieutenant already quite terrible. He had never tasted cognac in his life. Vodka, his People's Commissar's portion, hiding, gave the driver Zharkov. He said, "And you're doing the right thing, don't drink. Vodka is nothing but trouble. I lost my love because of her. Do not drink." And Colonel Surovtsev poured almost a full glass. At the same time he said, "Let's drink. Take the sweets to Lenotchka." And he smiled again. And the lieutenant went cold, they know. Closed his eyes, he drank. I felt that I had become drunk, but I tried to be emphatically bravo and thereby betrayed myself. Chauffeur Zharkov said, "Enough? Well, that's right. But how, not to drink?" Colonel Surovtsev did not have time to share his joy with him. The wife wrote, "Grisha, my dear," she wrote that the children were alive and well. Everyone says that their father is a general. In the orphanage they are called, children of the general. Grigory Ilyich most of all disliked untruth and sentimentality, even if it was childish. And this time he did. I decided that there is no big lie in these words. Yes, in the end, not so hot what it means to be a general. It is much more difficult to be a talented general. But I didn't have time to talk about it, I just didn't have time to share my joy. 15 minutes ago, repeated Colonel Surovtsev. In the area of the 78th Division. Intensive artillery preparation, he straightened up, moved his shoulders. This is the beginning. Oh sure. And although General Zerdin was waiting for this beginning and was ready for anything, he was surprised. The Chief of Staff reported too simply, too at home, as if it was a minor, local operation that should not have been given serious importance. He looked, seized the colonel with tenacious eyes, and suddenly realized that Surovtsev was calm because he was sure. "Well, you can envy. Give me the 78th, Zerdin said. And I thought that if Dobrynin did not resist, then who could resist? Pain and annoyance flared up, lit up in my soul. They will stand, not a step back. But the soldier is not made of iron. It lit up and went out, you have to stand." The battalion commander, Captain Verigin, wheezed into the telephone receiver. "Grekov, can you hear me? Follow the water." Mishka pushed his helmet back, leaned against the ground, covered one ear, so that the roar would not interfere, and shouted cheerfully. "The Frits are right in front of us, comrade battalion commander." German shells tore the shore, felled, twisted trees. In the pre-dawn darkness, the soldiers saw the oil-black dawn water, through which unbearably hot bursts of fire rushed. Mishka Sins was lying behind a machine gun, burning his lips, finishing his cigarette. The machine gun nest hid in the strong, furious bank, under the rhizome of the washed-up sedge. A shallow, narrow trench stretched from it in solid brambles. Mishka placed another machine gun on the left, about 100 meters away, under the old butt, which must have rolled in with a flood. To the right, another one. At night, Mishka cut the thick bare roots in front of the machine gun, with great caution, so as not to splash, not to make a noise, climbed naked into the river, measured the bottom. I knew that the Germans would jump into the water about 40 meters from the shore. It was at these meters that Mishka would fly. And others, he knew, would not give up. Fritz will run into dagger fire. And here it is, it has arrived. Shells explode, plow the black earth, sometimes they lie down apart, then they begin to fall thickly, one on one. Mines plop into the water, Mishka sees rainbow fountains, burns himself with a cigarette butt, thinks, if only it wasn't direct. But there should not be a direct hit. First, the projectile will hit the sedge. Will they go right away or after the bombing? Now Mishka was in command. Machine gun platoon. What is a platoon? 2 more machine guns. The bear swore, if they added a couple of cars. The second number, a young boy, apparently, was a coward, he huddled close. It is understandable, for the first time, Mishka was also scared. I understood, but I took annoyance. He shouted angrily. Lie still. German shells fell thickly. For minutes it was thought that the roar and howl would never end, the earth would tremble, it would not settle down, it would not calm down. Mishka swallowed the nauseating smoke of explosives, could not breathe fresh air in any way. I suddenly saw grey sand and dark water, and even the right bank, high, black. For some reason, uneven. Islands appeared on the water. Where are the islands from? The German cannons were firing, just like half an hour ago, only the barrage of fire spread, past. The islands, large and small, became as if alive, there were more and more of them, now they are already in the middle of the dawn. To her, Mishka's hands froze. He led the barrel of a machine gun, out to that strip. He had already seen German soldiers, machine guns and helmets, saw how the oars were in a hurry. The strip of grey water was undulating and rippling, a malak began there, it was in this place that the Germans would jump into the water. How much is left? A minute, 2. The boy, number 2, choked, groaned. Comrade Junior Lieutenant. Comrade. The bear yelled. ZYTS. Look at the tape. Sword, pierced into the cloudy sky, one rocket, another, a third. A lifeless, uneven light spilled onto the black water, and at the same moment machine guns hit right and left. The whole dawn, lined with islands, boats, pontoons, rafts, seemed to have made a turn, as if the current of the river had struck, swayed to the side. The mouse shouted. Ah! However, no one heard him, not even the second number. Mishka did not feel the handles, did not feel the triggers of the machine gun. He only saw, everything that was rapidly, quickly moving towards him, suddenly slowed down, crowded, people climbed into the water up to their chests, up to their necks. Disappeared. They appeared and floated. Slowly sailed, without a single movement. Mishka drove an endless line, he only saw fire rushing about, dancing in front of his eyes, and German soldiers. Here it is, the bright stripe. Columns of water were rising all over the river, and very close by, at 40 paces, the Germans got out, grew up, and poured densely from their machine guns. But Mishka was waiting for this moment. He merged, connected with a machine gun, his usual hands were firm, and his eyes were unspoiled. That's when Mishka sins will show how the guys from under Sevsk can beat. Here you go, bastards. 30 paces away, where the water was half a knee, the Germans lay down in formation. Some fell, remained lying, others slowly, as if reluctantly, floated away. They stopped in shallow water. And the river threw ashore more and more, alive and healthy. The dagger fire of machine guns mowed down, and the water that brightened before the eyes of Grekhov Mishka seemed to be steep. I didn't know that his machine guns had almost half cut out the infantry regiment of the 76th German Division and that General Paulus already knew about this. The licensed officer, stunned by the first battle, realizing and feeling his strength, shouted something loud and absurd, childishly enthusiastic, as he had recently shouted and even stamped his feet in a dark cinema hall when he saw carts in a horse attack. Mishka understood him. But the commander of the machine gun platoon, Junior Lieutenant Grekhov, was one of the few in the division who survived after Kiev and Kharkov. He knew that the half-hour fight was only the beginning. On the grey morning water became empty. The right bank, high, rocky, cut through by wooded beams, was ominously silent. The main thing was ahead. To the left and right, lazily, as if for order, reminding us that nothing was over yet, German guns were firing. And the Russian defense again seemed to have died out, as if there was not a single person there. The number, without hiding his joy, said. Here we are them. Yes. He cursed, but there was no anger in the curse, rather pride, that he had participated, repelled the German attack. What is your name? Grekhov asked. Fyodor, the license plate number answered. There was surprise in his voice. I already told you. And yesterday he said, and today. And our regiment commander's name is Fyodor Fedorovich. Understood? Cool, Fyodor Fedorovich. Well, I understand. So what of it? And what a fool you are. Think it's over. Now look. Without a visible connection, Mishka Sins thought how many people had been at the machine gun, and no one was there anymore. And he is still fighting. A superstitious thought struck my head, mother must be praying. And he remembered his little sister Lyubka, strong and cheerful. She always wanted to study as a dressmaker, and she also wanted to become a midwife. Mishka could not understand why, a midwife, women know how to give birth without doctors. He remembered his mother, his sister. And he forgot the people that lay with him in the same trench side by side just a month ago. And how can you remember, if you were with a man in only one battle, it happened, not to the end. And Fedka, now, for how long? He got up on his knees, began to throw away the spent cartridges with handfuls. Where are you from? Mishka asked. Fedka sat down on his heels, threw his thumb over his shoulder. Yes, there is. There is a village. A market. Near tractor. Our women carry milk to sell. Think Stalingrad. Apparently wanting to talk more, rejoicing that the first battle with which they frightened him went so well, he spoke, hurried, we are fishermen. Both grandfather and father. Yes, and I. The cannons gasped for the Blaziru, and the invisible plane hummed lonely. Yours, someone else's. The river seemed to have died out. Only the dead lay on the grey sand, and the broken punt leaned on the sandy spit, blackened with a tarred side. It rustled behind. Someone cursed, said. Well, they hid. More hay, you can spend the winter. Apparently, not only Fedka was in a good mood. Crawled, climbed into the earthen shelter too. They reported, so and so, sent by the battalion commander, Captain Verigin. At the disposal of the second lieutenant. For reinforcement, one of them said. The soldiers had machine guns and pouches with grenades. Well, not bad. The battalion commander, Captain Verigin, ordered me to convey gratitude to you. And one more thing, a box of Kazbek cigarettes was thrust into Mishka. He said, I won't smoke myself, I'll send Krakova. Excuse us, comrade junior lieutenant, you smoked a couple. Let's work. Now Mishka Grekov did not need anything from life, with such and such a commander he would fight at least all his life. We lit up. Mishka hurried, ordered. One is to the right, the other is to the left. It's clear. 100 steps to machine guns. They are alive there. But to change position. This minute. How cute are now spotted. Say, Grekov ordered. Dig without rest. It's clear. Well. And so are we. Soon the Junkers will go. Mishka saw in the sky a jingling dump of fighters, but he understood that it was impossible to stop the Germans. The bombers swooped in, the earth trembled, as if gathering into a ball, the earth howled overhead. Closer, thicker, harder. On the head, on every joint they hit. Hot pain rushed through the blood veins, intercepted the throat. Or maybe it didn't hurt. Just a subconscious fear jiggled like pain. Mishka Sins suffocated with smoke and dust. He coughed, spat out the dirt in half with a curse, at some moment saw Fedka's eyes filled with mortal horror, shouted angrily. And what did you think? The second bomb stunned him. There were no planes, no howling sirens, no explosions. There were heartbeats at the very throat and the consciousness that he was still alive. Chapter 15. For 3 days and 3 nights, Captain Verigin's battalion did not leave the battlefield. The whole regiment, the whole division. Mishka Sins was lying under the bombardment, then he fired, then he smoked. And he even talked about something with Fedka. He dug the black muddy earth and fired again. Looks like he didn't eat. Captain Verigin changed 3 observation posts. Suffering from a wound received on the Klebny farm, he swallowed pure alcohol from a flask, just to breathe. Communication broke every now and then, he sent messengers, then yelled into the telephone receiver and, although there were not much more than 100 people left in the battalion by the end of the 3rd day, he believed that everything was going fine. I did not know that to the left, in the area of the neighboring division, the Germans crossed the Don and were already building bridges, that there was a threat of a breakthrough. And he was extremely surprised when he was ordered to retreat. Have they gone crazy at the headquarters of the regiment? Not only Battalion Commander Verigin thought so, but also Junior Lieutenant Grekhoff and Private Koblov. So thought Shorin and Anisimov, all the 100 people whom fate had brought together that night on a nameless height not far from the small station of Kotlebin. Almost all of them were wounded or shell-shocked, they were all mortally thirsty. Tormented by thirst, they hollowed, dug the ground, with the last of their strength they bit into the stone-hard age-old salt marsh, naked to the waist, in dirty, bloody bandages. The army of General Zerdin, moved from the Don in the area of the Peskovatka-Verdiaki farms, moved back, and the small one that had ceded to the enemy on the left bank became known as a bridgehead. The 14th Tank Corps of General von Wittersheim, the 8th and 51st Army Corps crossed over 2 built bridges. The X-day has come. The same day that the commander of the German 6th Army solemnly spoke about at the last staff meeting. And Captain Verigin only knew that the place where they were digging into the ground was marked on the map as height 137, that tanks would have to wait any minute. And he has 100 fighters, 2 anti-tank rifles and 4 heavy machine guns. Just a lot of bottles of gasoline. For as long as he can remember, there were always enough bottles of gasoline. I thought about it without a heart, without annoyance. The sun came out with difficulty because of the red hillocks, gloomy, dim, shrouded in a dusty haze. He got up and again saw the pitted earth, the broken line, which people call the front. This line between the Don and the Volga turned to the east in a huge squiggle. There were so many cars and people there that were nowhere to be found. The 14th Tank and Infantry Corps of the Germans went to their starting positions for the attack on Stalingrad. A person with mathematical inclinations could easily amaze the imagination of anyone with huge numbers, the number of shells stored, tons of gasoline, ambulances and bandages. Tanks, armored personnel carriers, trucks, guns, mortars, everything that was called the strike force of the German 6th Army was concentrated on the bridgehead, on the east bank of the Don. And from the west, from Germany, the echelons were in a hurry. So that it would not dry out. To replace the broken, destroyed tanks and guns with new ones, on which only yesterday they put the Krupp brand. Germany splashed out, gave everything. The 6th Field Army began with the main trump cards. And although the tried and tested means and methods did not give the desired results in this war, neither Paulus or the high command of the German ground forces saw, and did not want to see any other option but to break through to Stalingrad and take it on the move, bang with your fist. To burst the eardrums of civilian politicians, allies and enemy. Through this city, Germany will be able to reach America in the future, if only to seize Middle Eastern oil. Stalingrad lay like a stone on the road to world domination. The last one, the only one. It cannot be bypassed or moved away. Can only be destroyed. Take. In the German General Staff there were voices in which concern and sobriety were heard. Some suggested that we stop on the Don, strengthen our positions, gradually prepare well for the new winter in a tough defense. It is possible to paralyze the Volga and destroy Stalingrad from the air. But it seemed too inefficient and therefore unconvincing. The danger of stretched flanks. So the Russians will use up their last strength. Besides, half measures, as you know, never bring full results. Stalingrad. By all means, take it. Of course, in Moscow they clearly understood the danger that threatened from the bridgehead at Verdiaki. The fate of Stalingrad, the fate of the country was decided in a matter of days. The army of General Zerdin defended with the last forces. Captain Verigin's soldiers began to dig in at night. When the sun rose they were still digging. Mishka Sin said. Comrade battalion commander, or is that enough? No strength. Deeper or shallower. He did not finish, did not prove that the difference, in his opinion, is small, because the position is too open. Although they hid the trenches and cells from frontal fire behind a ridge of hills, although they deftly disguised machine guns, but the Junkers will fly in, where can you go? Everything is in the palm of your hand. Dig, don't dig. Someone, but Mishka since learned a long time ago, if you want to stay alive, dig deeper. Never crossed. And now grief has taken over the soul. How much this land has been dug up is impossible to imagine, but everything is back, back. Captain Verigin stood with his shoulder leaning against the salt marshes. This cut shone, finely polished. And the battalion commander's face is black, unshaven, his eyes sunk in. Only his hair is still the same cheerful, wheaten, and he managed to wipe the boots from the dust. They shine. Captain Verigin's boots always shine. Only near Kharkov, I remember, they did not shine. Mishka Sins pulled his hand to the cap. Order to rest, comrade battalion commander. People get in. Wow, you see. He searched with his eyes on the bandaged chest of Captain Verigin, saw a large sania stain, powdered with dust, dried, dark, and next to it was a fresh, scarlet speck. And the bloody stitch from under the bandage flowed out, stopped. Mishka thought, oh, you. It would be better for me. Again he saw the black face of the battalion commander, realized how difficult it was for him to stand, let alone dig, and he became ashamed, annoyed. And anger flared up at no one knows whom. Say it to yourself. But Mishka was not to blame either. It was just a war. And people who did not sleep for 3 days in a row kept digging and digging the ground. We need to rest, comrade battalion commander, and Mishka, with a great effort, again raised his hand to the cap. Captain Verigin parted his dry lips. Pass out the water. 1 tank. 2 are for machine guns. So that not a single drop. Mishka said. There is. Hurry up, go. Captain Verigin stood, waited. I really wanted to take a break. And he also went, looking ahead of him with hard, unseeing eyes. Black, bandaged. The fighters stretched out at the earthen wall, saluted their commander. And in their eyes, only fatigue. 2 didn't get up. They sat with their legs stretched across the trench, holding their water in mugs. 1 said. There are no forces. The other hurried compassionately. You, Anisimov, do not resist, chew a cracker. Captain Verigin stopped. Not because the fighters did not rise to meet them, they seemed to be well known. I didn't remember the faces, but these words. 2 nailed to him at night, from someone else's battalion and, as they were here. Now they were getting ready to drink their water. The soldiers did not see the polished boots that stopped near them, did not see Captain Verigin. Chew, the broad-shouldered, stout fighter insistently repeated. Always helps. I'm interpreting you, interpreting. Thin, skin and bones, answered without a heart. Get off for Christ's sake. You just have to eat. And Verigin remembered, was delighted, for the first time he saw them that day. When he accompanied Colonel Dobrynin with a platoon of submachine gunners. Then this one, healthy, also offered a cracker. Look how much has passed, both are alive, they are fighting. Adjusted the bandage on his chest, said. Today it won't be hot. As if fearing that the water would now be taken away, the fighters drank. The thin one, Anisimov, raised his head and agreed quietly. It is known that it will not. Feeling an incomprehensible desire to be objected to get angry, Verigin coughed. You have to stand. The soldiers were not outraged. They just looked at each other. Still the same thin, skin and bones, Anisimov replied. A well-known case, it is necessary. Here you will not run. Verigin thought about Stalingrad, but realized that the fighter was talking about something else. Broad-shouldered Shorin, holding a black cracker in his hand, confirmed. You won't run. The steppe is out, like a table. You can see a man for 3 miles, he thought, repeated the words of his comrade, and if you want, you won't run. You can always run, said Captain Verigin. There's nowhere to run. Skinny sighed. Affairs. Another assured quietly and annoyed. You, comrade battalion commander, do not worry about us, we are a familiar people. He shrugged his broad shoulders, looked directly at Verigin, angrily, as if wanting to show that the conversation was superfluous. They understood everything, they would stand. Captain Verigin decided so, they will stand. Only Semyon Koblov expressed dissatisfaction. People are like people, they fight, they know their place. And they chase me like a dog, either for a steering wheel, or to the gunners, or a rifle for you, and for some reason, probably, according to an old driver's habit, he began to wipe his big hands with a rag. I'll file a report. As you wish, Captain Verigin said. And you be patient. I will command the regiment, I will take it to my passenger car. A few minutes later, rummaging through the binoculars' red bumps, he thought with surprise, regimental commander. Well, a fool, and boyish, joyful splashed into his chest, why not? Look, no one was surprised, no one laughed. But it also became joyful because the position turned out to be not at all bad, even good, they would see the defense from the tank when they could throw a grenade. Tanks will go all the way, and when they get out and see, you can throw. The trenches, individual cells will remain in the dead zone. Well done, Captain Verigin mentally praised himself and turned to Mishka Grekhov. Can you reach the beam? The mouse nodded. Free. Look. Your job is to cut off the infantry. So that she, whore, does not reach the crest. It's clear. So that we don't have to mess with the infantry. And again he asked, is it clear? Mishka replied. Yes sir. Everything was clear. They stood about 100 meters from the trenches, at the machine gun nest. The second machine gun was sticking out to the right, 50 meters to it. The bear knows where he is, but he does not see. No matter how you look, you don't see. Good. 2 more to the left. The ridge on which they stood was higher than the front, the machine guns were installed exactly on the top of the head. The machine gunners will see the Germans from a distance, cut down the infantry. Of course, the tanks will open fire on the machine guns. Fedka remembered his license plate. No Fedka. They dug there, in a machine gun nest. Mishka vividly presented a picture of a close battle, realized that it would be harder than on the shore. It would be all right, not for the first time. It's bad, there are few people. Captain Verigin saw the blue bottom through the binoculars, then broke away, watched how his soldiers were moving, doing something in the trenches. And in the area of /U200B /U200B neighboring battalion, the soldiers were no longer visible, they had time, they dug in. He touched Mishka Grekhov by the shoulder. Now, look. The sun had just come out behind him, the steppe had not yet had time to drive away the cool blue, the remnants of the August night, the breaks of the steppe gullies darkened, the wheat stubble was watered with dull gold, untouched by the sun, the rosehip bush darkened in the hollow. It smelled of earth, a grain field and something else, poisonous tart, habitual. Swedish sweet and also habitual was mixed with this smell. Captain Verigin suddenly thought that without these smells there would be no war. There was a smell of damp earth, sweat, and wet, dirty bandages. The smell of conflagrations, burnt bricks and iron remained in the cities and villages. The rotten stench of gunpowder and tola was carried away by the wind. And the smell of dug earth, sweat and rotten meat accompanied the soldiers everywhere and everywhere. Captain Verigin was inflicted with thyme and wormwood, the spirituality of August herbs, and the smell of damp loam, sweat and an unclean wound was closest to all. This scent is sticky. Andrei suddenly imagined how much more he would have to walk, on the roads and off-road, how much he would have to dig up the earth, shed sweat and blood. And most importantly, it starts today. The idea that this day would be, if not the main, then very noticeable in a long and terrible chain of military days, came to Verigin unexpectedly. It was difficult to accept her, to agree with her. Because the morning turned out to be quiet, the flat steppe lay all around. But the feeling that this day would remain a deep notch in the memory of those who survived did not pass. And when German batteries struck in the blue of the Transdon, and together with a scream, with the whistle of shells, a lot of planes pulled out from there, Captain Verigin cursed quietly, as he knew. The shells greedily choked near the ground, the sun, wormwood and broom shied away, the steppe groaned, clumsily moved aside. The fire and the hot wind burned, scorched the saline mounds, the ruptures lifted, threw the age-old fallow into the sky, and black smoke spread, crawled over the Don mounds, over loamy gullies, clouding the grain-growing hollows, levadas, dry lands. Behind hit his own, divisional. But Captain Verigin did not hear distant explosions. Because the German shells lay nearby, the planes did not line up for the bombing. They flew high, wave after wave, and when the gaps thinned out, the deep rumble of the bombers and the subtle howl of the Messerschmitts were heard. Captain Verigin was delighted, not here. And Mishka Sins was delighted, and others. Colonel Dobrynin was reported. He became alarmed and called Zerdin. As if trying to make sure with his own eyes that everything was exactly like this, Zerdin left the dugout. The German bombers sailed high, calm and confident. They were accompanied by Messerschmitts, covered from above and below, howled, fell and rose again. They demonstrated their readiness. 9 of our fighters emerged from behind loose foamy clouds, turned around, rushed to the attack. The 9 also separated from the German battle formations, went to rapprochement, spun in a deadly race. Howled, motors torn, machine guns clattered like an iron knot. Smoked 1, 2nd, 3rd. And the Junkers were walking, everyone was walking. It seemed that no one could, unable to turn them off the combat course. Bombers went to Stalingrad. Wave after wave. Anti-aircraft guns fired close and far, and the sky thickened, descended lower and lower, as if loaded planes weighed it down, crushed the entire Interfleuve. It was as if the banks of the Don and the Volga were receding and breaking, and here, at the command post of the army, heavy earthly sighs rolled from both sides. I thought, it has begun. The war stepped into the 15th month, and during this time everyone who participated in it fell so much that it was impossible to surprise or frighten. General Zerdin was not surprised, he only noted, it has begun. He noted coldly and calmly, although it was clear that the most important thing began that day, perhaps the most terrible. Zerdin knew that this day and everything that would soon follow it would determine the outcome of the war, but he was unable to add or subtract anything. Because it took more than it could. Chief of Staff Colonel Surovtsev said. Tanks. In the strip of the 78th Division. The direction of the main blow is strictly to the east, through a height of 137. Reserve Regiment and Artillery Battalion to Dobrynin, ordered Zerdin. Colonel Surovtsev straightened his shoulders, bowed his grey head in agreement. There is. But he did not give the order to anyone, he did not call anyone. And Zerdin understood. He had already ordered. Exactly like this. I think, said Colonel Surovtsev, the German command will bring the entire tank corps into battle. Undoubtedly, the 6th Field Army sets itself the task of reaching the Volga north of Stalingrad in order to take the city in pincers in cooperation with the 4th Panzer Army. In the event that enemy tanks make a breakthrough, the colonel thought, slowly, carefully put a pencil on the map with the operational situation. The sting touched the village of Rhinoch. Surovtsev did not know that the commander of the German 6th Army put the pencil in the same way. Colonel Surovtsev did not know. But the fact that he put the pencil in this way was not accidental. One plotted, the other foresaw, understood the plan. The German command uses a tried and tested technique. I doubt that this time he will justify himself. Because blocking a city 50 kilometers long is almost impossible. The Volga will complicate the defense. But it will not allow to surround. General Zerdin looked sternly. He chuckled a little, and his lips twitched. I would like to hear Paulus. Surovtsev looked at the commander sternly, almost defiantly. Maybe I'm wrong. But let's wait and see. On the morning of August 23, the 14th Panzer Corps went on the offensive. At the same time, the 8th and 51st Army Corps went on the offensive. The 8th Army Corps had the task of securing the left flank of the breakthrough, the 51st was intended for a frontal attack on Stalingrad through Rosashki, Gumrak, while simultaneously covering the right flank of the Tank Corps. The 11th Army Corps was to remain to secure the flanks in the bend of the Don. The 24th Tank Corps, which now had only the 71st Infantry Division, was to create a bridgehead at Kalak with the forces of this division and advance east from there. The offensive was supported by the 4th Air Fleet, but the Russian trenches did not know this. It was just artillery preparation. When the projectile lay down next to them, they fell in a layer, compressed into a ball. After all, it was scary. Then they raised their heads, briefly checked their household. Grenades on the earthen shelf, bottles of gasoline. Undermining for the leg. 2. Therefore, rise higher when you need to throw. Look, yeah, everything is in order. They will take out a pouch, tear off a piece of paper. Mishka Sins was the first to see the tanks. He turned his head, sees the battalion commander or does not see. The observation post of the battalion commander is 30 meters away. But Captain Verigin had not yet seen the Germans. He was putting on his tunic. He wanted to take the fight in full uniform. When he pulled his head out of his collar, Mishka shouted. "They're coming. Look!" The tanks were advancing like a wedge. Stretching a tail of yellow dust behind it, the lead vehicle was walking along the road. The upper hatch was open. Through binoculars Captain Verigin saw a man with an uncovered head. Commander, of course. He turned back and raised his hand. Captain Verigin thought, Forsyth. I saw the German wipe his forehead with the back of his hand. On the wrist, a bracelet, like a woman's. Captain Verigin felt his fists fill with heaviness. A hard, painful sensation came up to the very throat, and it became difficult to breathe. The bastard knows that they see him. Jumped out of hiding, crouching, ran to the flank. He rushed to the ground, pushed the armor-piercer. Shall we get the head? He turned his unshaven face and stared forward again. He spat out the sucked cigarette butt. You can try. Give! Shouted Verigin. The armor-piercer moved reluctantly, made room, and Captain Verigin, feeling every vein, wormwood bitterness in his mouth and the tight left boot, feeling the hard paw of the butt, grabbed it on sight. The German was still standing in the open hatch. Andrei rejected the temptation to shoot him, took it lower. The car pulled thick dust behind it. Others walked through the stubble, gray impassibility. There were many of them. The thought flashed, to count, how many? Frozen, held his breath. He gently pulled the trigger. A painful and tight jolt in his shoulder, the pain stabbed under the bandages to blackness in his eyes, and Captain Verigin, already realizing that he had missed, sadly thought how bad it was to be wounded. I understood, this day will be especially difficult, and it is necessary, so that it does not hurt. Shot a second time. The armorer shouted. Give it to me. The tanks were approaching, there were more and more of them, now the clang of tracks could be heard. From behind, the regimental artillery began to fire, and explosions, yellowish earthen bushes, grew without any sound. The tanks drowned out everything. Captain Verigin felt the armor-piercer twitch with his shoulder. A tuft of fire rushed away from the lead vehicle. In the sunlight, the fire seemed dull, not hot, and the black smoke that flew out of the open turret hatch in a club did not please Captain Verigin. Maybe because all this has become familiar, every day. For a long time there was no fear, the hard work remained. The danger began to be understood after the battle, when everything was over. I was not surprised and was not happy that the armor-piercer Likarev hit from the first shot. Only when the car stopped, and from the upper hatch, from the smoke, tankers began to jump, did I feel a fit of anger. The Germans spun in a strange way, then, as if on command, they fell. The tank stood, burning with a large fire, as if it were wooden, and the tankers were lying. And another tank caught fire. And the iron avalanche was approaching. The right flank of the attackers rolled onto the battalion of Captain Verigin. He looked like a giant horn, which now, in 5 to 7 minutes, will pierce the defenses, enter the rear. And I saw the infantry. Soldiers poured down from the armored personnel carriers, fell, jumped up, ran to take their place in the chain. A second grew behind the first one, and rare bursts of shells could neither stop nor slow down the approach of vehicles. Training, what training after all, Captain Verigin thought. And looked back at Mishka Grekov. Either the wind turned, or the tanks slowed down, the smoke and dust were ahead. Captain Verigin saw how quickly a yellow curtain with black, tar stains was creeping over the trenches. He thought annoyedly, sin was not in time. The excitement and fever that gripped Verigin suddenly subsided, it became cool in the hands and feet, it was clear in the head. I saw a new wave of bombers in the sky, I understood, to Stalingrad. And the tanks went to Stalingrad. A radiogram was received in Berlin. Short, vigorous, confident. A man in a tobacco uniform hurriedly crossed a huge ballroom-like office, stopping near a carved table littered with papers, maps and diagrams. He stared straight ahead with wide, icy eyes. The generals were nearby. In the pose, bearing, in the views, the greatest deference, and own dignity, and arrogance were written. There was exactly as much as was required to have in the presence of Hitler. The adjutant took a step forward. And froze. He looked with impassive eyes. As the adjutant was supposed to. He moved his hand and indicated. Radiogram from General Paulus, my Führer. Overcast clouds stretched across the Prussian blue, foreshadowing the coming autumn. At the end of August in Berlin, it always smells of autumn. This year it was noticed, more than ever, early. But in the Reich Chancellery, in this large, uncomfortable office, they stubbornly refused to notice anything unpleasant, sometimes they even rejected the facts. Here they accepted only that which could feed a sick imagination. They did not even want to notice the approach of autumn. Because even at the beginning of the war, the Reich Chancellor strictly forbade talking about the winter campaign. He assured himself and others that he would finish the Russians before the onset of winter. However, the second winter was approaching. Clouds were running across the sky, cloudy shadows were constantly falling on the ground, and from this the darkness in the office thickened even more. Radiogram, repeated the adjutant. Hitler dropped his head. A cold spark darted from eye to eye. Today at 7 a.m. the 6th Army started the offensive on Stalingrad with the forces of the 14th Tank, 8th and 51st Army Corps. The offensive is successful. Hitler tossed his head. Also. So. In Berlin, a pencil lay down on a dotted map. At the very hour when General Zerden gave the order. And Captain Verigin left the observation post, ran towards the tanks, to the first trench. He walked through the trenches with a heavy grenade in his hand, repeating the same thing. Order to stop. Not a step back. I heard a long machine gun burst, I understood, sins. And another gun. He piled on the roar of engines, so close and so clear that he thought, now he will see enemy tankers. And machine guns flogged an endless line, as if they were cutting, slashing flying smoke. The sun was barely noticeable through the smoke and was also seen as flying. The machine guns were in a hurry. But they could not stop. Briefly and toothlessly, a battery of anti-tank guns boomed in the sector of the neighboring battalion. But she couldn't either. The moment came when, as if you stumbled, you fall into the abyss, upside down, and you no longer see the earth or clouds, you don't hear the shots. Even if they shoot at close range. You see only what is before your eyes, you do the impossible, which later, remembering, you cannot comprehend with a sober mind. Back, not a step. But it was not Captain Verigin who shouted, but another. Who first saw a German tank on a grenade throw. But it was no longer necessary to command or order. From the smoke and dust, from the iron rumble, a tank broke out, spotted, clumsy. Only the tracks run, flash, greedily grabbed the sagebrush and dry earth. At some point, the blunt front and two ribbons of running tracks rose, hung over. Captain Verigin saw a black cross with a white border, and at that moment he thought that the Germans had remained the same since the time of the Teutonic Knights. The cross is still the same, and rudeness, and manners. He seemed to think of something else, but the main thing now was to be on time. Before the tank rolls over the bump. He swung, through. The fiery tongue greedily licked the black sky. German tanks were on fire. They were about 20 meters away. The machine guns banged dully, like boys banging on a picket fence with sticks. Machine gunners on the right. Look at the machine gunners. Captain Verigin rummaged in an earthen niche. However, he did not find anything. On right, There, on the right, bursts of machine guns rained down, hand grenades burst weakly. Andrei Verigin did not know how much time had passed, what time it was. It seemed to him that it had begun a long time ago. He looked at his watch, it showed 12. But what is 12? A lot or a little, I did not know. He hurried to the right flank. The thought flashed that it would be necessary to go to your observation post, find out the situation. The road was blocked by a blockage, legs in windings and a rifle but were sticking out from under it, and an unfamiliar fighter with a torn leg was picking exhaustedly with a shovel. He tucked the cap under the belt, his cheek was stained with blood. In vain, said Verigin. The fighter stuck a shovel, wiped his forehead with his sleeve, smeared the dirt. And only after that he looked at the battalion commander. In vain, not in vain, you need to dig out a person. Captain Verigin agreed. Necessary. He climbed over the blockage, looked back, asked, repulsed, so. The fighter guiltily asked. You, comrade battalion commander, do not have a cigarette? The tobacco pouch, you see, was completely cut off, and, wondering how this could happen, he pointed to the trouser leg, completely. A viscous whistle arose and grew at the top, and Verigin wanted to duck down. The fighter raised his head, as if he wanted to follow the flight of the projectile. Ours. Heavy. Thank you, Lord. And suddenly he signed himself with the cross. Verigin was amazed. What is it, do you believe? The soldier wiped his sweaty forehead and coughed angrily. In such and such fear, you will believe. The tanks were on fire. The automatic skirmish on the flank was fading away, the wounded was being dragged towards them, and Captain Verigin pressed himself against the wall. Grekhov's machine gun fired from the hillock, and the machine guns fell silent, as if Mishka had convinced someone with his authority. Captain Verigin asked. What is there? The soldier who walked in front, dragging the wounded man by the legs, raised his head, did not answer. The other didn't even look. The wounded moaned. Water drinking. Two squeezed through, dragged the wounded. But it did not become more spacious. In front of him, as if from under the ground, a large man grew up, blocking the passage. Comrade battalion commander. Captain Verigin gasped. Agarkov? Well, yes. Alive, unharmed. All the same cloth cube on the buttonhole. You. Where are you from? Agarkov. We'll get you, the job is ready. I personally wrote to your family. Captain Verigin even wanted to laugh in joy, but nothing came of it, he only hoarse, then coughed. And cursed. Laugh, must have forgotten how. He slapped Agarkov on the shoulder, where from? Is it not from that world? Junior Lieutenant Agarkov pulled himself up, wanted to report in full. But a mine exploded nearby, fragments screeched over their heads. Both sat down. Where? This question could have been answered for a long time, telling for a day, and 2, and 3. And still I would not have told. Mikhail really wanted to tell about the memorable night battle with tanks, when everything was burning and breaking down, not a single living artilleryman was left on the battery, the panorama was broken at the last gun. Mikhail himself loaded, pointed, fired. He would tell how he approached the Don then, swam and how his own people shot at him from the other side. He began to scream, he became afraid that they would kill him now. He felt like he was going to be killed. Mikhail began to cry. Of course, I would not say for anything in the world that he had cried. He died, he would not have confessed. Mishka began to yell and swear obscenely. And then the Germans started shooting. He would not admit that he cursed for the first time in his life. He could tell how he unexpectedly happily ended up in Stalingrad, in the reserve of the Stalingrad front, ran home, saw his mother and brother Vaska, read him, Captain Verigin, a letter. Mother wept with joy and, in disbelief, hugged Mikhail, felt. Vaska huddled in a corner, tried to ask something. He wanted to talk about many things, because at the age of 19 everything seems unusually interesting and significant, but Mikhail had been at war for 3 months, he had matured and even aged. The desire to tell flickered and disappeared. But he could not hide his joy. Is it a joke to get into your battalion, to your commander? Unless you dream about it. Captain Verigin once again slapped him on the shoulder, and this made Mikhail Agarkov feel doubly well. They sat down next to each other, face to face. Earth fell on them. For the 100th, or perhaps the 1000th time, death missed. Mikhail Agarkov did not begin to report in the form, but simply said that he was forming in Stalingrad, and this morning, on alarm, here. Captain Verigin asked. How? Platoon. 26 Gavriks and 2 machine guns. Not bad, right? It seems that Captain Verigin has not had such great joy for a long time. But he almost completely forgot how to rejoice aloud. Just said. Great. And he asked, what is there, on the flank? Get on the defensive. Man 20. Captain Verigin understood that everything was already over, and nevertheless asked. So what? Probably wanted to prolong the happy moments. Nothing, Agarkov raised his eyebrows. Maybe some survived. Mikhail was unspeakably glad that he had timed just right, the beginning was so smooth. Good, Verigin said. Here's what you're doing, put one machine gun here, take the other to the end of the trench. And I, on my end, and shook his head back. Wow, 100 meters. The junior lieutenant wanted to say that the telephone operator had been killed, that he had left his fighter instead. However, he did not say, he will see for himself. Captain Verigin climbed out of the trench, turned around and asked loudly. Did you swim in the Volga? Michael did not expect such a question. Bewildered hesitated. No, I didn't bathe. And what? Holy water. Oh you, Mikhail Agarkov thought, really? And everything flew off, everything was gone, it roared overhead, rushed into the trench with incomprehensible speed, and at the very moment when the dive bomber turned on the siren, Mikhail heard the whistle of a bomb. This whistle covered the whole earth, and nothing remained behind this sound, only its own back and its own middle, tore, overturned. But all this happened. Mikhail Agarkov understood, by the Junkers, lined up in the tail, made a wide approach, turned over on the wing, one after another fell into a dive. The front line was covered in smoke, earthen pillars burst out of it, they ran, hurried to catch up. Captain Verigin saw how the planes dived, how they moved in a swift oblique fall, as if balancing, looking for the balance of the bomb. He saw invulnerable bespectacled pilots, yellow crosses on the planes, riveted seams and even holes. He lay, moving his parched lips. Hurry, hurry. He had only one desire, for the bombing to end as soon as possible, for the planes to leave. You can shoot at tanks, you can burn them. And what can you do against the Junkers? And, as if heeding his request, his plea, the planes began to fall in the depths of the defense. And when they left, they disappeared and the tanks went through the stubble again, the divisions no longer fired. Chapter 16. General von Wittersheim knew what Russian soldiers were capable of when they had nothing to lose but their own lives. And now the Soviet command will put all its reserves at stake. Everything will converge like a wedge in Stalingrad. The general stood at a crossroads, the thought of the defeat of Germany had not yet come to him, but he no longer believed in victory. Big successes did not give a thought about a possible defeat, one could not believe in victory because in the war, which is nothing more than a product of German politics, adventurism as a result of political inflation was more and more clearly manifested. Propaganda skillfully concealed the true goals of the campaign, but, in the end, the essence was determined not by words, but by actions, and if last year von Wittersheim doubted the victorious outcome of the war, now he did not at all believe in a happy ending. However, he understood that it was impossible to stop a running car, even if Germany wanted to, and one had only to wait until it fell apart. You can just wait. And you can be an active participant in the events, lead a tank corps to Stalingrad. General von Wittersheim was known as talented and brave. In addition to all this, the general knew how to think. It was the purest punishment to think. But the general thought. And he believed that the current day, the breakthrough of the Russian front, the rapid movement of tanks to Stalingrad, was the pinnacle of the war. The pinnacle of German success. This peak, is fragile, shaky, because the foundation, the idea and the beginning of the war, is connected from false positions and erroneous concepts. Pyramid of empty boxes. Of course, these are not matchboxes, these are heavy, durable boxes. But it is worth knocking out one of them so that the whole structure collapses. The armored all-terrain vehicle of the Corps commander was in the middle of a tank avalanche, cars moved in front, from the sides, behind. The steppe, only here and there cut through by ravines and beds of dried-up rivers, lay flat, grey and deserted, no villages, no farms. As if there had never been anything living here. Cars rumbled, the earth groaned. In the dry, shedding sky, covering planes scurried about, scouring, and the bombers flew heavily, stretched forward, all forward, and somewhere where the tanks were going, poured out, dumped bombs. General von Wittersheim, anticipating success that he did not expect, suddenly felt a strange timidity. Something similar to a superstitious expectation of the terrible and inevitable was born in the soul, grew and expanded. Like tanks, motorized infantry, planes went almost unhindered just because they were allowed to go. They were dragged into a gigantic trap, never to be released again, so that they would all perish in this bleak bare steppe, at the end of the world. The all-terrain vehicle shook on a bump, the iron clanged, the general's ears rang with a ringing, "Death, death." The radio operator announced loudly. "Mr. General," radios the commander of the 8th Army Corps, "the Russians are attacking from the north with large forces." General von Wittersheim didn't turn around, of course. "Tell General Gates, tanks are moving forward." Von Wittersheim decided, exactly what he fears will happen. Because he himself and others do what should not be done. They understand that they are leading Germany to inevitable death, but they cannot stop. They won't be allowed. And they themselves do not want. And everything will be as the Russians wish. Everything will be as it should be. Air battles were going on over Stalingrad. In the hot stagnant sky, the planes rushed at each other and dispersed, as if missing, twisted into a ringing ball. There, in the desiccated August sky, the pilots were squeezing their last strength out of their engines, throwing the planes into a tailspin, throwing up a candle. They scattered in all directions and collided again. Machine guns fired randomly, overlapping, as if iron teeth were chattering in a feverish chill. Air dumps of fighters could be seen higher, lower, farther and closer. Downed planes were drawn with smoky tails, people on the streets, on the roofs, on the balconies frightenedly stretched upwards. They tried to make out whether their own plane was falling or someone else's. And outside the city, anti-aircraft guns were still firing, trying to block, prevent. People in the street stopped, raised their heads, looked from under their hands, then went their own way, accustomed to everything, ready for anything. As always, trams rang impatiently, worn-out trucks rumbled, factories tossed and turned heavily. Sometimes a bomb fell, exploded, for a minute drowned out the sounds of air combat, the horns of locomotives and the clatter of wheels. And people walked, rode, stood in lines, and it seemed that there was nothing in the world that could lead them out of the iron rhythm of the frontline city. At noon, no one knew yet that in 2 hours Stalingrad would become a front. The streets were filled with smoke and conflagration, but still the policemen at the crossroads stood adamant and stern, and soda water with syrup was sold, and tickets for daytime children's sessions were sold, and the hero Kolzanov on a stone pedestal still stood as firmly as day, as a year ago. As always, a man on one leg, on a piece of wood, dipped a brush into a bucket, threw sweeping letters on the fence. Death to the German invaders. And before his own death remained exactly 2 hours. But even if he knew about it, he would still write and write these letters, these words. Because he fought. Because he was a Stalingrader. Because he was still alive. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the office of the first secretary of the regional committee, a meeting of the city defense committee began. The howl of planes blew in through the open windows. Chyanov spoke slowly, as if feeling every word. We won't blow up factories. Evacuate only the wounded, women and children. By order of the front commander, the 2nd Tank Corps took up defense in the area of the Gumrak station. During the day we must complete the construction of street barricades. He cleared his throat, slowly moved his head, looked at everyone. The members of the City Defense Committee were silent. Chuyanov turned the words around with difficulty. I declare the city under a state of siege. A long, non-stop phone rang. Machine gun shots and the deep rumble of an aircraft burst into the office. A rapid-fire cannon thumped and began to fire right under the window. The phone rang as if it were an alarm. It looked like the person at the apparatus, on the other end of the wire, was about to suffocate. The secretary of the regional committee did not expect good news. He was ready for the worst, and yet, as if with a fist in the stomach. The Germans are on the Dry Machetka. I see Germans. The handset is heavy and unbearable. Chuyanov sat down. Can't be. He wanted it not to be. Anything but this. It can't. Chuyanov repeated. The open windows pressed with a continuous rumble. There was no sound of separate motors, and it even seemed that the rumble was coming, growing and expanding from under the ground, because the stone walls became shaky. Anti-aircraft guns fired in a feverish hurry, machine guns choked in a feverish run. The secretary of the regional committee resolutely got up, grabbed the telephone receiver more tightly. Listen. The floor, the walls, the ceiling stretched upwards, towards the terrible and inevitable. Hellish roar. Whistle and roar. Ah! Bombs fell, covered. The earth rose and collapsed. Ah! Towards the junkers, towards the bombs, the alarming horns of factories, sawmills and steam locomotives were torn. They buzzed, called, demanded air defense sirens. Chuyanov wiped his face with his palm and repeated loudly. Listen. On the other end of the line they answered calmly. Yes, I'm listening. Alert the destruction battalions and detachments of the People's Militia. You hear? On alert. I'm listening. Cover the city from the north along the Dry Machetka line. You will be supported by a training tank battalion. Do it. And turned to the members of the Defense Committee. He waved his hand, wanted to disperse the lime dust. Connect me with Colonel Sarayev. Chuyanov was touched on the sleeve. Alexei Semyonovich, it's dangerous to stay here. Earth and sky are gone. German bombs destroyed stone houses, bursting out of breaches and windows. A wild fire swept through the streets, leaving behind piles of never-extinguishing coals. In the hot smoky invisible people rushed about, carrying the wounded and children. A low strong wind drove black ash and a TNT stench over the Volga. The girl, young, fragile, almost a child, dragged the wounded. And the wounded man is heavy, unbearable, and the bag with the gas mask only gets in the way, and the heart froze with fear. Nearby, fire is blazing, bursting, the bombs fell, one, the other. It hit like a hot wave, stone crumbling. Oh, 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 oh. People. Helpy. Ah. The girl fell. And the wounded man calmed down, stopped moaning. They lay side by side, the blood on the pavement was still warm, alive, had not curled up and darkened. And the shard had not yet cooled down. The size of a palm, with torn edges. With a neat non-Russian letter. Sometimes the August sun broke through the clouds of smoke. But then it faded. Factories and houses were burning, steamboats were burning at the piers. And the bombs kept falling. At the monument to Dzerzhinsky, a man with a wooden leg, in a tattered shirt, threw up a rifle, fired at the planes. Nearby stood a pail with paint, a brush was lying around. And heavy words thumped from the black mouth of the loudspeaker. Order of the City Defense Committee. Today, August 23rd. Breaking out of the fire and smoke, the factory horns sounded a combat alarm. They were heard beyond the Volga, on the city defensive bypass. They were heard by General Hube, commander of the 16th Panzer Division. It was a brave general. He reveled in the sounds of battle, like music, he loved war in crisis hours. Maybe because he did not know defeat, but now he did not like the anxiety of the Stalingrad factories. He had never heard such powerful horns before. The tanks marched confidently and boldly, the edge of the earth was visible ahead, a white church with a bell tower and a wide strip of water. Volga. Stalingrad lay to the right. Slightly to the right. In fire and smoke. The dive bombers could be seen diving into the tar cloud. It grows before our eyes, the smoke rises higher and higher, obscures the sun. Of course, there was nothing alive there. It would be absurd to think that the city is capable of resisting. It no longer exists, the city, and General Hube thought, how easy and simple everything turned out. Stalingrad will be taken today. Stalingrad, Germany as a gift. Ahead, at the lead vehicle, a shell exploded. He seemed to General Kuba weak, powerless. Pampering some Russian. And at the same moment the shells fell thickly, neither land, nor water, nor the white church could be seen. The car he had followed all the way from dawn stopped as if it had hit the wall at full speed. Black smoke flew off, a frightened yellow fire burst out, and only after that the tank rose clumsily and heavily, as if trying to stand on its hind legs for some reason. But he didn't have time, he was torn apart, collapsed like a plank. And on the right it burned, and on the left. General Hube realized that this was not a prank and not the foolishness of one gunner. The main thing has begun. Perhaps the most important thing since the beginning of the war. It was only strange, almost unbelievable, to realize that the main thing begins when the war came to an end. When the Russians only have to think in order to get out of the game with dignity as much as possible. Well, General Hube's tankers will be able to cross the last threshold. The Russian artillery fired crazy direct fire. The tanks were on fire. Many. There was only one way out, to go forward. Count your losses later. They do not need to be counted if 3 kilometers are left to the Volga. He already saw the German flag over Stalingrad. There was a minute, I saw myself, hung with orders, at Hitler's headquarters. He stood before the Führer. Well, General Hube was able to guess. For months later, he will really stand before Hitler, strict, direct, hung with orders. He will report. And he will remember the 23rd of August. But now I would not believe the Lord God that I would have to report my defeat. My tankers, forward. He ordered. Only forward. We will drink evening coffee in Stalingrad. General Hube did not tolerate unnecessary words. And now I allowed myself a whole phrase. The tankers decided that it would be so, they would drink coffee in Stalingrad. Today, the tanks opened fire. Bypassing the broken, burning cars, we went towards the gun salvos. Forward. Through the flying smoke, General Hube saw his cars, saw the explosions of shells. He saw Russian guns. Now they will break into artillery positions. But what is it? They stopped. The Russian batteries are half a kilometer away. Can't be. The superstitious thought flickered, painfully pricked, that he had spoken about coffee in vain. For months later, in the last days of December, he would think about the same thing, standing at attention before Hitler. He will be called to hand over the swords to the Knight's Cross, he will fly out of the cauldron, from the encirclement, with the task of telling the Reich Chancellor and the Commander-in-Chief the whole truth. But Hitler knew this truth. Standing in front of Hitler, General Hube will understand. And he will remember August. His words. It will seem to him, if these words had not been said, everything would have turned out differently. Or maybe the death began with his order to go on the defensive. But General Hube could not give the entire division under artillery fire. General von Wittersheim received a radiogram. I see the Volga. I am engaged in heavy combat with enemy artillery. My tanks are on fire. I have to go on the defensive. The corps commander crumpled up the report. Really? Everything was exactly like this. Stalingrad was on fire, and blood was on the sidewalks, and factory beeps were calling. Tanks 2 kilometers away. Molotov cocktails were handed out at the checkpoints. Blacksmith Leontiev glared with terrible eyes from under dirty bloody bandages, through into the flowing crowd. At the market. For the dry machetka. There was no one left of our group. Guys to the dry mosque, to the Germans, within easy reach, over there, beyond the Bakhchev hill. Iron foundry, come. Blacksmith. Where is the blacksmith's party organizer? Come on. Kostya Dobrynin and Klava found out about everything later than the others. In the morning they went to their grandfather for melons. We went without saying a word. To work, in the third shift, you can be together all day. It seems that for the first time Kostya saw that Klava's eyes were blue, and her hair was the color of ripe wheat, warm, tender. Kostya was scared. For the first time he was afraid of war. The Germans raid the city every day and always kill someone. They can kill Klava. At that moment, Kostya did not think about anyone else. All others can. And Claudia must be protected and protected. Only he can. Under a canopy, near a hut, they ate watermelon, watched the planes circling in an air battle. And yesterday there were air battles, and the day before yesterday. We got used to it. Only today there were a lot of planes. Then they tore at the melons of nightshade. They squatted down near a dusty bush sprinkled with blackberries. They looked at each other. Kostya felt himself being flooded with cold. Slightly audible. Klava. Everything swam in a quiet whirl. Only Claudia's face remained motionless. Eyes filled with horror. Klava, Kostya repeated in a barely audible voice, Klavachka. And suddenly he saw how tears slipped down her cheeks, ran away, left an even trace. Earth and sky fell into place. Kostya suddenly realized that Klava was crying from good things. It became surprisingly easy for him, as it had never been before. Klava was nearby. And nothing else is needed. They looked at each other and were silent. The two lines on Klava's cheeks had dried up, and the dewdrops of happy tears still fluttered on her eyelashes. Kostya smiled. Wipe off. But Klava did not raise her hands. I had a terrible dream today. Why does she want to talk about bad dreams? Like I fell into a hole. And you went. I make noise to you, I call, and you all leave. Don't, said Kostya, I'm not going anywhere. Klava shook her head, then tossed it aside and straightened her braid. And smiled sadly. I called and you left. You don't believe in dreams. I'm not going anywhere, Kostya assured quietly. I'll always be with you. Klava's lips smiled, but her eyes remained sad. When I met you. Do you remember, in the winter? I made a wish. She tilted her head as if under attack. Kostya was waiting. But Klava never said what she thought of in the winter. And when they returned to the hut, they sat down under the shed, she did not say. And Kostya was waiting. He wanted to move closer, to shield, to save. So that she wouldn't be afraid. I could smell her hair, her dress. He sat as if stunned. He saw everything, but understood and felt only Klava. Even when the whole sky roared, when the bombs began to fall, and the city was shrouded in smoke and dust, Kostya still thought that this day was the best. And even then, when in the steppe, growing and expanding, the rumble of cars was heard, the cannon struck, the guns began to frequent and the horizon disappeared, Kostya did not yet know that this day would be the most terrible. Grandfather said. Tanks. Are the Germans? Can't be. Behind, in the city, it burned and collapsed, black sticky smoke crawled from there, but it did not reach here, to the hut, it settled in the wide Machetka. The beam became like a bottomless abyss that blocked the path. And ahead. Everything was obscured by smoke and dust. The clear sky overhead was covered with a thick pillowcase, the sun looked like a cloudy spot, it became overcast, eerie, there was nowhere to hide, nothing to defend yourself with. You can only wait. When the shells cover this place, then it began to quiet down. The guns no longer fired, and the tanks seemed to be hiding. One could hear the fire roaring in the city. Fiery sails burst out of the seething greasy smoke, flew up to the cloudy sky and fell. How a boat's sail falls under a storm wind. Every now and then the landslides roared, sparks flew high, rushed crookedly, obliquely through the wind, burned through the smoky impenetrable. The sun fell toward sunset and dimmed, as if it had screwed up its eyes so as not to see the war. Everything became quieter. And the factory beeps did not stop, did not subside, the worst was ahead. The worst was coming. Evening silence fell distrustfully and timidly on the smoky steppe. The church dome on the shore peeped out. A machine gun burst flew from there, resolute, uncompromising, and only now Kostya understood everything. "Klava," he said quietly, "Klavachka." Grandfather said. "These are the Germans." Klava looked with frightened eyes, her lips trembled. "Kostya," she whispered, "don't drive me away." It was getting dark. Again Zatatokl, the machine gun spoke. Only now in a different voice. Kostya saw a man. He was walking through the melons, straight to the hut. He bent down, picked a watermelon, smashed it on his knee, and brought it to his face. Like sniffing. Then he threw it, walked, plucked and threw. Is he crazy? It happened that the factory guys came to the melons to fool around, to tease the watchman. But that didn't happen. "Hey, what are you doing?" shouted the grandfather. The man bent down again, plucked another. Split. "Oh, you brute," the grandfather got angry. And reached for the Berdanka. The cartridge was in his pocket, loaded with salt. "Hey!" he shouted again and fired. In response, a burst of machine gun fire erupted. The fiery fireflies of tracer bullets darted. Kostya saw another person. And more. They ran to the hut. Grandfather lay prone, spread his arms. "Ah!" Klava rushed to him, crouched down. She jumped up and stepped back. "Kostya!" To the side, from a small stack of dry watermelon lashes, they shouted. "Lie down." Kostya saw his soldier. He crawled, dragging his bandaged legs. There was a rifle behind his back. He looked around, shouted. "Lie down. Germans!" And he began to pull the rifle. Kostya ran over to him, breathed a sigh of impatience. "Give me." The soldier held out a rifle and a pouch with cartridges. "From the entire division. I'm the only one." Kostya called out to Klava. "Run to the party committee. To come here, one and all." Klava rushed to him, hugged him, clung to him. "I'm afraid." "Go away," he said. "In the hollow, run." Well, he took off, threw off her hands. He clicked the shutter, he put the clip in. He looked around, Klava was not there. A smoky cloud behind Machetka, a bloody streak of sunset. And other people's soldiers. "Rest, put your elbows firmly." He suddenly felt that he could. Won't let go. And he won't leave. I pressed the trigger slowly, gently, as I had pressed it many times, in the shooting range and at the shooting range. A familiar, habitual push in the shoulder. And the man in front fell. As if the sunset blue steppe had swallowed him. He grabbed the dark silhouettes at the fly, pulled the trigger and again aimed. It suddenly seemed to him that he had been shooting for a long time, an hour, or maybe two. The Germans appeared, disappeared, and still could not reach. I heard rifle shots from the right and left, I heard a tight machine gun line, I saw the same sunset. The old man lay dead. The wounded gunner did not move either. But they were shooting. I saw how a man in a cap, with sleeves rolled up above the elbow, ran across with a rifle at the ready. Ours. Kostya was surprised. Factory. He saw the edge of the blue sky, a column of black smoke and dead grandfather Maxim. Decided, Klava left. Good. Perplexity swelled in my head, how is it that the Germans? Then the night overturned on the earth, moonless, wary. They felt their own and other people's machine guns, rockets took off. Finally, everything calmed down, as if they were listening to how Stalingrad was burning beyond the Machetka. The rusty reflection reached here, to the front edge. But no, Kostya Dobrinin did not yet know that he was on the front lines. They called him. "Hey, at the hut. Who are you?" Stepan Agarkov crawled up from the foundry and pushed him in the shoulder. "And you, I'll see, nothing. Well done. Who is at home with you?" Then they handed out cartridges and grenades, brought bread and canned meat. Messengers ran through the darkness, messengers. Iron foundry where? An assembly. Close to midnight the tanks arrived, unpainted, straight from the factory yard. Spread over the beams, quieted down. One stopped nearby, the driver asked. How far are the Fritzes? Stepan Agarkov said. Not far away, see you in the morning. Another doubted. Maybe it's a lie after all. They believed and did not believe. But that was yesterday. And now Stepan Agarkov was lying in a shallow crater, wounded in the thigh, hastily bandaged. He struggled to remember where his son Grigory had gone. A young guy from the mechanical one dug in next to him, Dobrynin by name, but there was no son Grigory. He moved his heavy head. He saw mounds scorched by the August sun, saw corpses. There were many of them, in a strange, unusual uniform. Germans. After all, they are Germans. And on the right was the Volga. Germans on the Volga. Behind lay Stalingrad. At night the glow of the fire reached right here, to the trenches. Germans at Stalingrad. They touched my sleeve. Ah, Dobrynin. Smoke, said Kostya, and held out a cigarette. Now they're going again. And Kostya crawled to the side, to his trench. Shells began to burst in the burning German tank, and for a minute they drowned out the heavy movement of the aircraft and the bomb fall behind. At some point, flashed brightly, dazzlingly, to the point of pain, Stalingrad. Stepan Agarkov was local, native. In the 18th year, he stood chest deep in the ground near Voropanovo, in the 19th he fought with the Krasnov Cossacks near Dubovka and Lozny. Then he hollowed out the ground under the foundation of Tractor. He knew his native city like his own hand, loved it to the point of pain, to tears. Tractor, barricades, Skudra, Elshenka, Tumak. Spartak Cinema, Fallen Fighters Square. He knew all the tram stops by heart, loved the Volga, majestic and calm, stormy and angry, slow rafts, sails of yachts pinkish at sunset, oil spills near the shore and flashes of fire over foundries. Stepan tightened the screws on the first tractor in 1930, went hungry in 1933, fished on Skudra and Oktober. All this was his own. And now the Germans. Here they are lying. Others will come now. But Stepan Agarkov will not leave. Both Gregory and nephew Mikhail. Nobody. They won't leave and they won't give up. Heard a sharp command. Get ready. Stepan stretched forward. The German tank piled on, hummed, hung over the potholes, slumped heavily, as if trying to dig in front, but immediately lifted the gun, climbed all the way. Well. I got up, swung. German machine guns cut in front of us. Kostya saw Stepan Agarkov fall. Now the tank will crush, move. And there is no one else behind. Behind the city. You can see the windows of the houses, the antennas on the roofs. The tanks will go through the streets. This one. Above the trench, above the clay mound, there was a smell of lead. He grabbed the bottle more comfortably and rose to his height. Thoughts are gone. Everything is lost. Only the clanging of iron, oil streaks on spotted armor, and a bottle. Blue fire. To the side, up, fire. It exploded violently. Once again. Ahead, behind. Everywhere. All over the world there is only roar and fire. Fell. Alive? He was surprised, did not believe himself. He is alive. Maybe Klava. But Klava was not there. Yesterday was gone. She fell, did not have time to understand. She was lying now, nearby, carefully tucking her legs up, placing both palms under her cheek. The dress was unrumpled, clean, a blonde braid covered her shoulder. It was as if the girl lay down to rest. Only the face became white, bloodless. A small spot on her chest. It didn't hurt, she didn't gasp. She just sighed. Deep and difficult. Last time, Kostya didn't know. He only remembered that there was nowhere to retreat. It is forbidden. You can only die. Chapter 17. What could not be denied to General Hube was optimism and courage. But now it is unrecognizable. And the main thing was not in the words, but in the voice, in the intonation. He reported on the phone angrily, anxiously. The corps commander's shoulders rose higher and higher. My tanks cannot overcome the Russian defenses. I radioed you. Just yesterday. Faith, which did not completely leave General von Wittersheim, now flew away, disappeared, as if only Hube could support it or completely destroy it. The doubts that arose in him from the beginning of the Eastern campaign, more and more overgrown with arguments, facts, evidence, the logical continuation of everything that happened led to an inevitable catastrophe. Oh sure. The war has come to that invisible line, to that peak, when there will be no way forward. Only fall. Only destruction. But what can be done? I have to defend myself, Hube said irritably. I'm waiting for your instructions. We must decide. Immediately, finally. We must remain honest. He asked. Are there any prisoners? What parts are in front of you? And Hube's hasty voice. There are no prisoners. There are dead. But these are not soldiers, the workers are defending themselves. They lie down under the tanks. Yes, yes. He, Wittersheim, must. He can't, doesn't want to. Because he doesn't want the death of Germany. But General von Wittersheim could only dispose of himself. The next day, early in the morning, on a connected Fizzler Storch, he flew to the army headquarters. He expected to be reproached for his unauthorized absence from the corps, but Paulus did not say a word. He guessed exactly. I took the liberty of flying to headquarters, to you personally, to express my doubts. Paulus tilted his head slightly. I'm listening. I have come to the firm conviction that the march on Stalingrad is a strategic mistake, born of political drunkenness. Paulus put his hands on the table and cracked his fingers. Of course, his subordinate weighed everything. He understands what troubles he brings upon himself, and yet he decided. Courage or cowardice? But whatever it is, such a person cannot, should not command a corps. And he, Paulus? After all, he doubts. I looked at my hands for a long time. Raised his head. We have no reason not to trust the political leadership, he said. We do not know the potential capabilities of the High Command. Lord, how often he will later deceive himself with this false argument. Von Wittersheim shook his head. In my opinion, these opportunities are not present. That's exactly what Paulus thought. The difference was that he would never have spoken about his doubts. Because he believed in Hitler. But after all, everything that was in doubt was generated by none other than Hitler. General Paulus could not answer this. Because, like everyone else, I wanted to believe in someone, to hope for something. He agreed with the corps commander, but said something completely different. I think it will be difficult for you to think like that. General Paulus did not raise his voice, did not reproach with a single word. But he wanted this man to get out of his control as soon as possible. General Paulus did not want, he was afraid of someone else's disbelief, because it confirmed his own. When two generals have doubts in the army, that's a lot. This is dangerous. Paulus repeated. It will be difficult for you. General von Wittersheim smiled sadly. Thank you. His face became guilty, as if he suddenly regretted his revelation. But then he became stern. We brought our soldiers, ourselves into a giant bag. And we make incredible efforts to destroy ourselves. It seems to me that the shadow of the grave cross rises above us. I'm afraid that this cross will become a tombstone for all of Germany, and he fell silent. I started looking past. Then he spoke again, exhausted, quietly, realizing that there was nothing more to say and there was no need. I think the only reasonable solution is to move beyond the Don. Moreover, it will not be possible to take Stalingrad by encircling and gradually squeezing the semicircle. It is necessary to take into account the huge extent of the city, the absolute impossibility of blocking it and the determination of the Russians to defend themselves to the last bullet. I think, is this your personal opinion? Paulus asked. Anticipating the answer, sensing that the chief of staff of the corps was of the same opinion, he said, I would like to believe that you are guided by good motives. General von Wittersheim stood up and shook the outstretched hand. If the opportunity arises, I will present my opinion to the army group. Or at the stake. He made it clear that he understood the full measure of the threatening responsibility. He will try to protect the commander from troubles. 30 hours later, General von Wittersheim was handed a sealed package. He signed for the receipt, went to the corner of the staff bus, and sat down. The general did not yet know what was in the package. But whatever happens, whatever fate awaits him, he will remain an honest German. Let it be in your own eyes. The first adjutant of the army, Colonel Adam, asked Paulus. Herr General, what awaits von Wittersheim? The situation is really difficult. The more quickly and accurately we must carry out the directives and orders of the High Command, dear Adam. But someone has to think. Who will be responsible in case of defeat? Hitler. But what is Hitler without generals, without ministers, without big and small Führers? Everyone is doing the same thing. This means that everyone should answer, whether they act thoughtlessly or meaningfully. One should answer even for what they do not think. But they don't tell you to think. Well, at worst, like Wittersheim. Colonel Adam shook off his thoughtfulness, realized that the pause was too long and he needed to find a suitable phrase to make up for the awkwardness. But the phrase didn't work. He said what was in his heart. Stalingrad forces not only to fulfill, but, to think, Mr. General. Paulus covered his eyes with heavy eyelids, he agreed. Prior to this, drawing a war, but not commanding, Paulus always had sufficient reserves, freely created an advantage in a decisive direction, he always counted on the unconditional support of the High Command. And the enemy behaved the way he, General Paulus, wanted. It cannot be said that he underestimated the imaginary enemy, but, one way or another, he was always malleable, he turned out to be a little more stupid. Paulus always felt in an excellent position, he succeeded in everything. Now in command. Here, in the war, everything was different than in the quiet of a magnificent office. The army and army group did not have any significant reserves, and it was impossible to create them in a short time. Because regiments and divisions burned in battles like logs on fire. Stretched flanks were covered by unreliable allies, and there was nothing to strengthen them. The enemy fought bravely, skillfully, as if he did not retreat 2,000 kilometers, as if he did not stand on the verge of disaster. This is how the doomed man fights. Or one who feels his might. Really? Paulus tried to mentally put himself in the place of General Zerden and could not. It was scary to command an army that was blocked, pressed against the Volga, and bleeding. Compared with General Zerden, he was in an excellent position, and although some divisions lost half of their strength in the battles on the Don, the army numbered more than 300,000 people. The overwhelming superiority in tanks and aviation gave reason to hope. The 51st Army Corps advanced on the city frontally, moved forward step by step, could break into the business center from day to day, go to the Volga and thereby decide the outcome of the battle. However, there was no certainty. Superiority was being lost every day and, Paulus felt, would be completely lost if the army was drawn into street fighting. All that remained was to take Stalingrad as quickly as possible. It began to seem to him, give him 3 full-blooded infantry divisions at his disposal, he will take it. And when they called Hitler to the headquarters, in Vinnitsa, he decided, he would express everything he thought. Any sober-minded person will agree with him. The Führer will understand. And all will be well. And when I saw Vinnitsa, a huge flag and tall sentries, for the first time I thought with horror that Hitler couldn't do anything either. It's in his strength, in his power to speed up or slow down the course of events, at some stage to show off his talent, to kill 1 million or 10 million people. But the outcome of the war is a foregone conclusion. The Führer managed to start the terrible wheel of war, but he was no longer able to stop him or drive him along a different path. Because others rule the war. These others will decide the fate of Germany. And yet there was Hitler. He was accused, he was hoped for. Hitler shook hands with everyone, looked with sober, tired eyes. He was still wearing the same tobacco tunic, black tie and snow-white shirt, swollen face and pomaded hair. Paulus saw Major General Schmundt in a respectful pose, the angry face of Colonel General von Wakes, an unfamiliar SS general, and suddenly thought that no one would speak frankly. He, Paulus, won't say either. Not a single sound penetrated the underground bunker. The soft carpets muffled the footsteps. The voices sounded short, dull, somewhat reminiscent of hammer blows on a wooden wall, and General Paulus suddenly thought that no words would be heard beyond this bunker. Whatever they say, whatever the Führer says, the war will go its own way and no one can change anything. Electricity burned brightly, dazzlingly, as if trying to warm gray uniforms, cold faces, strict partings. Orders and party badges shone. The absurd thought came that all these people were turning the wheel of war so that one more golden spot, an extra coil and an asterisk on the pursuit would be added to the uniform. Nobody, not a single person, thinks about the fate of Germany. And he, General Friedrich Paulus, thinks. Hitler's eyes pierce, prick. These eyes see the doubts of the commander of the Sixth Army, they question and demand. Hitler. After all, he must believe in someone. I believe, I never cease to hope that my generals understand me. Oh sure. He relies on his generals. One can argue about the strategic expediency of taking Stalingrad. But it was necessary to argue before. Now, when the German troops have squeezed the city with a steel hoop and cut it in half, I forbid talking and thinking about rest. Hitler said the last words loudly, almost shouted out, frenzy flashed in his eyes, saliva appeared in the corner of his lips, and Paulus, trying to stifle pity and annoyance in himself, sat down more comfortably. He often had to listen to Hitler, and each time he was struck by the paranoid flights of thought, the gesticulation of a born tribune and absolute helplessness in the face of the fact. But, no matter how strange the speeches were, they were reflected in deeds, and, surprisingly or paradoxically, the ideas that came to the head of the Führer the day before were embodied in actions, and these actions often ended in tremendous success. After that, Paulus thought. General Paulus prepared for an easy test for half an hour. But Hitler stopped, as if he had heard his own voice in time, and repeated quietly. I forbid. Precisely because the voice was quiet, the prohibition was perceived unusually clearly, and Paulus recalled somewhere and once heard that the power of a phrase lies not in the semantic meaning of the word, but in the one who pronounces it. I know, some generals reproach me that in directing military operations I often proceed from political considerations. That's right. But war and politics are inseparable, gentlemen. Even when it is believed that the army pursues only military goals, it primarily pursues political goals. Where are our military political aspirations directed? I declare, gentlemen, I do not intend to limit myself. Our aspirations have no limits. The pupils became wide, the eyes were filled with black stagnant water, and everyone began to imagine that these eyes were turned on him. They see hesitations, doubts, wordless objections. But isn't he, Paulus, doing everything in his power? Gentlemen, I have placed in your hands an excellent weapon, I have entrusted you with my soldiers. You have proved your ability to lead troops and achieve victory more than once. But you lack the quality that I have. Colonel General von Wakes slowly raised his head. Higher, higher. Major General Schmundt kept a transcript, scribbled faster and faster with a pencil. He glanced imploringly at Hitler. He didn't have time. The SS general twitched his knee, his mouth twisted into a smile. Paulus felt uncomfortable, chilly. Not because Hitler again fell into a trance. It was unpleasant for him to see someone else's disrespect. But the next minute he no longer saw either the SS general, or von Wakes, or Schmundt. He saw and heard only Hitler. There were no walls, no ceiling, no electricity, only Hitler. He spoke louder and harsher, his large hands lived in feverish anxiety, and his black glazed eyes looked past, saw no one and nothing, and it was clear to everyone that this man would not accept any arguments or evidence, would not tolerate the slightest objection. Each of them has the right only to agree. You lack the quality that I have. Hitler repeated. You lack faith and purpose. That is why you consider the strength of your troops insufficient, you demand new divisions, heavy weapons and school clarity. This is at a time when the Soviet armies are defeated, and it remains for you to make the last effort. Colonel General von Wakes again began to raise his head, amazed and disagreeing. His face was drawn out, it became even stricter, his eyes looked straight and resolute. General Paulus cast aside all doubts, he obeys unconditionally. Hitler spoke faster and louder, rolling his eyes at the ceiling. He saw the Transcaucasus, the Middle East, England and America. These countries seemed to be conquered, his own, he saw them as close as Poland and France, because Russia, the only obstacle on the way to an incredible goal, suffered such defeats that must be followed inevitable surrender. Before the great triumph of German arms, there was only one step left, one more effort was needed. Only one. Hitler threw up his hands, and his voice suddenly broke off. And everyone saw whitened fists and peas of sweat on his forehead. The Russian armies are defeated. This is what I tell you, who never deceived you. You can test this with the last, decisive blow. You have enough strength. I demand. He threw his hands down, saw the generals. And the cards on the tables. Shoulders slumped, as if crushed by their exorbitant weight, lips led either with grief, or with resentment, and the eyes remained lifeless, icy. But then it melted in them, warmed up, as if fatigue brought Hitler back to the thought of Stalingrad. With a large flat palm he smoothed his greasy shiny hair, turned abruptly to the map of the city on the wall, and Paulus saw the well-known stooped back, and again he felt sorry. This city on the Volga bears the name of Stalin. He will be taken. I give you, gentlemen, 2 weeks. And no one, nothing will make me leave here. Hitler turned his face and continued to speak. But Paulus hardly listened, with bewilderment, with fear, looked at the diagram, the bend of the Volga, city blocks. Fat arrows swept the city from the north and south, one stuck into the very middle. Right flank, left. But why did they forget about the Trans-Volga region, about enemy communications? There is the industrial Urals, there is Siberia. Do the Führer's headquarters seriously believe that if this city is lost, the Russians will lay down their arms? After all, the city in the conventional sense no longer exists. And the resistance grows. The Soviet command feeds its soldiers not only with ideas. This means that the version of the defeated armies is criminal frivolity. If you oppose Russian power with the denial of this power, then doom yourself to defeat. Hitler was silent. In the eyes of black ice. You can only agree and obey. The generals looked at their Führer and, it seems, did not expect anything. Paulus became afraid. Because no one is waiting for anything, and nobody can do anything. Even Hitler, Chancellor and Commander-in-Chief. Here he moved his shoulders, and his head, as if it was beyond his strength to hold it, began to lean down. Paulus felt a cold, sticky fear. Because I saw a face. On this face, in the eyes, there was bitterness and guilt. Lord! What is this, Lord? This has never happened. This he saw in Hitler for the first time. General Paulus, chilling inside, saw how his faded lips twitched, twisted. Gentlemen, Hitler said quietly, without raising his head, I suppose that many of you think I am crazy. The bunker became deadly quiet. And in this silence, someone's hysterical cry was eerie. My Führer. Everything became terrible. Because they thought the same. Because Hitler guessed their thoughts. I know, Hitler said. And slowly raised his head. In his eyes, only reproach. But I have to be who I am. Otherwise, Germany would have found another one for itself. He put his plump hands on the table, jerked his neck paralytically. According to people who consider themselves quite normal, war in itself is the greatest recklessness. And if so, then the one who has more recklessness will win this war. The weak people who want to look decent in the eyes of the faceless mass called humanity will lose the war. Hitler clenched his fists, his eyes flashed, lit up with a violent fire. You lack my resolve. I repeat and demand that you remember, if you are not fully imbued with the spirit of my struggle, if you fail to understand and adopt my madness, Germany will perish. Yes, yes, die. General Paulus screwed up his eyes, Jesus and Mary. If the Russians heard all this. No, the Russians did not hear this. They understood that the days of crisis had come, that large-scale actions were needed that would not only stop the enemy, but also create a turning point in the course of the entire war. They didn't care how Hitler rolled his eyes, whether he was schizophrenic or not. It was more important to know that Germany had exhausted its resources. Due to maneuver, it could still create an advantage in certain sectors, which is why the search for the right solution in the southern sector of the front, near Stalingrad and in the North Caucasus, had to be combined with major operations on other fronts, under favorable circumstances, to develop private success into a strategic one. In fact, there could be only one solution. It was easy to accept, harder to implement. However, it is quite possible. Because we managed to save the army. The formula, sometimes it's better to make a mistake, outwardly absurd and even unnatural, at the end of the 42nd year, it made sense. The Russians led the Germans into a giant bag. It remains to tie. But the bag was too big and overflowing, Stalin said. Think. The time was after midnight. At a long table sat two generals, two people who could and knew. They had power almost greater than that of the commander-in-chief. It was their projects, approved by the commander-in-chief, that directed the course of the war. An hour ago, both returned from Stalingrad. The situation was difficult. The divisions of General Zertin fought on the city defensive line, the soldiers defended every house, the ruins passed from hand to hand several times a day. The attacks of the two armies from the north, with the aim of cutting off and crushing the 14th Tank Corps, were not successful. The generals reported. They had the same opinion: we must take action that will change the course of the war. Which? They will think about it. It is only obvious that the operation must be large-scale, it must be carried out by the forces of the front, or even two fronts. Stalin gently walked from corner to corner. He stopped, looked at one, at the other. Intently, silently. He checked his thoughts with the conclusion of the generals. His mustache twitched slightly, something like a smile touched his hard lips. Maybe he really smiled. But there was no time for smiles. That is why the generals missed, did not notice the instantaneous movement. And they didn't guess how the plans coincided. Yes, nodded the Supreme, yes. The situation near Stalingrad requires a clear and bold decision. It's time. Go and think. I give you a day, one of the generals said. Good. But both hesitated, did not leave. They determined the strategy of the war. Above them stood only the commander-in-chief. But they did not know what was hidden in the notebook of the Supreme. We need to know the potential. Stalin was silent for a minute. Slowly walked to the far corner and returned. Planned boldly, and extended his hand. We have enough strength. Chapter 18. The night sky over Stalingrad hung low, swirling, monstrously crimson. The fire rushed over the black earth, among the stone ruins, weakened, set down, and the sky, heavy from tar-smoky clouds, fell lower, lower and lower, leaning on lifeless stones, on twisted iron, on the tossed earth. It seemed to cover horror and pain. The lines of machine guns thinned out, stalled, the machine guns splashed briefly, and the shells exploded exhaustedly, stupidly, with an inwardly weak groan. The night breathed torn and hard, a stuffy wind blew from the sea of U-200B/U-200B Azov, drove fumes over the black Volga. The water seemed oily and stagnant. But then it was seized by the reflection of a nearby fire, and at that moment one could see a living rapids, a broken oil well on a sandy spit, and a boat that was terribly slow. At the left bank towels, fishing boats huddled, lurked, the soldiers ran to bring the boxes and dump them on the sand. Others dragged them across the water, someone was honored with the last words. Behind the wheel, Stepan Mikhailovich bent, as if crushing the stern, shouting angrily. Live. Kostya took the load, hurried, packed. Stop. 2 boxes in the stern. In the stern, I say. Stepan Mikhailovich glanced at the city shore, at his grandson, thought persistently, we regretted it. Grandfather was glad that Kostya was here, next to him, that not the first bullet was his. Now they would all share in half, and a piece, and a cigarette, and fate itself. He rejoiced, but his heart felt sick, uncomfortable, as if he had stumbled in his old age, and although no one reproaches, you still have to prove that everything is right. And why reproach, what to prove? The war has come, every dead person remains right for all eternity. So it was not so, all the same right. And if Kostya was not killed, not mutilated, then you have to hesitate. And he did not come of his own accord, he was ordered. They can kill here too. The soldiers ran to bring the boxes to the water, Kostya took them, packed them, silently looked at his grandfather. Stepan Mikhailovich held a hand-rolled cigarette, stooped in the stern, occasionally turned his head, looked at the city shore. It was dark and quiet on Traktorny, as if everything had died out there, not a single living person remained. Behind the Machetka, where the Bakshev hillock was barely visible in the black sky, rockets took off every now and then. From there came Kostya. Regretted? The old man asked himself for the 100th time. Everything turned out unexpectedly. At night, Stepan Mikhailovich transported the same lieutenant colonel whom he met at the crossing in July. The lieutenant colonel was still the same angry and impatient. There was weariness in the voice. He lit up and sighed. Difficult. Stepan Mikhailovich waited to see if he would say something about Ivan. And the lieutenant colonel sat quietly, smoked, looked at the water. Then he dropped his cigarette but moved closer. It's hard for one. You need an assistant. There was an assistant, but yesterday at the Green Cape with a fragment, right in the head. The lieutenant colonel lit a new cigarette, got up, and shouted to the shore. Guys, move your pants, quick. He sank aboard again, remembered, raised his head. And the grandson? Then, in July, I remember, the grandson was. Grandson, what? In the fighter battalion, the grandson. Last Saturday they said he was alive. So they would take his assistance. I would take it, but who will give it back? And the next day Kostya came. He said, the order of the commander of the 10th Division. Briefly, reluctantly, he explained that the fighters of the fighter battalion had entered the 10th Division, and that they would be outfitting them today or tomorrow. He didn't say anything, didn't ask anything. He put the rifle and cartridge pouch in the bow of the boat and went to the dugout for gasoline. Grandfather looked into the cast-iron face of his grandson, guessed and did not guess. And it's only been 2 weeks. In the evening, after the first flight, he asked. Well, how are you there, behind the Machetka? Kostya paused, looked at his grandfather with a long gloomy look, either surprised or annoyed. He answered, as if he threw unnecessary things over his shoulder. Like everyone else, so am I. Kostya did not want to talk about what had happened. He only knew that he would never forget the sunset on the 23rd of August, blazing in the sky, the crazy fire of anti-aircraft batteries. And grandfather Maxim. Lying dead near the hut. Klava grabbed her shoulder. Kostya, I'm afraid. Stepan Agarkov rises to meet the tank, and the blacksmith's party organizer, Yakov Samakin, throws out a big black hand, Stalingraders, forward. When it was? Yesterday, the day before yesterday, a year ago. Kostya is kneeling by a fresh mound. The mound of earth is all that is left of Klava. There were blue eyes that never ceased to be surprised, a clear gentle voice. Quite recently Klava was. And now it's gone. Kostya stood over Klava's grave, and 100 paces away, on a sagebrush slope, mines fell. Kostya felt neither anguish, nor anger, nor fear, words of revenge did not come to him. He knew that the Germans were over there, over the hill, he won't leave this place. German planes were falling, diving, the ground was breaking and turning over, but for some reason Kostya remained alive. New, unfamiliar people came, they called his last name, but he either didn't remember, or didn't guess. German tanks were walking, approaching, Kostya heard commands, but did not know, did not see who was in command. It was burning in front, behind, but Kostya did not know who knocked out these tanks. He lived from cigarette to cigarette, from team to team. He slept, ate, even talked, but if he wanted to, he could not retell the conversations, did not remember what date, delicious brew in the pot were tasteless. He firmly knew only one thing: he would not leave the trench. Then they called him to the company commander, handed him an order, to second an ordinary fighter battalion Konstantin Ivanovich Dobrynin at the disposal of the head of the crossing. Kostya said, "Good." He didn't think it was good or bad. Ordered to be done. Just asked. "Give up the rifle." The company commander thought, waved his hand. "Take it. See, you need it." That same evening Kostya came ashore. And when grandfather asked what and how it was behind the Machetka, he did not say anything. Because it was impossible to tell. The Volga flows silent and unkind. Stepan Mikhailovich looks, believes and does not believe. The war has come to Stalingrad. Behind the Bakhchevny hillock, rockets take off and go out, down the Volga. It must be in the center. Iron millstones are constantly turning, the sky rises and falls in that direction. The sky staggers from side to side, rushes up, and then you can see the rusty fire, the crest of the Volga steep, factory pipes and tar clouds. The crimson glow instantly seizes the Volga, in full breadth, from coast to coast. The old man's habitual eye catches a living rapids, the cabin of a sunken steamer, and people waist deep in the water at the money spit. Boats, boats. But the instant flash goes out. And the internal iron rumble does not stop, it remains, because the stone banks, forest mainies and sandy shallows move. Soldiers run around, carrying shells without rest, without unnecessary tales. Only someone would swear and call out the name in an angry, bossy voice. Hurry, hurry. On the right bank, in the central part of the city, it boils and bubbles. It seems to old Dobrynin that the battle is approaching. The water is about to roll over to the left bank, overwhelm Krasnaya Sloboda. Came up at the stern, big, clumsy, bearded. Ready. Waved his hand, slashed from top to bottom. Stop. Overhead, in the moonless heights, is an airplane. You can hear it coming in a wide circle, descending. Now, hang up a lantern. Anchor. Kostya, anchor. The soldier with the box stopped knee-deep in the water, and they stopped on the shore, and the Belothala fell silent in the bushes. The water that weakly splashed into the side seemed to lie down. It was as if everything held its breath, tensed in anticipation. It flared up overhead, caught fire. A bluish treacherous light divided the sky and water. The illuminating rocket stopped as if stuck, then began to descend. A cold light covered the middle of the river, and everyone saw a small, low, iron-like tugboat, a large barge, and a little to the side, two boats. The boat slowly turned to one side, then, as if the helmsman changed his mind, to another. He went to the shore. And the barge, huge, loaded, was seen motionless, helpless, ready to meekly accept its death. The boats were being worked feverishly with oars. It was clear that with each stroke flowery water breaks from them. The plane flew in, drowned out everything in the world, it seemed, leaned against the water. White columns of water shot up near the barge. On the one hand, on the other, machine guns fired from the barge, from the boat. Dazzling trails pierced the settling light of the rocket, crashed into the black sky. Anchor. Kostya rushed into the nose. He tore his waist and arms, picked out, waved the chain, and when the anchor broke, and the boat, as if sensing freedom, twitched upwards, rose, Stepan Mikhailovich pressed the starter. The boat lifted its nose even higher, went forward, under the cold light of the rocket, towards the bomb explosions. They shouted from the shore. Where? Hey old man! Back! Stepan Mikhailovich increased speed, but the boat was settling, heavy, the side, on the palm of the water. Kostya sat down on the oars and got ready. He turned his head, looked over his shoulder. Directly along the way, water columns rose and fell. A steep wave, like a mercury one, ran up, lifted, then lowered the boat. The barge turned around, dragged to the side, downstream. The tugboat must have been cut off on the boat. It was going around the barge, and from it, from the very middle, fire was beating. Now the anti-aircraft machine gun fired only from the boat. His team definitely went crazy. He came close to the barge. Then a jet of water from a fire hose hit. But the fire grew more and more. It was clear how people were rushing about on the deck, disappearing in smoke. Then they started jumping into the water. Stepan Mikhailovich knew that now the German would come in again and begin to shoot from a machine gun. If they don't hit their boat in this approach, they will slip through, the rocket will go out, the new one will not light up yet. From above, overhead, the thunderous, to the point of aching ears, the roar of an airplane, the fractional clatter of machine guns. A bubbly line jigged obliquely in front of the boat, a reddish track passed through floating, drowning people. The barge was carried downstream, the noise and crackle of fire was heard, a cry overflowing with horror flew. Help! The boat slowly, circle after circle, went around the barge, the crew fussed on it, the ship took it in one direction, then in the other, searched, hurried. Stepan Mikhailovich slowed down. Look! A hand rose from the water. Just then a head appeared. Kostya grabbed the hook. Right! He shouted. Come on, right! The hand fell, and the head sank. The black water staggered from above. The boat began to turn around. Kostya worked with a hook, he tried, he hoped to hook. But the water was black and empty. The burning barge sailed farther away, the fire settled, the sounds of the night battle came through again, and for the first time in the last 2 weeks Kostya thought about his father, maybe very near. They rounded the sandy arrow, went straight to the shore. It seemed deserted, no light, no sound. Only when the engine was turned off and the boat bumped into coastal pebbles did soldiers, carts, boxes of shells, stacks of sacks become visible. Near the water, right on the ground, the wounded lay heaped. Quiet, immovable. Kostya saw a small woman in oversized boots, with a sanitary bag over her shoulder. She walked cautiously, blindly. She stopped, bent over the wounded man and walked again. She said in a low, hoarse voice. Only the heavy ones will go on the boat. The soldier with the broken leg cursed sadly. The other, carefully holding his hand wrapped in bandages, shouted, shook his cropped head. And what about us, to die under a ravine? Other days. No smoking, no dressings. The woman with the sanitary bag did not look up. She repeated in an exhausted voice. First of all, the heavy ones will be taken. 2 rowing boats approached, from there they shouted. Take it quickly. The soldiers began to unload and pass the boxes of shells along the chain, someone shouted in command. Live! Live! Move it! The stubborn horse snored, fought in the shafts, the rider walked around her with a whip, viciously admonished, persuaded. But, you bitch! I'll show you Fritz's mother. Nearby they laughed, prompted. Get her gently. Near the cliff, under a canopy, the kitchen smoked, the soldiers pulled the cable, the old woman, picking up the hem of her dress, was rinsing clothes knee-deep in water. 2 walked past Kostya. One said. To 500. Division commander's order. It's clear. Another stumbled over the anchor chain, cursed, and answered angrily. I have already reported to Colonel Dobrynin. Kostya's stomach sank. He took a step to catch up, to ask. But at that moment the engine started idling. Grandfather called out. Kostya. Near the water itself I saw an angular, broken figure, was delighted, I guessed Mitya Savushkin. Just now I remembered, I haven't seen each other since last year. He extended his hand and asked. You? Mitya. He put his hand on his shoulder, on the hard mosols, and suddenly he felt a timid tenderness rise up to his very throat, filling everything with timid tenderness. It was dark, Kostya did not see Mitya's face, but he wanted to see his big, blue, sad eyes right now, at that moment. There was always melancholy and resentment in them, as if Mitya was waiting for human injustice. Mitya's eyes became different when he solved a difficult problem or simply read. Only in those moments, in those hours, did the boy feel his strength. Only here he could not give in. Once a young history teacher began to prove that a person can find his happiness only in the struggle. Mitya got up and asked shyly. Tell me, please, can a person commit a heroic deed if he is a coward by nature? The teacher shrugged. Cowardice and heroism do not mix. Mitya sat down guiltily. At recess, Kostya told him. If a coward accomplished a feat, then this person was considered a coward in vain. Mitya whispered almost audibly. Thanks. It seems that Kostya understood Mitya. Taken aside. Feats are different. You have a very good head. You graduate from the institute, and in another 5 years, you will become a professor. Mitya looked with wide-open blue eyes, but no, Dobrynin spoke seriously. Yes, and he could not joke like that, Mitya repeated. Thanks. He threw back his head, as if he saw something on the ceiling, sighed confidentially, just know, I will never be a professor. You will, said Kostya. No, Mitya sighed softly. For this you need good health and just time. And with my illness, the average life expectancy, he paused, looked around, I have very little left. Kostya became terrified, Mitya knows his time. He will never be a soldier or a professor. He won't be able to do anything. Because it's time. And Kostya thought deafeningly how much courage it takes sometimes just to live. Then they left the school together. Mitya said. I envy everyone. Everyone, you're in vain, Kostya objected angrily. Everyone, Mitya repeated. Who fights or works? And I, what? I can't do anything. Stopped. Mitya was waiting. He wanted Kostya to say, to advise. But Kostya did not say anything then. Now I wanted to examine Mitino's face, to see his eyes. But it was completely dark. Kostya, were you behind the machetka? Mitya asked quietly. I was told you were. I was, Kostya answered quietly, as if afraid of something. Did you shoot? Maiden's whisper broke off, as if the boy was suffocating, afraid to utter another word. But he immediately took a sip of air and pushed Kostya with his hard chest. Did you kill? I don't know, Kostya said. Yes, I think so. I'm good at shooting. Mitya grabbed Kostya by the neck with thin, weak hands, breathed into his face. What a fine fellow you are. I always thought you were a real guy. And I can't do anything. I just don't have the strength. I hate myself. Mitya shouted and thrashed about, trembling in soundless weeping. But he immediately recoiled and said in a clear voice, but I can still manage to do something. I have already decided. But what exactly he decided, Mitya did not say. Kostya! Shouted Stepan Mikhailovich again. Go, Mitya sighed, I'll wait for you at this place. I saw your boat and how the barge was sinking. I'll be waiting. Kostya tore the anchor paw out of the ground and asked. Who are you with now? Is the father alive? The motor started, rumbled. Kostya rested. I heard Mitya say. Now I live alone. The boat turned sharply, took to the island's sandy cape, which was guessed in the darkness by a grey blade. You cannot pass this cape, the Germans hang lanterns over it. And now? Hang or not hang? Kostya looked around, but did not see Mitya. The stone cliffs rose impregnably over the Volga, like a fortress wall, when the sky flared up, lit up with fire, bastions, turrets, loopholes appeared. In the afternoon, all this takes on its real forms, its color, blocks of grey sandstone, a transformer box, a brick pipe with a sooty upper end. In the afternoon, broken wires stuck to the wall of the steam battery heating, a broken bathhouse and burrows, shelters in a stone pit. This is a burrow from the outside, but inside, even drive a car, warehouses, headquarters, medical posts. During the day, everything takes on its size, its color, it will become as it is, bloodied bandages on the road, and a fresh hole in the side. And now everything is shrouded, covered with midnight darkness, everything is different. But will the Germans hang a lantern or not? The boat goes smoothly, easily. Although they took 7, it was still easier than when ammunition was being brought. One wounded groans. Kostya already knows that this is not the heaviest of those being transported. The heaviest are silent. The wounded man asks. Drink. Let me drink. Kostya scoops up a tin can, bends down, looks for. Where are you? Hold on. Hot clumsy fingers convulsively grabbed Kostya's hand and began to hurriedly move to the jar. Thank you, the wounded man repeated. And then, by the water, without water, and calmed down, began to drink. I could hear teeth chattering on the tin. Another asked. Didn't they pass the scythe? While we waited, we saw enough. He, the parasite, is always on guard on this spit. And as if he clicked, called, overhead in the darkness he heard the intermittent hum of an alien aircraft. A cold star fell, hung, flooded the sandbank and the choking forest with a terrible cold light. It became clear how the rapids rippled and boiled, how the persistent water rushed, drove a piece of board, an open suitcase and non-melting foam in a circle. To the shore! Shouted the soldier. He raised and lowered his head. More to the shore. The plane descended, as if it had fallen on ice, on people. To the shore. Kostya saw his grandfather, a bearded face and broad shoulders, a shirt open on his chest and terrible eyes. I grabbed a rifle, but immediately realized that it was not necessary, it was useless. Annoyance and anger pierced my soul sharply and painfully, that I was not in the trenches. Here he can shield these wounded only with his own back. And I also understood, we must quickly turn away from the shore, into the midstream. Grandpa! From above, a machine gun burst cut, close, merciless. It was as if a monstrous sewing machine had stitched with unbearable pain. Kostya raised his rifle. The boat, having scooped up the sides, turned aside. Another burst of machine gun fire ran in bubbles at the very stern, the plane swept overhead, as if it wanted to run away from its machine gun. The roar of the engine became muffled, but immediately grew, sank even lower, pierced in the head, in the back with a thin deadly sting. The plane made a new approach. And the treacherous light grew brighter, spread wider. Kostya knew that the German sees everything at a glance, nothing threatens this German, he is not afraid, he shoots coldly and businesslike, maybe he grimaced in a contemptuous grin. Let him see, let him. He led the rifle, let him. The plane is big, black, spread-eagled wings, a transparent lantern and, a head. Here it is. Kostya fired once, then twice. But the boat tilted and went in a circle. Kostya! The wind blew in from the side, ruffled the old man's beard. On the steering wheel, Kostya rushed to the stern, grabbed the iron handle. Stepan Mikhailovich slid down, said in an unusually intelligible voice, it seemed to Kostya, in a young voice. Keep to Green Cape. And the plane made a new approach. Mitya stood on the bank, clenching his fists helplessly. And others stood. Everyone saw. Help. Well, help them, repeated Mitya in a feverish whisper. When the plane made a new approach, descended quite low, it was about to cling to, claw into a defenseless boat, Mitya covered his face with his palms and began to cry. Chapter 19. Over Stalingrad, over the Volga was engaged in a muddy dawn. Mitya sat on a log, next to a dried-out raft boat, looked at the narrow strip of early dawn, listened to the incessant gurgling of battle in the center of the city, the lonely and, it seemed, unusually strong blows of the factory hammer, and thought how absurdly human life is arranged. My father was strong, brave, handsome. Father was killed. Kostya Dobrynin. If only by a miracle he could be saved. And he, Mitya Savushkin, is still alive. Why is this? The boy looked around in bewilderment. Just waiting for someone to answer him, but there was no one around. At night, the whole shore moved, hurried. Commands were heard, soldiers hewed with axes, carried boxes, logs, bags. Now, in the grey dawn, it became spacious and empty around Mitya. Mitya was shuddering from the cold, because the raft's thigh was trembling. Mitya hugged his shoulders, trying to keep warm, and only now, at that very moment, did he realize how lonely and unhappy he was. He remembered that he had not eaten anything for a long time. For the first time he realized that no one needed him. Fall dead now, no one will pity him, no one will remember. Father was killed on the morning of the 24th of August, the stepmother tied 2 knots, looked to the side. Let's go to. Mitya took her ashore and said. I want to stay. I'll watch the apartment. The Germans, I think, will soon be driven out. The stepmother, who had been silent all the way, hurried, spoke. She sniffled, sobbed. I tried to groan like a woman, but it turned out awkwardly. She understood, she shut up. Then she kissed Mitya on the head, hurriedly complained that he had always disliked her, and even now he did not want to leave with her, but, God be the judge, Mitya is free to do as he pleases. She also thinks that the Germans will soon be expelled, and if anything, if she hears that it's really bad in the city, she will come back and take him away. Mitya silently walked away. For 2 weeks they gave out bread, and then they stopped. Mitya ate rarely, by accident. Some days I didn't eat at all. He had no family, no friends, no relatives. I wanted to see Kostya Dobrynin, talk, consult. Kostya was the only one whom he could trust in everything, to the end. If you talk to Prokhor. But Prokhor is always silent. As long as Mitya remembers, Prokhor was always silent. He swept, chipped off the ice from the sidewalk, watered the flowers, trees and, was silent. The tenants loved the janitor Prokhor, shaggy, long-armed, unshaven, but no one could probably say why. In the spring, Prokhor did not wait for the communal workers to finally bring sand for the children. He dragged sand in buckets from nowhere. Early in the morning he knocked on the door, quietly asked. Not yours? And he showed children's toys forgotten in the yard. Residents left clothes on a rope for the night, left bicycles, chests near the entrance. They knew, Prokhor would not be lost. Sometimes he stopped the housewife, said. There is a big import at the Nun Market, go. And the old woman loved him. She was short, round-shouldered, and bony. A large, cherry-sized mole on her nose made her look like a Baba Yaga from a children's fairy tale. And the kids loved her. She wiped their noses, combed their hair, gave them candy on Sundays. She was reproached, why put yourself on the line? Prokhor's salary is small. The old woman answered, nothing, we have enough. She was always in a woman's circle, most often she uttered the same phrase, anything is possible. Like summed it up. She nodded, sighed. Only when the war began, the old woman shrugged her shoulders, it can't be. Since then, every day she uttered these incredulous words. She did not believe that the Germans were occupying Soviet cities, that the Red Army was retreating, that there was not enough bread, and Nastya received a funeral. Can't be. Not believing people, not believing herself, she began to guess. She guessed for bread and salt, for coal and stone. She laid a piece of bread and a pinch of salt, coal and pebbles crosswise on the table. She lifted a woolen ball on a thread. She held the thread with both hands, firmly placing her elbows on the table. She waited for the glomerulus to stop swinging, to freeze. So that her fingers would not tremble, she leaned her forehead against her hands. Quietly asked. If Krapunkova Natalia's husband, Karetin, is alive, turn on bread and salt, if not alive, on coal stone. Natalia stood nearby with fear and hope in her eyes. The ball began to wobble. And here and there. Natalia whispered convulsively. And the ball resolutely turned on bread and salt. The old woman raised her head. See, in the eyes of a woman, frightened joy. And distrust. The old woman twitched her bumpy nose, and again fixed her eyes on the woolen ball. If Natalia Krapunkova's husband, Karetin, is alive, turn to the coal stone, and if he is dead, point to the bread and salt. Natalia was neither alive nor dead. I breathed and didn't breathe. Prokhor was sitting aside, silently smoking. The ball, not wanting to lie, turned to the coal stone. This went on 5 times, and 6. The ball stubbornly proved that Karetin was alive. Natalia, afraid to rejoice, to jinx it, spoke quietly, with an eye. How so? After all, they sent a funeral. Like, so-and-so, died the death of the brave. The old woman spoke briefly. A lie, Natalia whispered. Official paper, with a seal. Don't trust papers. The ball is the real truth. Prokhor coughed and shook his head. He confirmed it. Now the janitor Prokhor and his old woman lived in the basement, under the stairs. Mitya, having swallowed kerosene soot, tormented by the weeping of children, swearing, screams of exhausted mothers, was walking under the stairs. He quietly sat down, watched the old woman conjure over a woolen ball. Prokhor put a piece of bread in front of Mitya. Eat, Mitya whispered almost inaudibly. Thanks, I'm full, Prokhor ordered. Eat, I say, and you? Mitya asked timidly. We have enough, answered Prokhor. What's new? The Germans broke into the city. The old woman raised her head, shook her gray hair. Can't be. Mitya became even more shy. The wounded lieutenant said. The old woman began to mumble incoherently. Then she set her elbows, rested her forehead on her fists. If a German comes to our city, turn to the coal stone. Again she muttered and again asked. Then she looked into the corner for a long time, shaking her head. The German is coming. She looked at her husband, at Mitya. She leaned over the table. If the black adversary gains the upper hand, turn to the coal stone. And if the red demon overcomes, for bread and salt. From great tension, or perhaps from fear, the old woman began to breathe hard, with sighs and wheezing, and Mitya was frightened, she would die. Finally, she put the ball away, bewildered, apparently not believing either the ball or herself, looked at the old man, at Mitya. The Germans are coming. And the red demon will gain the upper hand. We, that is, she twisted her shaggy head, did not understand. The top is ours, but will they come to Stalingrad? How is it? And, as if drawing a line, she concluded, it cannot be. Bullshit. She sat on the box, was silent. Then she remembered, a ball, you need to understand it. Now, looking at the gloomy Volga, Mitya decided firmly, no. Can't be. He himself would not have explained what this refers to, but he did not simply repeat the words of the old woman. On the last meter of Stalingrad land, Mitya thought that the Germans could take away these stones, this water, take the city only with their lives. Let them take Midna's life too. But they won't kill everyone. And the one who remains alive will not give up. Never. Next they said. The station is still in our hands. Mitya became scared. The Germans advanced day and night. Captain Verigin stopped cleaning his boots. The position passed in the confusion of railway tracks, among overturned and burned-out wagons. Behind the broken station building. Shitty position. From the hillock the Germans shoot through the entire railway junction in the station. Behind a bare square, a short street leads straight to the Volga. It seems that the street bears the name of Gogol. Captain Verigin crawled under the cars, ordered, hold on until the last breath. He returned to the stone closet under the station wall, which they loudly called the headquarters, hung up the machine gun, sat down on the earthen floor. He leaned against the wall, stretched out his legs, all went out. He sat with his head on his chest. I felt how lightness, coolness poured in. The walls, arms, legs disappeared. Nura came up, very close, said, but I'm still waiting for you, I'm still waiting. Her eyes are large, black, there are tears in them. I buried my mother yesterday. Andrei understood that he was falling asleep. I knew that it was impossible to sleep, but I could no longer, I was unable to resist. Comrade Battalion Commander. Goncharov. Well, why is he? Comrade Battalion Commander. He opened his eyes, the ceiling was low, stone, vaulted, the closet was cramped, similar to a fortress casemate. An iron ring in the ceiling compliments. The commander of the regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy, called. He said he'll be there in half an hour. Together with the division commander. Well, to hell with them, said Verigin. Hunting, let them go. Tables are not covered. Suddenly, Semyon Koblov burst in, it immediately became crowded, he couldn't turn around. I tried to take it under the visor, it didn't work, I hit my head on a low vault. I saw a ring in the ceiling, joked gloomily. Let's live here longer, hang up the unsteadiness. What kind of fluff? Verigin did not understand. In the old village huts, comrade battalion commander, they hung ripples on such rings, pumped babies. So I say, Mura will come, get married. Probably, Koblov thinks that the battalion commander has seen, he knows. And with Mura, he thinks. And he, apart from the war, had nothing real in his life yet. At school, he liked a girl from a parallel class, but, perhaps, only he knew about it. I tried to see her, to walk beside her, furtively watched how she turned the corner. And if I managed to talk to each other, I considered this day happy. Then Andrei left, entered a military school, a girl from a parallel class began to be forgotten. The cadets boasted to each other of their out-of-class successes, told juicy, and even just vulgar details. Andrei knew that they all lie, give free rein to the imagination. They want to look ugly. The exception was Yuri Sotnikov. He was 2 years older than Andrei, had an enviable ability to drink vodka and not get drunk. It was rumored that Yuri managed to be married, that he was nominated for a government award. But Yuri himself never talked about anything. He was restrained, silent, among classmates singled out one Verigin. He admired Andrei's gymnastic abilities, excellent shooting. And Verigin envied Yuri, big, broad in the shoulders, his face was like that of a Roman gladiator. Andrew once said, "You should be released as a colonel." Yuri replied, "I'll be a colonel too," he thought, adding, "in 8 years. Then Andrei thought for a long time, why, in 8? Once Yuri invited. "Shall we go today? I have one here. And she has a friend. In my opinion, quite decent. How are you?" It splashed with cold, flooded from head to toe. He said unexpectedly to himself. They don't go to decent ones. He was frightened by his own categoricalness. He added, "I think so." Yuri looked intently, sternly. Then he smiled. "It's you, brother, from a book. Maybe a good book. Only decent women, they are, in general, like everyone else. So shall we go? You know, I can't live without it." In a cramped, clean apartment, they were met by a young woman with quiet, sad eyes. It seemed to Andrei that she was looking condescendingly, expectantly, as if she believed and did not believe. As if she was trying to guess what would happen next. On the table is a bottle of vodka, salted cucumbers and sausages. A box of cigarettes and a bouquet of flowers. Yuri whispered. "He will come now." A 10th grader ran into the room. Andrei, as soon as he saw it, decided it was a 10th grader, shook her black curls, and burst into carefree laughter. "Oh, how good! I want to eat so badly," and only after that said hello. She turned to her friend and said, "Your friends are all so beautiful," and then she started talking about her husband, how smart, talented he is. Of course, she is not suitable for him, so she left. He enlisted and left for the Far East. Verochka bravely drank vodka, ate deliciously and, without addressing anyone, continued to talk about her husband. Then the two of them were left. She drank someone's leftovers, hugged Andrei and began to kiss. Said, "Wait, I'll close the window." And then she talked about her husband again. When Andrei looked at his watch, Verochka, as if trying to rebuke, asked, "Are you still coming?" And she was silent in anticipation. Andrew confessed. "I do not know." Verochka sighed. "Everyone is like this, once he comes, and goodbye." "I guess I'm not like that," Andrei said. Your husband must be a good guy. Verotchka furtively wiped her eyes. Andrei left with a feeling of guilt and emptiness, as if he had been robbed that day, taken away the most precious thing that belonged only to him and no one else, that he could, however, give, than he was able to make happy. Now there is nothing left. As if the precious stone, which the shore, which he hoped for, counted on, turned out to be a shard of bottle glass. In Andrei's eyes, the woman fell. And Yuri made surprised eyes. What do you really want? Believe me, they are all like that. My heart felt bad. He shook his head and said. I don't think. Then another one crossed the road. And again it was not right. Maybe Sotnikov is right. But I didn't want to believe. Is there chastity in the world, love? After Kharkov, when they left for Oskol, he met a girl. In the farm, Grachi, through which he led the remnants of the battalion, looked into the surviving hut, called. Are there any alive? A girl came out to him, stately, tall, tearful. Looked trustingly, invited. Come in. Please. The eyes were in semicircles of blue, and the lips were full, fresh, untouched. And all of her was surprisingly similar to a child who had matured prematurely, even managed to grow old. Come in, she repeated, I'll feed you. If you want, stay overnight. Please spend the night, and suddenly, as if frightened by her own words, she choked on a patter. Stay, I beg you. I'm afraid alone, I can't. Or send fighters. I buried my mother yesterday. All alone. It was towards night, the soldiers were falling down. Andrei was delighted, hurried. Well, thank you. I was just about to ask for an overnight stay. If possible, the three of us. Then they had dinner. The owner was 19 years old. She didn't eat anything, talked about her family, how well they lived together. But now she was left alone, her father and two brothers at the front. She buried her mother yesterday. I dug it myself. Because there are no adults left in the village, there is no one to help. The girl spoke quietly and seemed to be even calm, and large tears, similar to hailstones, ran down her cheeks every now and then. Grekov and Mikhail Agarkov fell asleep immediately. Andrei and Yura sat on the porch until dawn. Semyon Koblov stood on guard, passed by, said. Comrade battalion commander, would fall asleep. He said with paternal anger, he was sorry for his commander, because the path ahead was difficult, long, Lord, strength. But a strange thing, Andrei did not even feel tired. For 2 days he dreamed of sleeping, and then, where did the dream go? He sat, listened, with timid fading caught someone else's close breathing. Every word was dear and sweet, every word was unusual. He suddenly realized that he had long missed this quiet voices, these words. Nura was silent. Andrei did not immediately understand what had happened, but he became restless. Then he got scared. What if he doesn't say another word? She asked. Are you married? Of course. Andrei was even more frightened. What do you? I didn't even think about it. Hurrying, as if trying to convince, to dissuade him of something, he told about his mother, about his neighbors, about how he studied at school, how he entered a military school. About everything. Only he did not talk about the war. At dawn, when the battalion formed up and Junior Lieutenant Agarkov reported this, Andrei confessed to Nura. I really want to meet you again. It's just impossible to guess right now. The battalion went beyond the outskirts. Nura and Andrei were still standing. She said. You know, I haven't had anything yet. Well, completely. Only at school, in the 7th grade, one boy wrote me a note. She raised her head, moved closer. Andrei saw wide-open eyes filled with either horror or prayer. And a tear on his cheek. I'll be waiting for you. Until the end of the war. Okay. Just tell me, okay. I'll be waiting. And I will think of you. Every day. And when the war is over, you will come. Okay. Just don't forget. Andrei took her by the shoulders. It seems that he closed his eyes, he was afraid to utter a word. Nura grabbed him, hugged him. She began to kiss him passionately. She whispered indistinct words and kissed everything, kissed. An hour later, a day later, many days later, right up to the present, remembering Nura, Andrei could not say whether she was beautiful or not beautiful. I just hadn't met such a person, at times I thought she wouldn't meet her. He didn't know his address or his last name. But in 4 months he wrote 10 letters. All 10 were in the tablet. It would never have occurred to any of the soldiers that Captain Verigin, in moments of rest, mentally reads imaginary letters from a girl with whom he sat on the porch one night, what kind, gentle words he says to her. Taught by the war, Captain Verigin did not even think of tomorrow, but in the farthest, most secret corner, he held a firm decision to see Nura. And not just to see, but to meet, hug, kiss. He will not let her go anywhere, will not give her to anyone. She was the first to understand him and believe. There were minutes, I wanted to talk to someone, to tell how it happens. But will they understand? I thought no one would understand. Nura was his secret. Now Verigin glanced at Koblov and somehow immediately decided that he could tell this one on occasion. Why did he come? A wick burned dimly in the cramped casemate. It was stuffy and smelled of kerosene. Koblov blocked the narrow door with himself, half the wall was occupied by a thick shadow. He remained exactly the same as on that memorable day when they got to the regiment. Still the same slow, calm, looked confident, firm and fearless. He never left the front line and was never wounded. Lucky, right? Verigin listened to how the German mines were exploding, how the stone walls shuddered and moved, and asked. Why are you? Allow me to report. From the company commander, to the liaison officer, comrade battalion commander. Tank engines are heard. The company commander believes that the Germans will not go to the sector of our battalion, they will go to the right, and then to the left. Captain Verigin mentally looked at his position from there, from the hillock, from where they bombarded him with mines, and decided, they would go around. They will try to destroy with flanking fire. And wait for help, where? Behind, railway station square, Gogol Street. To the Volga, half a kilometer. Exhausted, he got up and asked. The scouts, then, did not return. Koblov bowed his big head. We haven't returned, comrade battalion commander, he said gloomily. He paused, listened to how mine explosions were catching up with each other, added, it looks like they found them. Are there big losses in the company? Koblov hesitated. Who knows? Until midnight, it seemed, everyone was intact, but now I don't know. We, comrade battalion commander, dug in about 30 meters from the Germans, no more. They lay mines behind, they are afraid to get closer, they wouldn't hit their own. If only hand grenades. But there are no continuous trenches, where will you throw them? You can't get enough grenades like that. Ours are sitting under the cars in the pits. I think, like in Christ's bosom. Koblov spoke softly, but his hands were restless, looking for something, feeling his jersey. What are you? Verigin asked. I have a request, comrade battalion commander. Koblov tried to smile. But the smile did not come out, his lips seemed to cramp. Let me go to the water pump. In the evening, at sunset. Verigin was surprised. What is this for? Maybe I'll see my village. If at sunset, yes, through binoculars. I think you can see. Long away. 30 kilometers. Verigin shook his head. Will not see. But Koblov really wanted to look in the direction of his native village, from which he left on the second day of the war, which he saw in a dream. He stamped on the spot, stepped forward. Allow me, comrade battalion commander. I need to see. I will not go beyond the Volga, even if you order. Captain Verigin looked at him from the bottom up, huge, thick-set, hardened. Like an oak trunk, neither frost, nor heat, nor an axe are taken. He remembered the bare, silicious mound, dagger fire of German machine guns, torn-up trenches and dugouts 20 kilometers from Kharkov, unclean dead on the Zaydansk bridgehead, tanks to throw a grenade at a height with a mark of 137. This soldier was everywhere. And now here he is, in the middle. Verigin pawed at his pocket and looked for a cigarette. Said. Me, what? I'm not sorry, go. Look. You just have to wait until the evening. But keep in mind, I have already put a third observer on the pumping station. Looks like they have a sniper. Got it? Koblov said. With God's help, it will manage, comrade battalion commander, and lowered his head. It seemed to Captain Verigin that he was conscientious. If it happens, you miss the number, it means killed. You, please. So, they say, and so, killed. Don't want to be missing. You, please. I will not surrender to captivity. A heavy explosion shook, lifted and dragged the floor and stone walls to the side. The oil lamp went out. The second bomb fell a little further. What's wrong with them? At night, to bomb. Verigin thought in bewilderment. The Germans were always fond of mortars, but to bomb at night, this did not happen. The telephone operator flicked his lighter, struck out a fire, scolded in an undertone. And the door suddenly swung open, a dark figure squatting in the opening. Comrade Battalion Commander, Regiment Commander Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy is coming. And with him. Well, let them go, said Verigin. Damn it. From behind the door, outside asked. Who the hell is this? Captain Verigin turned around briskly, stuck his thumbs into his belt as usual, straightened out the folds. Division Commander. Koblov backed up against the wall. The telephone operator finally lit the oil lamp. As if to see, Colonel Dobrynin took a step, carried his mud-stained boots over the threshold, and hit his helmet on the ceiling beam. A machine gun hung on his chest. The regimental commander was a head shorter, and in the shoulders, you can't wrap around. Yeah, Dobrynin coughed, they hid, you don't want to receive anyone. Captain Verigin stretched out, his hand under the visor, shielded the lamp and the telephone operator. Not every day the division commander comes to the battalion. The last time I saw him was 3 weeks ago, but as soon as they got into the city, I never met him. They say he has a family in Stalingrad. Is it true? Are they lying? It seems that for the first time Andrei Verigin thought that his mother was also not far away now, and the village of Sadki. Father was killed in the 19th. And how much was left for him, Andrei? It would be nice to live. But the main thing is to do your job. Captain Verigin raised his elbow, straightened his chest with a jerk. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel. With a lazy turn of his head, Krutoy indicated that he should report to the division commander. He himself looked out the door, back, called in a displeased voice. Roitov. Through the open door one could see the bluish half-light from the lantern, the lone sleeve of the anti-aircraft searchlight, the watchful bass of the night bomber was heard. Then some people blocked the entire doorway, someone in a young cheerful voice, as if rejoicing, waiting impatiently, said. Now Fritz will give us life. Another responded wearily. Come on, don't croak. The first one laughed. Look here. The bomb lay next to him, the door thumped, closed, the light in the shell casing went out again. Next to Verigin, someone was swearing in an undertone. And the door swung open again. Andrei did not know whether to report or not to report. Roitov. The regimental commander called again. Roitov, Roitov. Oh yes, from the political department of the division. Annoyance rose in the soul of Captain Verigin. They come, they teach. As if he were a cadet. Vaughn, no one to shoot. They would send 20 people. Not far away, it suddenly seemed to Andrei, near the very door, a rapid-firing anti-aircraft gun was hacking. Another one leaned against one searchlight. They blinded each other, crossed themselves. And again parted, rummaged through the low, belly clouds. Another bomb fell. Through the doorway one could see how the bluish tracks stretched upwards. And again the tedious drone of the plane. Comrade Division Commander, the 1st Battalion of the 313th Regiment is defending on the site of the Iron Bridge, the lineman's booth. The cutting edge runs along the railroad tracks. For the last 2 days, the battalion has not left the battlefield. There are 70 active bayonets, for company mortars. Wait, said Colonel Dobrynin, they didn't come for that. Here the regiment commander says that over the past day you have not lost a single person. Not a single one, comrade divisional commander. Through the open door, one could see how the wooden shed caught fire. A yellowish fire snatched out of the darkness a battlement of a stone wall, the top of a telegraph pole with broken wires, and something else, bizarre, incomprehensible. Far away, beyond the Volga, a heavy hit, must have been 200 millimeters, and here, nearby, it suddenly became quiet, as if everyone were hiding, swallowing their tongues. Yes, close the door. Dobrynin said angrily. What the heck? The door was slammed, and the smell of burning kerosene immediately became stuffy, sharper, sharper. Captain Verigin heard someone else's intense breathing and, without any connection, thought that he was relying on his superiors, and the regiment commander and division commander came to him, to the soldiers, because they rely on them. Before that, they lost, but in the last 24 hours, no. Why? A lighter was lit behind Verigin's back, Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy was breathing in his very ear, and the division commander stepped up close. In 1 minute, annoyance swelled, there, in the headquarters, in silence, great plans, complex calculations, historical parallels. Science. And here, on the front line, the soldiers themselves. Stick to the Germans, you can live. Verigin, have you swallowed your tongue? Asked the regimental commander angrily. Light the light here, Dobrynin ordered, as if he wanted to see the slow-moving battalion commander. Someone struck a match. The wick caught fire. Someone's hand held out a bronze shell. Verigin again saw the regiment commander, the division commander in a helmet and with a machine gun, 2 or 3 more, unfamiliar. In the last 24 hours, there were no losses in the battalion because they got away from the impact of enemy aviation, artillery and mortar fire. He said loudly, clearly, precisely decided that after that he would no longer have to speak. Where did they go? Dobrynin asked. To the Germans, comrade divisional commander. Somewhere buried very close. Well, here is the Red Army soldier Koblov from the 1st Company says, like in Christ's bosom now. Let him report. Discontent and curiosity were written on the square face of Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy. Koblov? The division commander asked. And he carefully lifted the visor of his helmet, as if it prevented him from seeing the soldier. Koblov wanted to take a step, but it was too crowded, he just put forward his huge boot. Colonel Dobrynin held out his hand and said. Hello. Glad to see you alive and well. An amazing thing, Koblov was exactly the same as then, behind the steering wheel, as in the days of the encirclement, unsmiling, strict, unshaven. The bristles on the face are exactly as much as then. And eyes, and hands. As if there was no Kharkov, no retreat until the Volga. It seems that a person should break down, change. But he is still the same. Colonel Dobrynin squeezed a large, hard hand, felt someone else's unyielding strength, and said. Glad to see you. Sometimes I think, if Koblov is alive and well, everything will be fine. A little good, said Koblov. A little, agreed Dobrynin. I say, will. Since we are alive, laughed. Reluctantly, creaky. He immediately broke off his laughter, looked at Koblov attentively, as if he wanted to find new features in the soldier's face. However, there were no new lines, and, as if deciding that doubts were unnecessary, he nodded. If Koblov is alive and fighting, then everything is in order. He stepped from foot to foot, touched Verigin with his shoulder, leaned to the side. There are many like me, comrade divisional commander. Dobrynin nodded. A lot. He unbuttoned the button on the collar of his tunic, looked around at the crowded people, the low vaulted ceiling, frowned. So, it means that it dawned on me. What are you doing here with the Germans? Go to dinner with them. Captain Verigin's shoulders stretched upwards. Comrade division commander. I know everything, Captain. Lower your hand. Koblov, who came up with this, to the Germans at dinner. At dinner, comrade divisional commander, and Koblov, lightly pushing Captain Verigin aside with his shoulder, took a step forward. We, therefore, wooed them closely, we hear the whole routine. And we hear a conversation, brought, sup. We hear how the Fritz rattle their bowlers. But I want to eat, comrade divisional commander. All crackers and concentrates. Well, the company commander called 5 hunters. What is the name of the company commander? Verigin drew himself up. Lieutenant Agarkov, comrade divisional commander, and, apparently intending to intercede, to protect, he added, for the battle at a height of 137, he was awarded the second order. And looked at Kool. Exactly. Looking for support, Kool said. Combat commander. Only a boy yet. Dobrynin snorted, a good boy. And Captain Verigin suddenly thought that, perhaps, everything would work out. If they don't know that Agarkov climbed into the German trenches himself, he'll manage. Further, ordered Dobrynin, continuing to look at Koblov. What's next? It got dark, which means it began to calm down. We listen. Yeah, they rattled bowlers, fussed. They brought it, that means. The guys crawled. And what is the distance? There is nothing. The rest, of course, were made. How many hunters? Koblov looked around. They looked at him in silence, as if God knows what to tell. 5 hunters. The company commander is the 6th. Captain Verigin's stomach skipped a beat, he was gone. The company commander is the 6th, comrade divisional commander. And he shut up. What, exactly, to tell? Well, Dobrynin hurried. That's all, comrade divisional commander. They fell into the trenches with them, shot a little there. And, back. 1 German was taken. Captain Verigin thought angrily, fool. It was necessary to grab. Not a prisoner, no one would have known. Why didn't they entrench themselves in the German position? And the division commander turned to Verigin. This task was not set before the company, comrade divisional commander. Just got pissed off. Dobrynin coughed, as if his throat was tickling. Well, you people are modest, you will not say anything. Captain Verigin was in a hurry, wondering what actually happened. And that will be. The door to the basement kept opening, letting in or letting out someone, and each time one could clearly see the shaky sky, rockets, and a distant fire. That's what, battalion commander, Dobrynin pushed, adjusted his machine gun, looked over the low vaults over his heads. Keep the station, no matter what happens. You can eat from the same pot with the Germans, but don't give away the station. And Captain Verigin, realizing that the division commander was not going to get angry, cheered up. Let me express my concerns. Krutoy raised his eyebrows in displeasure and glanced sideways at Dobrynin. He nodded. Speak up. My fighters hear the noise of tank engines. Our site is inaccessible to tanks. We assume the tanks will go to the neighbors. We fear. I'm afraid too, Captain. But to stand, to the last. You will find yourself behind enemy lines, too, stand. Loud voices were heard behind the door, someone shouted. Where are you going? The door swung open, and a soldier stumbled into the cramped quarters, his head was in bandages, his eyes were fierce. Comrade battalion commander. He said loudly, and only after that did he glance at the people. He did not care about high ranks, he needed Captain Verigin. The division commander turned to the soldier. And the regimental commander. Everyone in that cramped cellar turned around. It seems that they understood. And Captain Verigin understood. And when the Red Army soldier began to report to him, he only wanted him to speak briefly. And for the boss to leave. Tanks on the right. In a few minutes they will come from the rear. Maybe they come. Well, combat. Who said, did not understand. And then, when I tried to remember, I could not. I only remembered that I ordered everyone to leave. As ordered by his subordinates. He could not, and did not want to, in any other way. Because he was fulfilling his duties. Made it more spacious. I saw how Colonel Dobrynin crouched down in the doorway, got caught by the barrel of his machine gun. And he saw Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy. At the same moment I heard a long, habitually harsh machine gun burst and a command. Lie down. Brick splinters splashed, someone's dying cry cut through the ears. ANN. Smoke, lime dust, something liquid, red on the wall. I saw a quivering light in a brass sleeve, a telephone operator in the corner, squatting, and Koblov's face. Comrade battalion commander, let me go to the water pump. Yes. Shouted Verigin. Get grenades and spare discs. In the corner. Blindly, by touch, he grabbed the machine gun and rushed through the door. To meet the unbearably hot, blinding fire was enough.